Llama, llama, llama. Llama, 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 llama. Llama's in the chat. Hello. Assume that this is working. We've just got the ABC on at the moment because but I will get Wikipedia open because I do want to have a look at something on Wikipedia. Welcome everybody to the stream, by the way. Let me know if you can hear me properly. I think everything should be all right.
We are asking for the opportunity to keep building, to reward your hard work. This card is green and gold for a reason.
Can you predict if Dutton or Albo are going to wear a hat during their speech? I got some money down on it. Oh, you can hear. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I saw that on Sportsbet, the hat thing. So, I didn't actually put money down on that one. I was going to put money down on this one where, like, something to do with NRL, but I ran out of time. Like, tries versus independence. So, hello, James, by the way. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, I ended up cashing out on that 15 independence bet. I'm going to be kicking myself if they all get up.
Really? You cashed out on that? What? How much did you get? How much did you get on the cash out?
Oh, it was like a 9x return, so 5 down, cashed out 45.
Oh, pretty good. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, like it's fine, but yeah, it could have been like 500 or something.
All right. I guess we'll see. Polls are almost closing. All right. I just want to look at Wikipedia briefly. So, I just want to see what happened with the endorsements. Let's see. Advertiser, yeah, Adelaide and done, yeah, okay. News Corp, yeah, News Corp did the thing where they endorsed Coalition almost everywhere, as you would expect.
Oh, yep, yeah.
Who did the Age endorse last time? I can't remember.
No idea, mate.
I think it was Labour. I think Labour and Sydney Morning Herald. It's very status quo. It's very status quo, the endorsements. Obviously not all of them are filled in yet, but yeah, it feels
Has the Courier Mail strongly advocated against voting the Greens?
Oh yeah, Junkie. That how like BS is this? Like advocating voting against the coalition, but don't endorse a specific party. Just pick someone. Come on. Like, do you really have to be that like lame, non-committal? I guess is the right answer. Let's see. Howdy from Brizzy. Hello from Brizzy. What's up, Cobbers? Are we enthusiastic about our local electorate results?
Very much so. Very much so.
I live in Western Sydney, so it's going to be really boring for my electorate. So, tell me, guys, if the audio is all balanced or if someone's too loud or too quiet or something. Because I want to make sure. I want to also make sure that I'm not streaming too high quality. I did upgrade my internet recently, so that makes things maybe a bit better this time. Polls have closed, indeed. Hello, Daniel Liu. Welcome to the chat. Aussie elect a little softer than Anglo. All right, thank you for that.
I can turn my gain down a bit if that helps.
No. It's fine. I can just turn you down on my stream, so that's not a problem. It's all right. Yeah.
Okay. That's one. Nice.
And actually, I can just turn you down on the speakers in general. Let me see here.
Whatever works.
Yeah. Okay. So
Aussie Select is just one of the quiet Australians that's going to elect Dutton.
Yeah, I'm a quiet Australian. Yeah. My results are going to be boring as well. Anglo is quite loud. What do you mean by your results are going to be boring? What does that mean? Oh, in your seat. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there was so much, like, okay, so I went to early voting, I think on the first day, and, excuse me, the line was really, really long. Oh, Anglo's too quiet now. Okay, I'll turn you up. We just gave up, because it was too sunny, and we just left. And then I drove by the same place a couple of days ago, and it was still it was like, the line was even longer. And it was like 5 o'clock at night. I mean, I guess it was just people after work, but still, like, they just seem so packed, those pre-polls. saving up for property in Cook and changing his name to Scott Morrison, then running for Cook as Scott Morrison. That's right. I'll get the quiet Australians on my side. Are we having live call-ins on the stream tonight? Like with who? Like with somebody on the street? Like I do know one guy who was a WA Liberal candidate who like for the state election that I could call, I guess. See what he thinks about WA, but that's all I can think of.
That'll be a pretty late call in too. Imagine if it's one of those elections where like there is a swing on in Vic and New South Wales, and we all like have to look to WA to see like what's actually going to happen.
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. It's been a long day.
I was just going to say, if you know, it's one of those elections where it comes down to WA.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely will. I think like because it's going to be like we're both suspecting a hung parliament, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it could be pretty decisive Labor's way. Like it could
be. Yeah,
a fair bit like it could look like the YouGov MRP.
I think it will come down to WA. I think it will come down to WA. Yeah, so we're going to get a similar sort of situation. I think it's going to be a nail biter. Like this whole night is going to be really interesting. Get a popular leader. No, that's very true. Yeah, that woman from Trumpeter Patriots, my mum finds her very annoying in her ads. What's her name again? Sue Ellen.
Oh.
Sue Ellen. Yeah.
Yeah, Sue Ellen. She had one billboard up in Singleton when I was traveling through the Metro electorate. And Stuart Bonds had so many signs in Singleton.
Clive Palmer has dropped the ball this time. He should have signs up literally everywhere, not just ads on YouTube. I haven't met...
the signs are some of the worst. Like, I look at them, I try to read them. I have good eyesight, and I can't.
Do you think
you would have to like stop, get out, and like stand close to his billboards to see what they actually say?
Do you think Clive Palmer is done after this election? Do you think this is his last one?
Yeah, I wonder if he just starts slinging money at Advance or something, because like the whole gig was for him to like try and advance his mining interests. I don't even know what he's doing this election.
Yeah, I think
like
he's getting senile or something.
It's always been a grift. Yeah, like it used to be a grift, so he could try and get on the crossbench and advance his interests. But I don't even know what he's doing this time. I've literally no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, they love AI. They love artificial intelligence. It's very boomery. Their love for artificial intelligence. Your sound is a bit low. You mean like both of us, or specifically me is a bit low? I can turn us both up, so we're both louder now.
And the worst person you know? Yeah, Hunter was great. I stayed overnight in Cessna. Cool place. There was a pub doing 2-for-1 dinner on a Monday night. We absolutely pigged out. It's fantastic.
There will be a train line. There will be a train line running through Cessna one day. I don't think there is at the moment, is there? Or at least not a commuter train.
Nah, definitely not. There's some old lines there. Like we drove over an old level crossing, but I think it would need some sort of branch from Maitland or something, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Or from Wyong, I think. Maybe.
I wouldn't know. You're the expert on New South Wales rail.
I am indeed an expert. Yeah. So hello anyone in the chat who's a rail fan. By the way, I won't go on about it tonight though, because we have other things to go on about.
Maybe once 7 o'clock hits, that's off. But rail talk until the first results is okay.
You think? All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've spent the last several days talking nonstop, like the House and the Senate. Like I'm exhausted. I don't want to keep on repeating myself. Like if you guys have watched my videos, I've repeated myself several times. So I'm not going to go on and on about it. Like, I mean, I guess we could look at some of the like random like models, and so we can have some commentary on that or something. Like AE forecast and stuff like that.
Yeah, have you changed your mind at all today?
Did you see my prediction earlier?
Sorry, I've actually been out all day.
That's
I've been
fine. That's
trying to
fine.
avoid.
That's fine. I
Mhm.
uploaded it really late, so it's fine. So I'm actually on the
You have
same.
a
I'm on the same number as you as for
okay.
for Labour, 74.
Oh, okay, but you've got a bigger crossbench, I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
yeah. So I think I had
How many?
coalition on
What are you
like
green?
56 or something, and then Greens on 5, and then Independents on 13. I think. I
Or
think
what
it's
have you got? What did you have the Greens winning?
the 3 in Brisbane, and then Melbourne, and then Richmond. You convinced me on Richmond.
Okay.
You convinced me, but I
Yeah,
feel
I
like we could
mean,
maybe see a similar thing in Macnamara too. But yeah, I'm just assuming Josh Burns will be all right. So
if it's not a good night for the coalition, I think Josh Burns wins.
if okay, well
Yeah.
it probably won't be in Macnamara. So like
Well, then there's just, but there's the Jewish
yeah,
thing, so like, who knows?
I mean maybe I don't know.
Yeah, like I know, but it's just
All right,
like there's a
yeah.
lot going on. Yeah.
There is a lot going on. Yeah. I mean, it's going on fucking everywhere. I confess to having put Labour first in the House and voted below the line for the 2 of the ungrouped independents. I was going to vote below the line, but then I was so tired in the morning because I pulled an all-nighter to do these videos that I just voted above the line because I was done by that time.
I didn't even look at ungrouped. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to win, so it's not going to matter. Like, I wanted to put the people first before the Libertarians because I'm a big government fan. You know, I'm a statist.
Yeah.
But Sportsbet ended up with 106 ALP, 22 and 25 Labour and LNP. But yeah, I ended up just putting above the line for the Libertarian group ticket on like it was on, like my 10th preference or something. 12, 11, I don't know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I actually stopped at 6.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I know you were finding it really hard to find anybody to vote for. So,
Yeah, I'm actually. I swear I'm getting like less politically engaged, and all I care about is like electoral data and stuff, and not about like the actual running of the country. It's weird.
I had all the intention of voting Bologna, but when I got there, I was so despondent. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, results will come in probably around 7:38. That's when they'll start coming in. But it's going to be a long night, guys, because there's just so many independents and minor parties and stuff, and like the preference flows will probably be different as well. That like
Big pre-poll vote too, so it's
pre-poll
gonna take till
vote,
like 10 o'clock.
it's gonna take forever tonight. We're gonna be here all night. It's gonna take it's gonna be. I mean, you guys gotta get ready. I took some bloody Panamax because I know my back is gonna be hurting by the end of tonight. I should get a better chair. I just gotta I'm just sitting on a kitchen chair.
Been nursing a sore neck for the last week. It's terrible.
Did you take Panamax? Did you take paracetamol?
Nah. Just like it gets better when I actually go and like touch grass during the day. But
Oh, okay, I see. That's good.
yeah, I think yeah.
Sean
I
Price.
feel like though.
Who's Sean?
I was just gonna say it could. Sean Bryce. Oh, isn't he some Sky bloke? No, Sean. Wrong spelling. I think it's someone else. Someone in the chat is saying that that Labor are worried about Bean. I had one commenter like a week ago.
I was considering putting money on that, but I didn't. Oh, I should have.
Yeah, neither did I.
Damn. So this guy, Sean Price, I think this is the Socialist Equality Party guy, right? Yeah, it does look like ChatGPT. Just he like wrote down like make me a HTML website, and then
did it.
it looks like the kind of website like I briefly did like web design like a couple of years ago at TAFE. It looks like the kind of website that we would design in like our TAFE class, in like the beginners, baby's first web design class. So
wow.
I like the fade in and out though. It's nice. So he's a very handsome man. Like he's very young and handsome, isn't he? This Sean Price guy.
If you say so.
Anyway, I put these guys second. I think they're the Socialist Equality Party, right? So
I can tell you. What have we got? The English local election results were wild. Oh, finally, someone else who cares about that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it was wild.
I saw the results, but I've been too busy to sort of focus on it because but yeah, what Reform won that seat by like 6 votes, right?
Okay, so they won the by-election, which was like a 35% swing, by 6 votes. Yeah, that was wild. But also on the councils, they took control of like 10 councils.
Right. Okay. So
It was insane.
is it like Australia, like is a council like a local government area?
Yeah, yeah, but it's more like what you guys have in New South Wales, where they're partisan councils.
Right. Isn't that normal to have partisan councils?
In Victoria, we don't really have it. No,
Oh, really?
everyone's like an independent. Yeah, yeah,
Huh.
and you don't really know who you're voting for. It's sort of weird.
There was no Liberal signs or volunteers at the booth I went to today to vote. So I didn't see how aggressive the Liberal. But I suppose,
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the Liberals think if they're going to lose this election, they're going to never get into government again. So that's why they're so aggressive this time. That's the vibe I'm
That's
getting.
what they said in 2020. That's what they said in 2022. And then
No,
halfway through the
this is
cycle,
different.
everyone
This
was
is
like,
different. This is different. Like this is if like especially if they get that result of that bloody YouGov, right? It will be like what did you call it again? Like Armageddon or something for the Liberal Party, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure I stole your line. I said like coalition extinction
Oh,
events.
extinction event. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you think AEC should give more first preference votes and lower the threshold for 2028? Lower the threshold? What?
You mean like, so from 4%, like if
Oh,
you get 2% first preference votes, you get your money back? And yeah, they should.
it should be 2.5%. I love the number 2.5. It should be 2.5. So it also should be the threshold in New Zealand too for the MMP as well. Liberal guy was very rude to Labour MP. Not surprised. There was 25 volunteers and like 7 or 8 queuing up. Were they all like Liberal or were they all different parties? I saw they were going to try and parachute PP into a different seat in Canada. Oh, what's his name?
Polyev. Yeah, they're trying to get him into some Alberta seat.
That's really
And I think
cynical.
it's happening.
That's really cynical. Like in Australia, they would not approve of that. Like they could probably get away with it in Canada, but in Australia, that would be seen as really cynical if you do that. I'm just gonna keep it on ABC for now.
I guess.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess. Oh man. Like, I guess that would be seen as cynical, but at the same time, it was totally weird how in Canada the Conservatives won like several more seats. Like they actually made gains, but at the same time, like Polyev lost his seat. So yeah, I feel that would be like, imagine if Dutton was actually a popular leader, but somehow he lost his seat and the coalition nearly won government tonight. Insane. What would you do? As for Liberal volunteers, I voted in my small town in Wannon this morning. I would say it was like running the gauntlet. It was pretty scary. Me and my wife had to like almost shield our faces. It was crazy. So firstly, like, no one was too aggressive, but just people like yelling at me.
Huh?
Yelling out all their slogans.
Yelling at you? Oh, really? Today?
Oh, this is when I voted this morning. Yeah, just people like, don't vote for Dutton's kooky, whatever, and then Dyson Independent, and then, Ute tax, whatever. Like, I don't even know what these people are saying.
Ute tax.
Like, something about Albo's Ute tax.
Is Dyson going to get rid of the Ute tax?
I have no idea, man.
The whole fence at my local school in Boofby was gift wrapped in Liberal advertising. Boofby. Oh.
Yeah, Nicole Flint never gave up, eh?
Yeah, well, she did give up.
If she was running...
She did give up, but then she decided not to give up.
Nah, she's keen.
I saw a fence. I just saw Liberal signs posted along the entire fence. I'm in Peter Dutton's electorate seat, Dixon, but I don't know that would change anything. Oh, absolutely would. Yeah, they're sandbagging that seat really hard.
Yeah. And it's getting attacked really hard too, like all the union people and all that.
Is it whatever happened to Get Up? Is Get Up still a thing?
No.
Did you say no? No.
No, I haven't seen them since like 2020.
They really failed. Epic failed in 2019.
Their main thing was to get rid of what's his face though, no? Abbott.
I don't think that was a main thing. They had a lot of main things. They want to get rid of Dutton as well in the election.
Yeah, like they were targeting like Boothby and Dixon and all that, but still they knocked off Habit. They're gonna be pretty happy with that. Let's see, do we have anything? Nothing's in yet.
I've never felt more observed in my life. Where's Friendly Geordie's on the board? On the board? You mean like why isn't he in the stream? I
We have enough Labour chills in this stream. That's why.
that is true, but also I'm not a really big Geordie's fan as well. So I think he probably I find him a bit overbearing for a start. So yeah.
Surprising how little I saw Tangney. I thought Tangney was like the capital of Liberal corflutes. Like I thought there was some highway that goes through, and there was just this incredible amount of like Howard Ong. Is he the candidate? Anyway, one of those.
I don't know. An insane amount of Lib volunteers at Chisholm Menzies Booth. Were they all like members of that Brethren cult?
I thought that was that in East
Kooyong.
Melbourne?
It was in Kooyong, so it's the same sort of area.
Kooyong. Surely they enlist like everyone in Planet Shakers or something, all the Pentecostals.
If Albo retains power tonight, is he going to actually PM the next? Yeah, he will. Even if he gets a minority, he'll be PM. But I feel like he probably will go one more term and then he'll resign sometime during the.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah.
I feel like he hands over to Chalmers
Midterm?
maybe halfway through.
Nah, I think he's got another term in him. He might go to an early election. I don't know. I mean, anything could happen. I have my own theories about what's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll wait for the election to be over first before I make those theories.
Because I feel like it's a bit of a Morrison Frydenberg situation where Chalmers is a bit more popular.
Discord server chat.
You think?
I've been thinking of making a Discord server, but I just thought there'd be too much moderation. I'm too busy, so maybe, or we'll get around.
We can have like a joint one.
Yeah, I guess so. He's only slightly better than some of the other Australian political influencers. I like him pissing off Greens voters. Yeah, I mean his arguments are often very disingenuous. Yeah, I watch it from time to time, but no, I'm not a big fan. Saw an old man yelling to cut Medicare. Nice guy. Never seen a more feral electorate in my life. I'm not surprised about Kooyong.
It sounded feral. It sounded really feral.
There's a lot of religious sects that don't vote. Like the Christadelphians also don't vote. It's the same sort of vibes, I think, as the brothers.
Chalmers has a lot of dirt against him. I had someone in my comments months ago telling me that he was like a sex pest or something, and that was going to come out.
Who? Jim Chalmers?
Yeah. Yeah. Will you cover New Zealand elections futurally? I will. Will you?
Yeah. I mean, we don't have much going on in the next year, so might as well like talk about New Zealand. Yeah. I mean, I already did like one video on New Zealand back a couple of like when the last election happened.
Will that be late 2026?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, it's going to be another super busy time because I'm going to go hard covering the Victorian election.
Right.
And I want to cover the US midterms too.
Okay. Australia's cooked and going down to the same path as the UK and Canada. Well, my mum is really depressed tonight. She seems like in a really shitty mood because I think she knows Labor's going to get in again. She really hates Albo.
Why do people get so wrapped up in it? Like it's the worst. This happened to me when I was like a candidate and everything. You get so into it and you just get so angry that people don't vote the way you want them to. It's like, and then a year later you're like, oh, actually, like it made no difference to me.
Whoever wins,
if you're angry about
whoever wins, we lose.
Just go outside.
No matter who wins, we lose.
I heard Pastor Shakers is the son of
Andrew Evans.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's Shakers? Is that the Brethren?
Planet Shakers. It's the big. It's this huge like Pentecostal church. I don't know if it's. I know it's in Melbourne. I don't know if it's elsewhere in Australia. I would assume it is.
Oh, speaking of Family First. The three parties I completely left off my Senate ballot paper were Family First, Australian Christians, and the Coalition.
Best results.
Great results.
Ella.
No votes. Do you have anything? Is there anything on the ABC website?
Yeah. There's actually a big swing against, in one random booth in Fowler, there's a swing against Daly.
Yes, that's right. That weird I should find that again. That what was that weird thing? Poll data or something? What was that called again? That
Oh, that cool thing, yeah.
Someone, by the way, is coming. He apparently is going to just be here in another like 10 or 15 minutes. So he's a little bit busy tonight, I think. Let me see. Let me find this poll data thing. I just want to kind of go through that because I didn't talk about that at all. Oh, I just realized that I didn't put that first preference website in my description for one of my videos when I was supposed to. I'm sorry. If the first preference guy is watching, I'm sorry that you have a very epic website.
How come I sound like Tatesat? Is he he's a what is he, like a rail YouTube guy?
Who?
That's nice. He's a Tatesat. He's like a rail YouTuber, I think.
You both have ASMR voices.
Hey, what'd you say? ASMR.
You both have.
Whoa! Have a look at Bean. The first booth came in, and the independents in front on the 2PP.
All right.
Or 2CP.
I'll get this up now. All right. So 1 second, everybody.
I have to watch another Tatesat video now.
Where is the seat? Oh, Bean. Right. Okay, I see. Remember, independents they get hit on pre-polls, right?
You would think so, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so we're gonna look at the very first results of the night, guys. So this is Bean, and we have the independent on 34 votes, Labor on 46, and the Greens on 19. Very typical ACT booth. Liberal Party down on 14.7%. So yeah, that's one of my things on the bingo card is that the coalition, or the Liberals, I should say, get less than 20% primary vote on every ACT seat, and also in the Senate as well. So yeah, that's fulfilling that so far. Just have
pretend to know who Tatesat is. Tatesat.
Labor Party
Norfolk Island booth.
Labor Party behind again in Fowler, as you said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, let's just chill for a bit because, like, this means nothing. Not until we have at least like a couple percent in.
Anyway, so
I'm gonna just turn myself for a bit. I'm just gonna have a bit of dinner.
All right, no problems. All right, so this is the stats data. Epic MRP uses Epic methodology, and the coalition apparently is going to have a two-party preferred result of 50.5%. And the coalition is going to get 70 seats, Labor 68, Greens 3, One Nation 0, Independent 2, others 2. And then we have, if we go down to to seats, we have Labor losing Tangney 51-49. We also have Labor. This site is really buggy, so it's really kind of slow. So, we also have the Labor losing Boothby, and 51.5 in Boothby, and then in Fowler, why does it take? It's really buggy, so slow or something. This seems to downplay the other votes insanely. Yeah, it does. Like the coalition have like over 36% on the primary vote. I don't think that's happening. I don't think they're getting a swing towards them on the primary vote. Even if they do well in the two-party preferred, I don't think they're getting a swing towards them on the primary vote. Are you joking? It's pretty much over. It is over, yeah. The coalition have won according to the seat projection. The coalition loses, like it's predicted. They get themselves to blame for a terrible campaign they run. Yeah, the campaign has been awful. Or Peter Dutton just keeps on sort of running his mouth and not thinking about what he's saying. And then like Jacinta Price goes and says like the complete opposite to what he says. If law
Yeah,
Labor,
like what's the main story of the coalition campaign? Because I feel like Dutton went like big on stuff that wasn't popular, and then he went small target on stuff that actually was popular. He like completely got his thumbs mixed up, I reckon.
so you think he should have just gone like full like cut immigration, like completely down, like just cut, like net zero migration? You think like that's probably would have been like the best strategy? And then like
Yeah,
was
well, I mean, no, the campaign would have had like no money if they did that, but yeah.
why? Because
Um,
the business community would have like pulled out. You mean, or what?
yeah, exactly.
That's true. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. They're trying to be like populist and like pro business at the same time. It's really sort of difficult to be like that. Really, you just have to sort of be the best of both worlds, and then that doesn't really work, does it?
Yep.
So it doesn't look like we've got an exit poll. There was that one last Ipsos poll that was 51-49 to Labour, but that's the closest we get to an Ipsos poll. So yeah.
Was that like a national poll?
Yeah, it was like a random Ipsos poll. Um, yeah, 51-40. I mean, I'll have a look at it, I guess. So, yeah, it's right here actually. Yeah, so 33 coalition, 28 Labor, Greens 12, One Nation 8, Opportunities Party 2, and then it has like 5 undecided. I don't really know if this would be a 51-49 result. I mean, I guess they're assuming that the preferences will flow pretty hard to the coalition. I mean, I guess like there was a 5% difference on primary vote. I'll just do some maths in my head. So let's say what there's an undecided as well. I can't be bothered, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like probably the two-party preferred is probably going to be about what Freshwater Strategy is predicting, or maybe Demos AU, this one, between 51.5 and 52.48. So that's what
Yeah.
Anglo Election Insights, sorry, AE Forecasts, duh, is predicting 51.8% to Labour. Primary votes look about right too, for 31 and then 34. Greens a bit further down than I would have expected, but yep, but polls are closed, but we're still not getting results. And 77 seats. Yeah, which is pretty much what you guys predicted on the form.
I wanted to bring Laura in actually. Can I just bring Laura in quickly? So I wanted to get Laura to respond.
Rights is Labour right now, lol.
Laura's all the way over there, but James.
All right, let me check this.
There was another funny one. I think Parks is like One Nation ahead.
About the way the campaign was conducted.
Very good, very good. Let's see, rights.
Well, look, I was very interested to hear James's take on it.
Yep, a Labour Party on 31 votes. I'm not going to look at individual boosts. I'm too lazy to do that. I have to save all my energy for the rest of the night, so I'm not going to do that. Everything else seems pretty... Oh, ALP ahead in Clark.
What?
Maybe they just haven't... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Look. I don't know why they've done that. They've made like the two-party between ALP and the coalition there. Labour ahead in Longman. That's not going to stay like that for long.
Policies in their portfolios were being announced that they were seeing for the first time effectively, or only a few days beforehand.
Benno, I want to see how the Liberal Party is doing here. Oh, 13.3%. Wow, that's a vote for Andrew Lee. Yeah, okay. Oh, what's the drinking game rules? I gotta get the bingo card up. It's on my laptop, so let me find it and transfer it, and I will add it to the screen. So I just want to I'll do probably some live edits on the bingo card, because I feel like the independent, it's like at least 12 seats for independents. I think that's a bit low actually at this point. I think like, if we want to sort of make it sort of interesting, I think it should be like something like 14. Let's see here. Are you still there?
First Wanham booth. Yeah, the first Wanham booth is pretty interesting. I don't know where it is, but it's recorded like a 10% swing to Tian.
Tian, I'm a believer in Tian. I'm a believer. Okay, thanks for
Let me see. The booth was Princetown. I don't even know what that is.
Look it up. Look it up. Thanks for the kind words, Damon Broadstock. And I was gonna get cider, but I ran out of time. I had to upload too many videos, so all I have is some whiskey and some shots, which is probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing I'm not drinking cider as well, because I need to probably be sort of like awake and alert for this stream. So yeah, I've just got shots.
Turns out Princetown is near Port Campbell, where I think there's like a local issue with some sort of like offshore gas reserve, or like some gas thing off the coast. So that's really interesting.
So you would assume that would what swing to Dyson or swing to
I would expect it to go the other way, but you know it's pretty small, so who cares?
Right. So I'm gonna edit this.
What's Sorman doing? Is he just having a nap?
Yeah, he's just having a sort of a, I don't know, like a what are they called when you like nap in the afternoon?
Oh, the offshore wind farm. Sorry, the wind farm. That was also the issue.
Right. So they'd probably be like voting Tian to stop the wind farm. Yeah.
So, Dyson said he'd consult who? Simon Holmes Court.
You know, like Dyson, right? Isn't that the name of the guy who makes like all the weapons or all the technology in Terminator 2?
I haven't watched Terminator 2 in about 20 years, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Not a huge fan of him, if I'm honest.
Of what? Who? Alex Dyson or Terminator 2?
Oh, Alex Dyson.
Yeah, Sormon is having a siesta. Alright. The bingo card, I'm just transferring that now and I'll get it up in a second. Dyson would consult Dyson, the vacuum company. Oh, that's another Dyson, yeah. A Dyson sphere, right? That's the thing you put around the sun to collect energy. Is that right? Is that
I don't know, man.
Is that a Dyson sphere?
So I think we're going to see some pictures soon, I think, of counting in the Northern Territory.
Anyway.
Oh, there it is.
I think our team is monitoring 90 counting centres across the country, so we're going to have tremendous...
So, let me get this. 1 second. By the way,
Two booths reporting a count. That's impressive.
Just some chat. I wanna ask you guys. Write in the chat how many seats you think Labour is going to win tonight. Be precise, because like I want to get like precise numbers, not just like not ranges. I want to get precise numbers. So. Oh, I need to do like the studio mode thing. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, sorry everyone. It's gonna be a black screen for like a second. So while I get this up. There we go. Okay, so... Right, so we got 81, 70, 74, 75, 74, 82, 79, 74, 78, 74, 74, 78. So I would say like the median is around... Oh, maybe the average is around like 75, I'd say, in the chat. So that sounds about right, yeah?
Yeah, that sounds about right for me.
Yep. I should make a poll. Right. So I will ask, will Labour win a majority? I think that's the best sort of question at this point. It's a good meme when like the median result seems to be the exact number of the majority.
Yep.
Right, so this bingo card, can I increase the size of the viewing screen on OBS? I assume you guys can see it fine, so Oh, wait.
No, that looks fine.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just look at this bingo card myself. So they vary in number of it varies in number of things that I think are sort of likely or not. Well, it varies in likelihood. That's what I should say. Sorry, this bingo card. So if we go over them, Jared Rennick gets re-elected in Queensland, or Patrick gets elected in SA. I feel like that is probably, you know what? What I'm gonna do actually, I'm going to take the, I'm gonna do this so that we're not just looking at a bloody bingo card. And I'll add that. Okay. Okay. So there we go. There we go. I hope you guys can see that properly. I know it is kind of smallish. So okay. So we've got Jared Rennick gets re-elected in Queensland, or Patrick gets elected in SA. I think probably those are pretty unlikely. I don't know what percentage chance of that is, but it would definitely be less than 50%. Not a single.
It would be way less than 50%. I would
Yeah.
have thought.
Not a single HRR seat is won on first preferences. I don't know about that one. Like it was like 130 seats or something were not won on first preferences. Haha, I said won on last election. So I think, you know, there's a good chance that this could happen, but there are some seats where it seems, you mentioned Mitchell in one of our videos. I think, I don't know what's going to happen there, but
Yeah.
Dixon's still not called by ABC by the time Dutton speaks on stage. I think that one's reasonably likely. Liberals get less than 20% in ACT Senate and not in TCP in any House of Representatives ACT seat. That one seems reasonably likely from early results. Greens win at least 5 HRR seats. Yeah, that's sort of like I don't know, like maybe like a 50-50 at this point. And we're getting some very early results in, but I'm not going to comment too much. Queensland retains status quo as 2022 House HRR and Senate results. That's what both myself and One on Survivor believe, but I know you believe that Labor will pick up Brisbane.
Yeah.
Nationals make TCP and Bendigo, and Labor makes TCP and Mayo. Both of them could definitely happen. Labor loses a seat to Coalition with over a 5% 2022 TPP margin in Victoria. We have a lot of choices. We've got like Hawke, Corangamite, Dunkley, Holt, Bruce. There's a lot of choices there. Australia's Voice outpolls Libertarians and National Centre vote. I think that one's pretty unlikely. That one's sort of like a meme one, to be honest. I think Libertarians probably outpoll Australia's Voice. Albanese gets 10% swing against him. Could happen, definitely. Sorry, did you have something you want to say?
No, go.
Oh, okay. Did you guys invest your life savings into Michael Sukkar losing Deegan? No, I didn't. I didn't even bet at all on that seat because I just think it's... Yeah, I don't want to sort of disappoint myself twice where like I lose money and he doesn't...
They opened Labor at like 750 or something, so I did put a couple bucks on Labor.
Oh, damn, that's really good value. Yeah. Oh, here we go. So here we go. We got the early openings of Clare, the bloody 5-horse race, and
they don't even have Kate Hook's picture up there.
Sad. But it's going well for Andrew G though. If this continues, then I think he's won the seat, right? Well, it depends how One Nation preferences go, but probably they'll go to national. But what do you think?
I have no idea. I want to see some more moves. It's a big swing against the Nats, and I think G's absorbed like most of it.
Yeah. Well, Andrew G needs to be in the top 2. Like, yeah, Kate Hook probably can't win. So those numbers.
Probably not.
Those numbers
someone in my comments was saying something about they were voting like Kate Hook won far away too.
That's right.
There's a sense that. Yeah.
Sorry, go on. So what were we saying?
I just said there's a sense that G's not actually that popular.
Oh, well, that's what I've heard too. Yeah, from some people, they say like, he's like, especially after the whole voice situation. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Aussies, you put Australia's voice first preference. You just to get a bingo. Yes, because I want to sip this amazing whiskey. I might be a clown, but what is TCP? So TCP is
Testing.
Hello. Oh, it's Sorman.
Okay.
Oh,
Hi guys.
welcome.
Hey, I'm working now.
Hey.
Yay.
Welcome to the chat. I'm just explaining what TCP is. So TPP is specifically coalition versus Labor. TCP is when you have the final count be between someone else that it isn't just the classic contest of coalition versus Labor, and that includes like say like the WA Nats because they're not in the coalition. So if there's like a WA Nats versus Labor contest, that's like there's the TCP is the final count between them, but then every seat also gets a TPP because for some reason the AEC counts up the TPP in every seat for all the major parties. And then you get that as well, but that doesn't reflect anything for the results, but it's more something they do just to calculate over the overall national TPP because for some reason the AEC decides that that's important. I don't know exactly why they think that that's important, but I don't know if they do it by law or what. Are we all betters on politics here? Yes. Sormon is not.
Yeah.
But
I'm good boy.
yeah, he's a good boy, but I have put a lot of very small bets on this election. So yeah. So I hope to make some money back. Personally, I think
By the way, how many people did your Google Doc on seat predictions?
122.
Oh, that's pretty good. I will admit, I was doing it myself and constantly got to seats, and I'm like, I can't remember who holds that seat.
It's pretty good considering that I made everyone do all 150 seats. So I'm
just marginal ones.
Exactly. So I'm happy with that sample, and I think it was a pretty good sample too because the results that we got were pretty reasonable as well.
By the way, I was just I got into you guys when you're doing your bingo card, and so you've got the bingo card. Not a single House representative seat is one of first preferences.
Yeah.
Which got me to open up. Do you know that Andrew Wilkie won Clark with 53.4% first preferences?
You mean in 2022?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that's probably the one which is probably most likely to stay as the status quo.
Yeah, that and like David Littlepad and Marinoa. I know he won that. Like,
oh, there'll be an increase on the One Nation vote, I would assume, because
in Marinoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think probably the one I'm thinking is Nichols because there's no independent running this time, so that one might end up being over 50. I think that one's probably unlikely that's going to be picked. But...
Yeah, it's getting like too close to Melbourne now. That one.
Getting too close to Melbourne. So what? That will help the Nationals?
Yeah,
or
Nichols.
Or it won't.
Like Nichols is moving south too much.
I know it's
taking
Kilmore. Taken in Kilmore. I noticed that. Right?
Yeah, which is basically like a commuter town. So it's if it kind of expanded like along the river more, then maybe, but no, it's getting a little bit too sort of like commuter townish.
Young women are not voting for the LNP. Yeah, women will lose the coalition this election. If you're a coalition fan and the election is lost, then feminists lost the election with the coalition. At least according to
it wasn't the campaign.
At least according to Brad Batten. We're not Brad Batten. The guy from Leichhardt. Sorry. What's his name? The Liberal guy from the LNP guy from Leichhardt.
I can't remember.
Oh, the Ench.
No, the guy's replacing Ench. That will probably win his seat.
I can look it up.
Ironic to bring up the link between Australians and gambling when discussing Andrew Wilkie. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good point. Adam Ban has a chance of winning over 50%. He does have a chance, but he also could get a swing against him.
He lost a bit of his like
Jeremy
core
Neal
territory.
is the Liberal candidate in Leichhardt.
Excuse me, what's his name?
Jeremy Neal.
Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah, Gippsland, 154% of the Nats first pressman 20. I expect that to go down a little bit. I know.
ABC's throwing me. They've redone up their website for elections now. It's very different to the previous ones.
The tie color bet. Yeah. Well, a lot of those novelties I didn't get around to betting on, unfortunately, which is sad. But that's alright. I put enough bets on this election. Sorry. What did you say? I apologize. There's so much going on.
ABC's redone their election portal on their website. It's different now. They've added like maps and stuff. It's throwing me for a bit of a loop because I wasn't expecting it.
So where are we? Election portal. They have like a little map at the top, don't they? So like with like
Yeah.
hexes and stuff. Yeah.
Also, I was a bit surprised seeing so many results. I guess I did come in a bit later today.
Labor way down in what's been counted in Richmond, but that could just be like a hippie booth or something.
Yeah, but aren't they projecting it based on like booth by booth swings? Isn't that what they do?
Probably. So
I know
Yeah.
there's literally just not enough vote
yeah, I know.
when there's a single booth that comes in. It's too hard. Like, it could literally mean nothing. Like, have you guys seen? I'm on Poll Bludger, and the projected two parties started at like 56-44. It's already come into 47-53.
Right. Yep.
But just wait. Like, it'll become clear soon.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the.
Although I'll see if I can find out which booth that is in. What's that seat called?
Richmond.
One the Greens are ahead in Richmond. Yeah,
okay,
I'll have a look.
yeah. I put $50 on someone wearing budgie smugglers to the polling place.
Wait, who put what?
The worst person you know, of course, said that.
Okay, well, give me the $50 then, because I didn't.
Looks like it was a national booth as well as primary is in National's favor. Okay.
Hey, do people put money on guessing which booth they voted at?
I think there'll probably be like a 5% swing in Gorton or something, 5 or 6%.
Richmond booth was outside Murwillumbah, which I don't know which of these villages are like grading and which one are just kind of normie nationals boots. So who knows? Solomon, which electorate, if you feel like saying, do you live in Canberra?
I live in Canberra.
The Canberra one, cool.
Yeah, but currently I'm actually coming to you guys from Adelaide, the electorate of Adelaide, because I'm visiting family.
Oh, you're in Adelaide. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And that's I was just doing I was here with a friend who was just sort of doing a drive around the countryside, just while I was a bit late to the podcast, to the stream tonight.
That's all right. That's fine.
Nice.
I couldn't see what Anthony Green was showing that two-party preferred was on. Did you guys see that? I think it was like a 1.5% swing or something.
Oh, Bludger has a 1% swing currently.
Right. Okay. Yep. Sounds about
For
right.
the Liberals?
To coalition.
Okay.
To Labor.
Oh,
to
to
Labor.
To Labor. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Right, okay.
He might be a bit behind. It's moving around heaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
This
think?
was 1.6. ABC says 1.6 to Labor.
Oh, it does 1.6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to make my screen bigger on OBS, but I can't do it for some reason. So maybe I'll put it on the TV in my because I have a big ass TV in my room. I'll be right back.
I'm refreshing the Poll Bludger page every like 30 seconds, and I'm seeing it change by 0.5%, like the national 2PP. So
Yeah.
it's chill, I reckon. But anyone else seeing like some surprises so far? Cowper, the Independents, pulled ahead on 0.4% of the vote. Let's call it. Apparently, Liberals are ahead in Farah. Oh, that makes sense. I thought it was. I mistook Farah for Fenner. Lol. Which part of Adelaide?
Oh, am I in? I'm in Adelaide.
No, I was going to ask where you were driving around.
Oh, we went down to the Murray Mouth. I was sort of doing like
Oh right, yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, Victor Harbour.
So down through the harbour, yeah, down through
Yeah.
McLaren Vale. No, that's a really good drive.
My friend had never seen seals before, so they were really impressed.
Yeah.
So it's sort of cool. There's a bunch of them, like just on the like there's like a dredging ship in the bay, and it was just a bunch of seals on it. It was quite kind of cute.
Nice. Why did the House seats get reduced to 150 again? Solomon, do you have a better explanation for that?
I think it's how the maths is calculated for electorates. It's like basically the population of Australia is divided. So the voting population of Australia is divided by. I can't remember how much it is. It's a certain number of people per seat, and just how the maths works out, no one qualified for the 150 first seat. Based on how the maths is done. So I think it'd be like something like two states were so close. I think I think 2 states were like 0.4 of a quota, like and so none of them were at that 0.5 or 0.6 to round up to 1.
Gotcha.
Based on how the maths worked out.
Yeah.
Every state's given a quota of seats based on their population. Then if they're less than 0.5 of the quota, they don't get extra seats. They get 0.5 of quota, they get rounded up to whatever number. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
I saw a maths video on how American lighthouse seats are done, but I can't. I probably don't have time to find it right now.
It was it like a CGP Crave video or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
He also did a great video explaining how the Senate voting works here.
Labour leading in Braddon. But early numbers, so yeah. Alright, I will...
Liberals well.
Hey guys, so I'm sorry I'm going to have to head off for a sec because my dinner's ready.
Yeah,
so
go
I'll
ahead.
be off for about half an hour. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry, bye.
That's fine, that's fine. So I just want to finish going through this bingo card. So, trying to get it through very quickly. So, Labour wins at least 3 seats in Tasmania House of Representatives. You know, that could be somewhat likely, but they could also lose Franklin. An independent wins a seat from Labour. There's a bunch of seats that could happen. Bean, Franklin, Fremantle, Solomon maybe. Michael Sukkar loses his seat. That could definitely happen. One Nation enters the TCP in at least 3 seats, including one outside of Queensland. There's a few options for that. Spence, Hunter. Can you think of any others outside of Queensland? Probably not.
Wait, sorry, can you say that again? Which bingo card are we up to?
Oh, they entered the TCP somewhere outside of Queensland.
Oh, One Nation.
Yeah.
Hunter, Spence. What else was there?
I just can't think of anywhere else where they could enter the TPP outside of Queensland.
Yeah, honestly, neither. Maybe Patterson? No, probably not.
No, probably not. Anyway, so those are the 2 main options. Trump would only make deposits back in 3 or less House of Representatives seats. I don't know if they're going to make a deposit back in any at this point. Like, their primary vote is sitting on like 2%. So you would assume some places would be higher, but then in the places where it's higher, probably
If they're getting
One Nation would be higher, right?
If they get 2%, yeah, but if they get 2% nationally, I'm thinking like some of that will distribute. Like it'll be like next to nothing in some seats, and it'll be like 4.5-5% in others.
Walker's seen a swing against Libs, but a minor increase at current to Lab, but the minors have increased a lot. Yep, that's what I'm expecting. Like it's gonna spray, as like Redbridge like to talk about. Like the major party vote is gonna be down, especially the Labor primary vote, but then it's gonna spray everywhere, and then some of it will return back to Labor. TCP 2 candidate per herd. Yeah, I've had this question before. It's like the top 2, what the two last seats are up against. What do you mean deposit? That means that they have to get at least 4%. Is it 4 or 3%?
4%. Trust me.
Yeah. 4% in a seat to get your deposit back, which means like the money you pay to enter the contest. No glaze, but what are the chances of the Greens winning 7 seats? Oh, I mean, it could happen, but it's pretty unlikely. Like instead of Lib versus Labor, it's Green versus Lib. Yeah. So it's anything other than the major parties making the final count as a TCP. Thought Braddon and Bonner would flip. Hot takes. Braddon
Not at all.
Braddon is more likely than Bonner, I think, at this point.
Oh, I don't know. What's happening? Is the early numbers from Suburban Queensland looked okay.
You mean for the coalition?
Yeah. Or just like it looked pretty status quo. But it's really early figures.
Oh, Labor's ahead though, right? Well, at least according to latest update.
Oh yeah, there's a booth that swung hard for Labor in Bonner. But where the count is a bit more like the Libs are getting a slight swing in Blair, looks like.
My God,
I'm just trying to see.
They're down 17% in Bonner. What the hell? The Lib Nats. Yeah. Honestly, Greens might lose a seat. says Jake Evans. Well, Brisbane will be the one that they lose if they lose a seat. Sky News going ballistic over getting a seat. Yeah, what's the one that's been called?
Like Maranoa or something. Brisbane, what's happened? I guess all these booths are pretty big. Looks like LMP are running third in the first Brisbane booth that's reported. And the
Oh.
Greens and ALP are neck and neck.
Oh, okay.
Like that might just be a bad LMP booth. Because it's only a 3% swing against them. But it's a nearly 5% swing to Labor. And it's actually swing against Bates.
All right, so
That's interesting.
I'm going to go to Brisbane because somebody's asking why the Greens might lose Brisbane. So the Greens only really win Brisbane if it becomes a contest of the coalition versus the Greens. Because if it ends into a, say, a Labour versus Greens contest, then the Labour Party will like soak up a lot of like coalition preferences, and then they'll win the seat because obviously these coalition people are putting Labour over the Greens. I don't know what the percentage is going to be, but you would assume it would be like, I don't know, 70% or something like that. So if the coalition vote is down like this, 15%, the Greens don't really have a chance of winning because they need the coalition.
But ABC aren't. They're literally just taking the raw primary of one booth and comparing that against like the final result seat wide. So if you go on Poll Bludger, he's actually got the same booth, and they're comparing the numbers. So it's actually like a 3% swing against the Liberals.
So do you think that the Poll Bludger is a better sort of a mark than ABC?
Well, he's actually calculating it booth by booth and then like estimating what the swing is overall based on that.
Okay.
So, yeah,
I think
possibly.
it's probably a better visualizer too, actually, on the Poll Bludger than the ABC. Like you could just see things a lot better. Yeah.
As for alllll, guys, it's still only one tiny booth that's reported 0.1% of the vote. So.
All right. So we got the independent ahead in Bradfield. Claire not looking great for Andrew G, I think. So.
Yeah, the Nat is pulling ahead a bit. Let me see. How many booths have we got? We have 9 booths on primary. Still not many. Like there's going to be some tiny booths out there, guys.
Way down, 19%. Damn. Okay. Let's see other independent Fowler. Yeah, Daily a bit behind, but you said that it might just be, you know, like, you know what I mean. Hunter. Yep. Oh wait, what's going on in Hunter? Let's see here. I just love seeing like One Nation in the 2 candidate preferred, but yeah, like
where is it? Let me find
20% chance that One Nation will win. Wow, okay, that's more than I would have expected. But Labour are on like 45%, so yeah. Let's see here.
That's a swing to the bum primary as well, based on that booth. Swing against the Greens, interestingly. I don't know, they're like small towns. I don't know.
Wentworth, let's see, Victoria. Indi, 55% to I'm gonna go over to Andy de Green now because he's about to speak. So needs a dark mode. I agree.
Andrew Wilkie, because there's only 5 electorates and he holds one of them rock solid. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring there, is the Labor having a big swing to them, a big swing against the LNP. Now, that's flowing through to all of the electorates. All of the electorates is showing a significant swing. So it's not just 1 or 2 polling places. There is something else going on there. It's only 1.6% counted, 1.6, but I've done 2 elections, 1993 and 2004, when Tasmania were on daylight saving and the rest of the country wasn't. And the figures that came in Tasmania before the rest of the country started counting had a huge, really told you what the story was. So whether that will, only time will tell whether these figures are indicative. Now, what I do have, I actually have 2 seats I want to talk about. The first one is this one's, I thought it was one on Braddon. Mal Hingston's on 36 and Urquhart 32 is a Labor candidate. Now, I'll look at this, can I look at the percentage wise? Yeah, 10.5. We've got One Nation on 8. It's the change in vote here that matters.
That's a
The Labor
big
vote's
swing.
well up, the Liberal vote's down. We're projecting.
Yeah, I'm silent because I'm just listening to Anthony Green. Sorry.
By the end.
Oh, you.
This disappearance, Jackie Lambie had a candidate last time, and there was Garland, the fisherman.
Is it Chris?
Craig Garland stood last time and got more than 10% of the vote. So that's complicating what's going on in Braddon. And I think we've got a 2-party preferred, 4 polling places showing a 9% swing. So the Tasmanian figures are showing some quite big swings at the moment.
That's very... let's
And
get
I
some
will go
thoughts
on to
that.
Wannon before. Just simply because this is a seat where Alex Dyson is having his 3rd tilt at the seat. The moment Dantine is nearly just under 50%, we're projecting him to be 44, 45. And that starts to get into danger territory because the Labor preferences will flow very strongly to the independent, and the Labor vote will go up later in the count. So we'll be coming back to Wannon later in the evening. But that first figure there looks good for him, but it's a big increase to the independent coming from the other parties. That's a complex count. It'll take a long time to do.
Just back on Tasmania, just some thoughts on that. I know these are early numbers, but there's a pretty evident move there in Labor's favour. Jim Chalmers?
I mean, first of all, it is really important to remind everyone that we expect the early voting to be weaker for us than the on-the-day voting, and so that's a caveat that applies right around the country, including in Tasmania.
So you'd expect that to come down later for Labor?
Yes, we do. But there are 3 seats there broadly in play, apart from Julie Collins in the south and Andrew Wilkie in the south. Rebecca White is a very popular figure in Tasmania. She's contesting Lyons.
Former state Labor leader for people out of the
we
state.
expect her to do very well in Lyons. Then you've got the 2 northern seats. In Bass, very small margin. And in Braddon, you've got a much-loved local figure in Senator Anne Urquhart. Now, the thing that's a little bit different about Tasmania is the difference between Scott Morrison's popularity and Peter Dutton's popularity is bigger and more pronounced in Tasmania than elsewhere. They are less keen, much less keen on Peter Dutton than they were on Scott Morrison. And so if you take Bass, which has...
All right, I'm just turning down Jim Chalmers because I know like, not everyone's a fan of that side of politics. I mean, most of my viewers are, but are you seeing those Wannon results?
You can like Bridget Archer, but if you...
Yeah, it was interesting that they projected him on about 44% of the primary by the time it's all done. So the swing, it looks to me as if Dyson has cannibalized the Labor and Green more than anything, really taken much of Tian's primary.
Okay, so you think probably Tian's going to hang on with 45%?
It represents that kind of a problem.
If he gets 45% primary, he's winning the seat. That's what he got last time, and he won on, what, 3.5%?
Right, okay, yeah, okay. Yep, all right.
Yeah.
Ray says at least one is likely to get a Indi. Well, yeah, I mean, it's at the moment it's looking more likely that Tian is going to hang on at this point.
Although, like, if his vote's holding up in like small rural booths, don't discount like a swing to Dyson in the larger population centres.
Winning some rural booths as Labor is a big sign. Is Labor winning rural booths?
Well, they probably are in Tassie.
Lyons shows the brutality of the Labor Party, which we could never get away with in the Liberal Party.
I am going to see if there's any more independents making the 2 candidate preferred according to Poll Bludger. Yeah, well, we'll look at one on the Poll Bludger. So, oh, it's by state. Okay, yeah. All right, so where are we? Here we go. So, oh yeah, like Poll Bludger has TN massively ahead, like 91% probability of winning, projected TCP 56.4. So that's an interesting one. Like we are seeing, we are seeing like I think like some swings against the Labour Party, like against the coalition, but Dion seems to be doing all right there. So we might just be getting like this regional city split going on, like we've seen in like some of the other state elections. That might be like sort of like hardcore. This one, I want to look at Cowper, if they've got results for that yet. So, oh yeah, the Independent is ahead there, but it's really close. Like really, really close. Look at this. 51.1% win probability. Yeah. LNP up 6, ALP at 1. Well, that's the seat that they won. It's not what they're up. So, I'll look.
Yeah.
Look at Dixon. Yeah, I guess they just don't have any results in yet for Dixon. So yeah, sorry to keep you hanging, but yeah, that's what's going on there. We have like McNamara yet? No, we don't have McNamara yet. But let's see some of these green seats. So Brisbane Labor ahead, and win probability is wow. It's actually 27.8% chance that the really that the coalition will win that. Really?
Getting nervous. It looks like Evans has a primary swing against him, has a primary swing to them, which is kind of what we were thinking, right? Like Labor potentially take vote off the Liberals and jump the Greens as a result.
Yeah, but like, will we expect the Greens' preferences would go to the coalition? I don't see how the coalition have a 27.8% chance of winning off of a primary vote of 33%. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
So I guess that sort of probability thing might be a bit wacky. There might be some like errors going on there. Griffith, oh dear. Max, what's going on? Oh dear.
Me Max or Max? What's happening?
60% chance of the Labor winning. Projected TCP is 58.42 to Labor. Jeez. That's...
So what are we seeing? Oh, huge swing to Labor.
Yeah.
Slight swing. Big swing against Liberal Nationals. Yeah, they won't make the count based on that.
Ryan, Labor, 50% win probability. What's going on?
Wow. Wow, that's sort of Labor majority probably winning like more seats as well. Like we're kind of getting into Labor hitting 80 seats territory.
Yeah, YouGov is onto something here, I think. Bonham. Oh my god, what's going on here? 80% chance of Labor winning Bonham. What is going on? What's going on? So, no, not Solomon. Max, what's going on?
It's the anti-2019. 07 is happening again.
Alright, McPherson, like, Labor, oh my god, what the hell, 30% chance of winning, like...
Does that mean the Independent is running third?
Yeah. So
yeah, she's running way behind.
But like still a 30% chance of them winning. So yeah. Wills is close actually. Really close. Really close. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah. We still don't have anything from McNamara yet, or Melbourne for that matter. So.
That's a polling up a storm in Bendigo.
Really?
Yeah. What's reported? California Gully. That's near Bendigo somewhere.
That's
Golden Square.
Really close.
That's a polling up a storm. What is happening? What is this election?
It's the city regional divide. It's happening. Like it's just the city is swinging to Labor, the regions are swinging to the coalition.
Bendigo isn't the regions, man. Like it's a big
provincial city. Same shit.
Yeah, but what the hell? This was not meant to happen.
50.1% to the Nats. 50% chance of winning. What the hell? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
There's also a swing on in Ballarat. So how's swing against in Corangamite, slight swing to the Liberals. Okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna see what the chat is saying, if they're freaking out as much as I am. ALP winning Dixon, well, I'm not seeing those results yet. Those are traditionally Nat boos though in Bendigo. Yeah, but I think he's projecting like He's projecting.
It's the swing.
Yeah,
It's the
exactly.
booth swing.
It's the booth swing. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So he's projecting that. He's taking that into consideration. These booths. So, look, dude, you can't win them all. Like Labor's getting massive swings to it everywhere, and like you're worried about them losing like Bendigo. It's good I don't have any money on that.
yeah. What were you saying in a live once? Something like, "Oh, there's some free money for you guys."
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, maybe I do have some. I can't remember now. Maybe I do have some money on that, but it's not much. I don't think it's much. Yeah. Yeah. Wentworth. Yeah. Independent's fine. Watson. What? Ooh!
What?
It's so close. 36% chance of the independent winning Watson. Oh my god.
No.
The projected
What is
TCP
happening?
is like 51.49. My god! What the hell? That's insane. That's really close. It's way closer than I expected.
It's getting tight it's getting pretty tight in Bradfield too, by the way.
Yeah?
Like it's no, actually maybe
Yeah,
maybe not.
the independent has more of a chance. Labour has a 7% chance of winning here. What? What the hell? Like what what is Labour getting? They're getting they're getting like 20%, right? It's not that much. Okay, right. Yeah. Well, it just depends who makes the final count. Like if Labour gets a lot of Greens preferences or what, basically. Yeah. Yeah, Labour could win Bradfield. I had money on that actually, but I took it out. I should have kept it on there. Jesus. Berowra, big ass swings there. Win probability 55% of Liberals, 34% Labour. That's insane as well. That is insane. That's really insane. Bennelong, Labour seems to be okay there. Yeah, that's what we expected. Banks, yeah, David Coleman seems... Oh, win... What? What is going on? Banks! Win probability, 53%. Labour.
Yeah.
Is it over? Is it already over? Is it already over? Like, what? Like, is it already over? Like,
Hey guys,
are you seeing what's going on here? Are you seeing this?
is Labor predicted to win Banks?
Labour's ahead in Banks. Like, they're not predicted to
Well,
win
it
it.
historically was their seat.
Yeah, but it got, like, redistributed, like, a million billion times. So,
Like, David Cobb's been the only other Liberal to represent.
look at
that
Dutton.
seat.
He is toast. Look at Dutton here. So, okay, let's have a look at this. Sorry, I'm...
Is he down in
Oh
Dixon,
my
is he?
god. Oh my god, Dutton! Oh no! Peter Dutton!
How much is the count in Dixon?
Oh my god. Okay, so 2.6% counted, win probability, Labour 70%.
Yeah, remember Labor was ahead last time, and then
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, there was a bit of a mirage there. Longman
the only voting boost did not be pro Labor for some reason in Dixon.
is very close though. So, yeah.
Is Labor picking up potentially a seat in Queensland? Are they?
They're potentially picking up multiple seats in Queensland.
Sweeping. Yeah, it's Rudslide.
Look, okay, so we got Bonner, right? Labour, 82.7% chance of winning. Bonner, right? And then Bowman, 50% chance that Labour will win Bowman. My God. Capricorni, like I just want, like Capricorni is like, okay.
Remember postal votes
Very
tend to favour Liberals.
Yes, that is true.
It's weird because like as somebody who's kind of like has a Labour lean himself, like I want to get excited, but I'm like, no, calm down.
Dude, you should be excited because I think this is unstoppable at this point.
And Bonner was one of the seats where Bonner said that amount of...
You're breaking up a bit, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Might just be the internet. But in Bonner, there was a high number of postals.
Those figures from...
Like there was heaps of applications. Yeah.
Those figures from Poll Bludger are kind of unbelievable right now. Yeah. Marinoa... Okay, so that was called... That was ages ago, though, right? They've already called like 16, 13 seats. Yeah.
Okay.
People... I help people with disabilities postal vote and they really lean left. Yeah, but that's because they have disabilities, not because they're postal vote. Like, so many old people do postal votes, so...
yeah.
Independent...
Yeah, look at Marinoa. Actually, Evelyn Pratt hasn't got 50% of the vote yet, so maybe you are going to be right about your no one winning 50%.
Wait, what's this? Sorry.
Your bingo card about no one winning 55%, 51% of the vote.
Yeah, maybe. Franklin. Nah. Oh well, the Greens are making the 2 candidate preferred here, and they have a third.
What in Franklin, the guy that can't win, or the independent?
Okay, wait. So
Aston. Okay.
So okay, no. Okay, this is an error. This is an error. Peter George is on 28.2%. He's something's been stuffed up. Here, but yeah, that's gonna be close.
What, Franklin?
Yeah, Franklin. Yeah.
First booth in Gorton is a like nearly 7% swing against Labor.
Not surprised. Let's wait. That's Gilmore. Okay, Gilmore. Labor looks like they're going to retain Gilmore at this point.
Aston is very close at the moment. I've seen.
Right.
Menzies is
That's kind of interesting
pretty
to
much
see.
line ball
50-50.
as well.
Because Labor picked
where-
up Aston,
yeah.
well, yeah, when they were really popular.
Menzies.
Which moves have come in?
Menzies,
Bayswater, Fern
yeah.
Tree Gully.
Do we have results in
Yeah.
Deakin? Do we have results in Deakin? Yes, Labor is ahead slightly, and the Greens also have a 7.5% chance of winning there. So
Feel like Labor need to get further ahead in Deakin. A lot of postals.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, you said that, right? There's like 64% of them returned or something in that seat. Yeah. Labor have pulled way ahead in Wills, so it doesn't look like the Greens are having much of a chance there. They might be reduced to just Melbourne at this point. Yikes! I mean,
But are they behind in all the Queensland seats? Are they?
yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, Brisbane, Labor's ahead. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to Brisbane. So there's a
I
massive.
love that the Labor's ahead in Hughes. I don't think that's going to last.
Yeah, so the coalition probably won't make the 2 candidate preferred in well, it might be just Labor versus the coalition, but yeah, the Greens might not make the 2 candidate preferred, but or yeah, like wait, let me look at these primaries. Hang on.
But shouldn't you be at the lessons from the last election by now? I think that was the point of my question.
Yeah, I don't think the coalition are making the 2 candidate preferred on this one. I think it's going to be Labor versus Greens, and then Labor will win. Yeah, for this one.
By the way, slightly off topic. I hope I'm coming through all right today. I didn't bring my nice microphone.
No,
to
you sound
Adelaide, so
fine. You sound fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it's just my Sony headphones, so hopefully they're all right.
Yeah, they're fine. Oh, by the way, I did get a donation from Mike ages ago. Thank you very much. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a minority government at the moment, unfortunately. Labor have absolutely.
Did you tip on that? Did you make a bet on that?
No, but he I got a super chat from him, and he wanted a minority government, and yeah, that's not happening, unfortunately. So
Big swings to the Liberals in Corangamite. Looks line ball.
Labor.
This is weird, guys. This is a weird
Labor. Okay, Labor projected 54-46. Labor 2-party swing 2% to the Labor Party. Labor up 2% nationally. I guess that must be factoring in like what's it called? That must be factoring in what's it called? Like the fact that they think that it says 30%, but it's a 2% swing. It must be because they're factoring in WA hasn't been called and shit yet. Anyway.
By the way, have you got any seen the results in Mayo yet? South Australia, we've got a few South Australian votes coming through.
I'll look at it in a second. So coalition down 4%. Greens barely up. One Nation up 1.4%. That's not much. Trumpeter Patriots 2.3%. Well, they're not counting the UAP as the same thing, I guess. Independent up 4.5%, and others plus 0.3%. So yeah, really bad night for the coalition. It's looking like, and Labor is looking pretty good for them. And in WA, I'm expecting WA is probably going to be really good for the Labor Party, like really, really good. Like they could, I think Andrew Hastie might be gone at this point. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like there is sort of like the city country divide though, so maybe not. Okay, Bridget Archer is gone.
The early results in Leichhardt are really good for Labor too.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Bridget Archer's gone. Labor's winning Braddon. Labor's going to sweep I might.
Are they going to keep Liberals out of Tasmania like
Yeah.
they did in 2016?
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yep. I think Liberals have gone in Tasmania. Okay, so Mayo Xenophon. Why is he listening
Yeah,
to this?
that is a throwback, hey?
yeah, I thought it was Centre Alliance, but I don't know. Yeah,
It is definitely
Sharky's
Centre
down
Alliance.
a bit. It doesn't look like it's gonna.
Oh, dear.
Green's gonna carry her. But as I was saying, she keeps dropping every election.
Labour could win Mayo. Oh my god. So like, actually, no, they won't because they'll enter the two they'll enter the two candidate
The Greens will get Sharky across.
Yeah, no, it's
really
not just the Greens, the Liberals. The Liberals will get knocked out probably after. So yeah, and then it'll be Labour versus Labour versus was that Sharky? Yeah, and then
a couple more booths have come in
Sharky
Fowler too. Looks really tight.
Let me have a look at Fowler. Oh yeah.
And skipping ahead in one.
Labour have Labour have the plurality to win Fowler. I don't know why they're saying that Liberals have a 12.2% chance of winning here. I guess it's just if preferences go really weird, maybe.
Looks like Andrew. So Faraway is definitely favourite to win in Calais as well. So the coalition are doing well in the regional independent races.
Yeah.
This is not.
Cowper is Limeball though.
Yeah, Cowper's line ball.
Yeah.
But it started. Yeah. Well, we'll just wait for some more numbers.
Do we have anything from Monash? Yeah.
Yeah, Monash was looking liberal.
Yep.
Oh, liberals are heading Goldstein. How many booths is that? That's 5 booths. What is this night?
What? Liberals are heading Goldstein?
3.5% swing on primary to Tim Wilson. And Zoe Daniels basically stagnant. And it's come from, I don't even know where it's come from. Sort of the Greens.
Canada. It's Canada. I mean, well, in terms of this, it's Canada again. Like the Jewish vote's really back in Tim Wilson.
Anyone want to hazard a guess what's going to happen in Melbourne?
Kooyong is also sort of line ball. But...
Actually, have you guys seen that apparently Jesse Price is up in Bean in ACT?
Yeah, that was like the first thing people noticed.
It's it's quite close in Kooyong as well.
But they do have a chance of Labour Party are expected to, they have like a 60% chance according to the poll ledger of winning. Liberals on 20, Independents on 28%. So it depends if they can collect the Liberal preferences. Yeah. Do we have anything from Northern Territory yet? We do.
No, I don't.
No, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
We do. Solomon swinging, but Lingari is going the other way.
That independent, probably. I mean, they might get over the Greens, but then good luck getting over Labour or Country Liberal. Anyway, Labour have about a 50% chance of winning in Solomon. There is a swing, but it's like a 5% swing. Yeah, it's kind of what we expected there. And then Lingiari is swinging to Labour. So that's One on Survival was right about that. Yep.
Which what are they reporting in Lingiari though? Catherine, they haven't. None of the remote booths have come in basically.
Right. Okay. Well, it's 6% counted. So that's more than I would have expected. So yeah, independent. Okay, so Clark's been called for Andrew Wilkie. Lyons has been called for Labour. Big swing there. Marinoa has One Nation entered the 2 candidate preferred there. Let's see how they did. 13. Oh, only a slight swing towards them. That's pretty awful.
Fun fact: Braddon is historic as a seat that it sort of just sticks with one party for a while, and then we'll just randomly do like a plus 10% swing to the other side.
Yeah, it's like
it looks like it's doing that once. Yeah, it does it every time. Every time it flips, it always just. Sometimes people just be like liberal, and then just in mass flip.
When there's like somebody retires, the
independents ahead in Blacksland.
Jason Clare, what's going on, Jason?
It's like, what is it? One booth? It's one booth, so it could
Oh,
be
okay.
like a really good area for him.
Yeah, it
but
could
still,
be. That's insane. That's insane.
We want to go to Adam Bant, the Greens leader who's standing by at the Greens function there in Melbourne. Thank you for joining
Two
us.
candidate preferred. 81% to Jason Clare apparently here. Oh, Adam Bant looks not too happy. He's looking like he's trying to look happy, but he's not. I should probably go onto that on the stream. So let's take a break. Go on to Adam Bant. Yeah, Dutton is over. Jason Clare looking in trouble. Bridget Archer's gone. I think I think the dick may be out of Dixon. Dixon has a 97.7% chance for Labour to win now.
Labour's never won there since before the millennium.
They didn't even.
it goes like it's the Howard years, right? It goes back to like 98, the GST election.
Dutton won it in 2001. It used to be a flip seat, and he won it. And then even in like 07,
Yeah,
he
kept it in
held it
07.
against like when all the other Liberal seats fell in Queensland. He held it, which is why I was like convinced he couldn't lose it, because he just has a really rock solid base, but it's gone apparently.
Ism looks like a big swing to Labour so far, by the way.
What looks like
Two booths in.
Blacksland? Wait, where are you seeing? Where are you seeing? What's the big swing to Labour?
No, Chisholm.
Oh, Chisholm. I'll have a look. Yeah.
I believe Marino. Oh wait, okay. They've called 2 seats. They're called Cunningham. Okay, there's 2 seats called on the ABC now.
Whoa! Chisholm, 13% swing to Labour. What? What? Will Labour also win primary preference? You mean like will they go ahead on primary votes? It looks like it.
They're currently ahead of the Liberals, I believe, in first preferences.
Yeah.
So
they're currently not on the ABC. I don't know what they are on the poll bludger.
Brisbane looks gone.
2%
winning out.
2% swing to Labour. Damn. I should put money on Labour winning Ryan. Jesus. Did you have any money on that? Oh, green ahead. Green ahead. Oh, it's like
actually,
it's really equal. It's like a peace sign at the moment. Yeah. I mean, it depends if these preferences go to like Greens and Labour are really close. Actually, no, Greens. Yeah, there's like 3%.
Brisbane's not going to be called for a while. I think it's going to be a weird because it's going to have to be counted up and everything.
Yeah, I think Labour's gonna. I think Labour's gonna win.
Have you guys seen the results out of Ford yet?
No, but I am happy to look.
No, but Labour's ahead currently.
Because if so, I think that might be the first time Labour ever wins a Gold Coast seat. Because when they last held Ford was not in the Gold Coast.
Is Ford technically a Gold Coast seat? Like
it is now, but it used to be a South. It's sort of in between, but it's got Gold Coast.
Yeah, you're right. It does have like a slight bit of the Gold Coast.
I don't think Labour's ever held it while it's been in the Gold Coast.
Oh my god. This is a crazy election. This is crazier than last time.
This is wild.
Last election, I thought that was crazy. This is huge.
I'm getting 2004 vibes from this election.
2004.
So 2004, the polls were close, but then Mark Latham drove Labour into the ground. Is Dutton? Is Dutton like the new Mark Latham, like just blowing his party's electoral chances into the ground on a potentially close election?
Well, no, this is like literally like this is the extinction event. This is This is literally they're gonna go down to like 45 seats or something. Like it's
except they're picking up ridiculous ones. Like Rangamart's really close, and they're still ahead in Bendigo.
Right. So Bendigo, yeah, it's really close. That's crazy, Bendigo.
Well, that's stupid, man. That shouldn't happen.
And the coalition are still keeping.
Are you guys? Because I'm on the ABC at the moment. The ABC has Bendigo at 53 to Labor.
I don't know who I should trust more. If I should trust the ABC.
The projected, going booth by booth, the swing is 12.3% against Labor.
Okay.
It's held on like an 11% margin.
Yeah.
Right. So Cooper, Flinders. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably going to stay with the
Has there
coalition.
been any
but it's really
flips
close.
called yet? I don't think I see it. I don't see any flips yet.
Lion? Didn't they call Lions?
Lions not a flip.
Lions isn't a flip.
That's a retain.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
you're
so Ballarat's been called for Labor, so they're not in trouble there. That would have.
right. No, but there was a
that's
swing
great.
against them.
Holt, Labor's done really well in Holt. Oh my god, 10% swing in Holt. So that part of Melbourne is not swinging.
East Melbourne or Southeast Melbourne.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
They
that's
really love the
both called.
SRL. They love the SRL.
It goes nowhere near Holt, bro.
What if you want to go from Holt to like Ringwood, slightly quicker,
Oh,
and you really hate the CBD?
is WA open now?
WA as a tone.
half an hour away.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so McEwen, 72% chance Labor is going to hold on to that one. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd heard they were not feeling confident about McEwen.
Yeah. Patterson. Labor's
think
Labor's retaining Patterson.
Yeah, they're going to be fine.
I'm literally shocked.
one
I'm
they're
literally just I'm waving my hands at the moment. Like my prediction was totally wrong, but I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
We got nothing from Sturt yet, have we?
Sturt.
No votes from Sturt.
Nothing.
It's-
Really? Okay. Well,
No. We've got Barker, Gray, and May. It's just the country electorates in Adelaide at the moment.
Oh my god! Look at this swing against the Liberals in. What the Greens on 25% in Spence? Huh?
Hence,
Huh?
where has this come from?
This is on the poll bludger. I mean, it's, okay, 0.2% counted. Sorry, I'm reacting a little bit too heavily. Yeah.
It's okay. So that means but it's 68 votes.
Hmm.
Wait,
It's
the
too-
swing.
it's too
Yeah,
little,
the
it's
swing's
too
only 9. Okay, yeah. That's literally what, like a handful of votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see how the independent. The independent is. Yeah, the independent could get into the 2 candidate preferred in grey.
Eileen's pulled ahead, by the way.
Who's pulled ahead? Daly.
Eileen.
Yeah.
Yep. She's on a 63% win probability, according to Poll Ledger.
Right. Okay. Yep. Okay. So Daly gonna survive for another day, probably.
Looks like a slight swing to Labor, big swing against the Liberals, and a decent swing to Daly. So she's just about going to outpoll Labor there.
Sturt results. Oh, do we have Sturt results? Okay, so let's have a look at
I
this.
don't think we do.
I'm ghosting Anthony Green at the moment. I know he's talking, but I'm
I'm just looking at it's showing the swings state by state.
His head must be exploding. This is why he's retiring.
exactly. Yeah, he knew this was gonna happen, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm too old for this shit. Yeah, I'm too much shit. There's too much shit happening." Tasmania 6% swing to Labor. New South Wales 4% swing to. I'll just switch over. 4% swing to Labor in New South Wales. So yeah, like there was that Demos AU was suggesting a swing to the coalition in New South Wales, but it looks like sort of it looks like YouGov really has been the best pollster, or Morgan even. Like, but YouGov has really seen something here that like other pollsters maybe haven't. I still believe in Green, Richmond. I'll look in Richmond in a second. Kooyong isn't moving. Bean is very close. Labor may be half in the next 3 years. I'm not even going to start talking about what the next 3 years are going to be like. There's too much shit. There's too much crap going on. They're going to have like a really massive majority, it looks like. Freshwater is clearly the most accurate pollster.
Was it that 37% coalition primary?
Yeah.
Swing to the coalition in Menzies, it looks like.
What? Really?
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look.
Not much, but it's there.
So we're right. Keith Wallahan is popular.
Yeah, someone said he wasn't. What was that?
Yeah. 50-50 on that seat. Yeah. Melbourne. Oh no. Oh.
What? Is there results in Melbourne?
Oh, Adam.
Oh, you're joking. That cannot be real.
Are the Greens gonna get flushed out this election? What?
What does this mean for the Senate? Because they are getting swings too in the suburbs, aren't they?
I don't know. Do we even have any like Senate results yet? Like, let's see. Let's see. You know. Oh, hang on, we do. Oh, okay. So, is this last election?
MP's pulled ahead in Bowman.
Oh no, this is new. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So this is the Senate. So coalition is staying pretty stagnant in New South Wales. I don't know how that's happening. Wait, what's going on?
Because
there must be something wrong with this.
No, if you went booth by booth, that's probably not right at all.
Yeah. Okay, we probably just have to wait on this because the poll budget.
You definitely have to wait.
The poll budget doesn't have a Senate sort of thing, so yeah, we just have to wait.
By the way, Ryan. Let me see, Ryan. It still looks like the Greens are going to make the count in Ryan. They're projecting. Yeah, their poll budget's got it at a Greens retain. 51% probability.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. We'll see. I guess. So is that Elizabeth? What's her name? Going to be the leader of the Greens now?
Yeah.
Lose.
Surely it would be like. Wouldn't it be like
someone in the Senate?
Shy or Larissa Waters or something?
Yeah, probably somebody in the Senate. Yeah. If Anna Mann's gone.
Probably wait. We should probably wait till it happens. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not looking good though. So.
It's still super close in Bean.
Wills, yeah, probably Labor's going to retain that. Bean, I'll have a look at that one. So, really, really close. But yeah, it looks like ALP's going to barely maybe retain that one, yeah.
First numbers are in from Sturt. Did you guys look at them?
Oh no, what's happening in Sturt?
Well,
ALP's ahead, but
poll budget's broken. So let me see.
Yeah,
if there's
but apparently two moves are in, and there looks like a 4 or 5% swing to Labor.
Which
by the way, Solomon's getting closer and closer.
Really? Okay.
Have we looked at the primary numbers? The Independent is going to run third.
In which one? Solomon,
yeah. So there's actually a huge swing to the CLP there, based on those moves.
7.4% swing to the CLP, 6.3% down for Labor, Greens down.
At least all those Liberal internals got one thing right, and that's that this is like a country of by-elections. Like none of these contests make sense when you look at them side by side.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you look at what's happening in the country, and it's just like, how did that happen there? What is this?
Even Peter Dutton's own seat of Dixon is in trouble at this point of the evening. How worried?
Let's see how Deacon's going. Oh, it's gonna be close.
Deacon or Dixon?
Deacon. I'm more worried about that at the moment. Dixon's over. Dixon's gone. It's over. It's over in Dixon. I'm pretty sure.
Let me see.
Oh, Pete! 98.5% chance of Labour winning. Oh dear. Oh.
Hey, do you know what the worst part of that though is?
What?
His seat will be called before he gets up to talk.
Oh.
Cowper, the Nats have pulled ahead in Cowper. I don't think the Nats are suffering at all this election.
Yeah.
And the Nats are holding up. So, guys, what's going to happen in Bullwinkle?
Labor's going to win, I'm pretty sure.
Probably, yeah.
At this rate.
But Liberals probably won't make the two-candidate preferred.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They might elect the Nats there.
I think the
Nats could walk
I think
away
the
with
Liberals are going to get
seat.
completely wiped out in WA.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Yeah, like I think Labor could. Okay, so Forest, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Oh wait, no, hang on. Sorry, they'll win like Durack and the other big one, O'Connor, right?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Remember, the Nationals aren't that big in WA. Well, at least on the federal level.
Well, the Nationals won pretty much every regional seat in WA at the state level. So if there's like a really anti-Liberal Party sort of, I'll just switch over to anti-green while I'm talking. But if there's a really like anti, Cheney should be fine. If there's like a really anti Liberal Party thing and going on in WA, then yeah, like the Nationals could easily make the two candidate third.
Well, by the way, back to the ACT, it's a bit off the thing, but the Labour's pulled ahead of the Independent there, so it looks like that might have been just an early scare.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
And then when you get to like postals and stuff, it'll just
Labor possibly 80 seats. Yeah, I think Labor's getting over 80 seats at this point. Yeah.
I think it's looking like over 80 for sure.
Yeah.
They've never gotten 90 in an election, I'll tell you that much.
Tony, is Tony looking happy to you or unhappy? What do you think?
Yeah, he's just one Petrie from what I've heard.
Tony's one Petrie. I'm talking about Tony Burke.
Well, no. What's his seat?
Watson.
Watson, sorry.
He just won it. I'm not seeing that.
Oh, I think they've it's 90%.
Oh, okay. It is like it's 90%. Okay, all right.
I think basically it was a fear that like a Muslim vote might come in, but it doesn't appear that happened.
Yeah, he's getting 12.2%. Tony Burke's getting over 50%, so I don't think he'll be drinking for that one. But he has had a big swing against him though, and so have the Liberals. Yeah. The Greens. Yeah, no. I mean, it's just his primary vote is too high. Yeah. But Black's Land. Let's have a look at that one. Has that changed? Let's see. Oh no, Labour's
be ahead now.
Yeah, they'll probably hang on to that. But yeah, it's been like
I think so. Yeah.
It's been reduced to like a pretty small margin between the independent unmediated.
Why is there a swing? Why is there a swing to the Liberals in Eden Monaro? That was the YouGov special. What's going on?
Looks like Labor probably hang on to it though. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, easy.
Regional city divide. That's what's going on right here. So back to Bonner. Yeah, Labor's gonna win that one. It's over for Ross Vasta probably. 10% swing.
Big swing in, decent swing in Robertson too. That's off the table. Wentworth and Wuthering. Wentworth has been called, I think.
Oh yeah, Labor's gonna keep Robertson. Yep. Wentworth. Let's see here. Oh yeah, independent retain. Yep.
And big boosts in Karangamite just came in, I think.
Very happy with Allegra Spender here. Yep.
Labour have pulled way back ahead in Karangamite too. The Nuts is still ahead in Bendigo. It is only 10% counted.
James McGrath, I think we're going to have to bring you in here. That was around the table of bad news, and I can see.
All right, let's see what James McGrath has to say.
Oh.
Yes, and everybody James, remind the panel and remind everybody in the room that at early...
Greens are ahead in Wills.
Paul Bludger has called Leichhardt for Labour.
And I think everybody should just calm down a little bit and just wait for the pre-poll figures.
The Liberals are like trying to do damage control at the moment, by the looks of it.
Losing both your leader and a prospective leader in Keith Wallahan on these sorts of numbers.
Why is she talking about Keith Wallahan? Have we got WA results?
Let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in. And
oh, let's wait for the pre-poll figures. Oh yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna do any better on the pre-polls. Like the polls were even worse for them on the pre-polls. Like that was when we had like that Morgan and the YouGov and stuff. So I don't think that's gonna help them. Guys, we're getting super. We're gonna get unrealized capital gains on super, guys. It's happening. The Australian people have endorsed unrealized capital gains.
So the Greens have pulled ahead in Wills. Looks like quite a significant swing too.
Really?
So they're ahead on primaries, and Sue Bolton is polling at like 10%. So they should get home if that holds.
Yep, Greens are highest probability, yeah.
Yeah, but Bant is still slightly behind in Melbourne, just based on the first 2 booths.
So
What the hell?
Samantha Bratton might become the new Greens leader. I don't know. Like,
So she'll go from the Vic leader to the national leader.
that early voting will be stronger for the coalition than on the day voting was. We think that
poor Adam. Keep Adam. Max is probably gone though. Rest in peace, Max. Star performer, ex-Labor man. Well, he tried to get pre-selection for Labor and failed, so he's gone. Brisbane.
Much
By
as
the way, are you
Canberra.
guys watching the coverage at the moment?
You mean the ABC coverage?
Nah.
Because Jim Chalmers he's very concerned that there's going to be more Liberal votes coming in the pre-polls himself. He's not like projecting.
He's going to say that, because he's trying to be humble. He's trying
No, they've told him like, hey, we're looking for people to hang around and keep watching till like midnight. So can you just make people scared for Liberal votes coming in?
Yep. Okay. So Paul Bludger has called Dixon for Labor. It's over. Peter Dutton's gone. So that's one thing that can't happen on my bingo card.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah. Yeah. So that one's not crossed off. It's like it's circled or whatever. It just can't happen. Or it's whited out or something. I don't know. Yeah. What else have we got here? Coalition failed to win 3 Senate seats in any state. I think that's probably happening at this point. Labor winning at least one of Canning, Aston, Bonner, Banks. That's happening. And Independent wins a seat from Labor. Maybe not. Labor are just doing really well at this point, so that might not be happening. So. Peter Dutton is gone.
And pre-poll might be a little different, but is it going to be that different? I guess is what
Why are ABC not talking about this? I guess because they already know that. Breaking news.
We're looking at, as Anthony said, at 3.7.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna have a toilet and food break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I think even if you look at that,
yeah,
looks like
I'm going to take a break soon just to process what's going on here.
It looks like in suburban Brisbane, it was a bit of a revolt because Longman's really tight, and currently the ALP is ahead in Peachtree by a couple
Peachtree, Bonner, and
percent.
Ford.
And also, very close in Longman. And I think it was close in Balmain as well.
And
or
they've
Bowman,
been predicted to win. They've already said they gained Leichhardt, which has surprised me. People thought like Leichhardt had too many like seniors and retirees moving in there to.
That's what it looked like, but yeah.
Because there was a joke that Labor couldn't win anything north of like, even in North Brisbane, let alone North Queensland.
Yeah, it's the 07. It's 07, mate. It's happening. Anything else that sort of stands out? Oh, Labor have pulled ahead big time in Menzies.
Oh, have they? Menzies? Menzies was looking like it was Liberal.
It was, yeah. They've called.
So I better respond to some comments. Are there any comments coming through?
Yeah.
Well done, Angus is in the chat.
Looks like the Zoe Daniels pulled ahead in Goldstein as well. Keep an eye out for postals there if it remains tight, because a lot of the Jewish voters will use postals.
Why has it got ALP Bennelong as an LP gain? It's technically a retain. I guess how Paul Bludger works.
Because
it was a notional Liberal seat, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Karaya with 17% counted is apparently swinging nearly 8% to the Liberals. It doesn't look like the Greens voters suffered in the suburbs at all.
Just very quickly, we feel better about Franklin in the south of Tasmania. There are good reasons to think that we're in a
Are we looking in some of these regional seats? Nat's still ahead in Cowper. Wild.
booths than he is closer to town, and so some people I trust on these issues say that
Is it for people watching the coverage? Is there
feel better about it than I indicated.
is anyone like talking about what the narrative is, like what has
Really important
kind of driven
Victoria is about Melbourne.
these results so far?
Look at Deakin and Menzies.
Like, are you watching it,
Yeah,
Simon?
I'm watching it at the moment. They're just talking about like specific vote switch and stuff. They're not talking about reasons as much. There was a beef talk about defence. I think there's a talk from the Liberal candidate being a bit grilled over lacking policies. One of Dutton's famous things is there was several policies where he was like, "We'll explain what we're going to do after the election," and it's like,
Yeah.
who's going to vote for you on the trust us? We got to play. Like, there was a lot of arrogance, I think, from the Liberal camp. That's like they are the default government, and you can trust them that they know what they're doing once they're in power. What?
Yeah.
And I'm like, and so I think liberal. I think there was a lot of liberal arrogance going into this election. I think partly because the polls were kind of in their favour. Although even then, I don't think the polls were ever in their favour that much in January. It's not like the Conservatives in Canada who were like looking to go in to win like a 400-seat majority. The Liberals here were always only looking like to just win on the minorities.
Yeah, and in fact, people were talking about how the swings might not be very efficient, and they would need like a 2% national lead.
I'm wondering whether or not. Yeah, so someone said I should switch over to the Sky News coverage. I'll see if I. I don't know if they're available on. They're probably not available on. Oh, they have. There they are. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, and I wait for my instructions from that.
Yeah, when whatchamacallit, Eli gets back, see if you can get the Sky News coverage on that, because that could be fun.
That would be very fun. Who is it? Paul Murray. That would be rather good.
Yeah, I remember the meme of Paul Murray crying at the last election.
It's gonna come down to the wire and Fowler, I think.
David
Melbourne's-
Pocock is currently polling in #1 place in the ACT.
Makes sense.
It's pretty obvious that the Liberals are at 13% in ACT. Oh my goodness!
It's cool.
They look like the Greens. The Greens are at 12. The Greens are 1 point behind the Liberals. Oh no!
I'm back. So what's going
We're
on?
doing the ACT, Eli. The ACT Senate results. David Pocock almost 40%. Labor 30. The Liberals 13, and Greens 12.
What? Hang on. I mean, do we know that these are sort of okay? No, this is 0.3% counted though, so.
I know, but it's so funny.
Imagine if it was like. Imagine if David Pocock won 2. I mean, it's not going to happen, but imagine if he did.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if that happened. He's at apparently 1.8 quotas at the moment, but yeah.
Womp womp. 13.7% in the Senate. Who knew that like just insulting an entire territory would have like a massive swing like that? All right. I don't know what Jackie Lambie's going on about. I'll have a look at Tasmania. Is she even running in any House seats? I don't think she is, right? So it's just the Senate.
I don't
Not
think
to my knowledge.
All right. Well, I'll just quickly have a look at that. Like, it's probably like, how much is even counted here? Let's see. 2.2% counted. All right. Okay. So Lambie's fine. Yeah. Oh, well, One Nation. I'm just thinking. I think.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Hojo Hideshoshi says, "What if Pocock wins 2 seats? He occupies the second seat. He has a second candidate on the paper. I voted in the ACT, and he had I don't know what his other candidate was. I can go look it up. But actually, no, put it on the website.
Yeah, he would have run a group. So.
Yeah, a woman named Hannah Vardy. So if Pocock did win both seats, Hannah Vardy would become the. It's possible. I don't think so. I think Labor will get the other seat. Will get the other seat. But yeah,
On these numbers,
so don't worry. It's not.
on these numbers in the Senate, Jackie Lambie should be all right. I think. Kind of what I expected though. Because like there's a bit of surplus for the Greens, and then League Guys Cannabis Party, you would think they would probably preference Lambie over One Nation, but I don't know.
Mm.
And then like the Liberal Party is way down as well. So
Are the ABC website just being overly cautious in calling seats?
probably, like
Probably because there's not many seats where more than like 30%
Is
of
this
the
because
vote.
they called Dixon last year for Labor really early, and then had to undo that?
we have a B for 3 Tassie seats. What does that mean? Oh, bingo. Well, actually, let's look at the bingo card, right? So it says, Labor. Oh, it is at least 3 seats at Tasmania. Shit. Have they actually been called? Has
Polbos just called everything but Braddon.
let me have a look. Jackie Lambie is so smug. Right. No. Okay. So we've got 2 seats called for Labor in Tassie. Braddon hasn't been called yet for the poll bludger. So and Franklin, yeah, ALP's only ahead as well. So I mean they're probably going to win, but oh well, maybe they have. Never mind. It's been called. All right. Time for me to have my first drink.
Oh dear.
Hey, there's shots, okay? It's not much. It's not much. It's whiskey. It's not like It's not like I'm drinking like pure ethanol or something like that. Okay, so
Who had like the massive Labor majority on their bingo card, but like the crossbench basically?
I could see this isn't exactly beyond what I was expecting. Like this is in the very optimistic Labor predictions, but it's not like beyond what I was expecting. If that makes sense. Like
But
Labor
then-
winning 90 seats is like okay, but like Labor winning like low 80s, I could see happening, especially with how the polling was going.
But then, in that scenario, the coalition defending those vulnerable regional seats with the Teal candidates at the same time. That's the really wild part for me.
Cascading says I should start drinking pure ethanol. WA's, yeah, it's opening soon. Get some Jameson whiskey. What is this? It says Chivas Regal or Chivas. What is it?
Polls close in WA.
All right, WA. I feel like I'm gonna be.
We won't get any results in WA for like at least an hour. So
That'll be yeah.
Can you check if any of those Labor seats have been called yet? Canning, excuse me, oh that one. Bowman
on poll bludger.
Yeah. Oh, it smells so strong. The whiskey. Oh.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing. We won't get anything for a while because obviously there's no counting that happened before.
WA is not going to be happy with Dunn at all. I think it's going to be a complete wipeout. No.
Can't bring up any graphics. We're currently got a sort of an Amazon server problem, so we actually haven't had any.
Chickens for Chicken God says watching from Queensland.
They're having computer problems at the moment, by the way, on ABC.
They have been? Okay. Seen the song and dance before. See how the race tightens when postals come in.
Yeah, well,
Like it'll tighten. but it's-
Labor is tight, like losing their gains, but it's not like.
We're chasing down Jeff Bezos or somebody at Amazon to try and find out what's going on.
Corwell Indy's doing well. She's going on in Corwell. Let's have a look.
Hey, you were talking about the independence in Cornwall. Okay, so Anthony Green, has he given up because his computer's not working? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, Labor's primary is down.
Oh. Who the hell is making the last count? Carly Moore?
So, where is Poll Bludger getting his results from? Is that coming straight from the AEC, or is?
I assume
Yeah.
so. Yeah. Yeah. So Labor's on 31% here, and then we just got like, what the hell?
Like just an absolute like scattergun, isn't it?
What the hell?
There's like 3 independents, 3
I've
or
never
4
seen anything
independents.
like this. I think.
I told you it was going to be messed up, man.
What
I think
seat-
Labour
oh,
wins
cool.
based on that. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because preference.
Fun fact,
blows.
Bassem Abdo is only the 3rd member to represent Cornwall in like its 40+ year history.
All right. I'm having my first shot now. All right, I haven't done it yet. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Right, we're back in Tasmania. Yes.
Fuck! It's so strong. Shit. We should have done 4 seats in Tasmania. I mean, it's still going to happen, but still. All right. So, is the computer working now for Anthony Green?
It's been apparently a stop of count. Or it was saying something with a stop of count in Franklin or something.
Stop the count.
Due to, I think there's a 2-party preferred mix-up, so they're going to I think they're going to tell the count with the new 2-party preferred. Because I think the Liberals have fallen below the. Oh yeah. So I think they were going to count Julie Collins versus the Liberal Party, Labor versus Liberal, but they think they're not going to do Labor versus Independent, so they're going to recount the votes with Peter George now as the second.
Yeah,
place
definitely. Like, Liberals are on 17. Peter George is on 24. Yeah, no, that's no way. That...
But
and he'll get
the Liberals are going to preference Julie. They've been told to preference Julie
Hmm.
Collins more so than Peter George, so
Nah.
they expect her to win.
Yeah. Labor will retain that. Yeah. Yeah, that one's over. Yeah. Braddon, oh my god, 56%. That's a big swing. Damn. So
I think Labour are going to bring it home in Bendigo. At the end of the day,
Okay.
they just pulled ahead.
Yeah.
Still insane.
Right. It's very close though. It's really close.
Yeah.
So let's see. Has Bowman been called yet? Let's have a look. Oh wait, no.
Alan,
Was it Bonner? No, it's Bonner.
you're thinking.
Yeah.
Bono,
Yeah, it's
you're
been
thinking
called by
Bono,
the poll bludger for Labor, not Bowman.
Oh my god.
Bowman's tight at the moment, though.
All right. Well, I gotta go back to the bingo card. Let's see here.
He's uncalled Leichhardt. Did he call Leichhardt?
Well, it says actually. I'll really reload. It still says ALP gain on my one.
Pre-poll bingo.
Maybe.
All right. I'm filling the shot glass with half. I know. I'm sorry, everyone. I just feel like I don't want to get completely destroyed. Like. They said for people drinking and
the Liberals throwing shade at the Greens.
Deal with them on pre-poll. They are just horrible people. I would happily take the Labor Party.
Anthony Green says ABC are having survey problems. It's too weird. The results are too weird. We don't know how to handle it.
By the way, in the 6 booths that have come in McNamara, slight swing against the Greens and a 3.5 swing towards Josh Burns.
Right.
So on those figures, Labor wins in McNamara.
Yeah, well, look. Radio. Yeah. Yeah. Because what does it have to be? Yeah, like Labor can't make the 2 candidate preferred, right? That's what it has to do in order for the Greens to win.
Yeah, they'd have to fall to 3rd.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's
8% of the count in Melbourne, so 8 booths are in, and Labor's still ahead.
So I'm just going to go through all the seats Labor's ahead. I'll skip down along because that's what I said. They're ahead in Banks. They're ahead in Hughes still, apparently. They're ahead in Deakin.
Yes. Very good.
They're ahead in Melbourne and Menzies. They're ahead. They're ahead in Brisbane, Ford, Griffith, Petrie, Braddon.
Petrie. What?
Yeah, they're still apparently ahead in Petrie.
What?
I think.
What the
I think
hell?
I think eventually that'll get overturned. But yeah.
If they haven't gained, like they've already supposedly gained like 3 seats in Queensland, which is insane.
Well, that status quo bingo isn't going to get flicked off, that's for sure. Angus
Trust in the postals, mate.
Is Angus Taylor going to lose his seat? I would assume not. Let me have a look.
No.
he's
I
in
looked at that
Hume, right?
before.
Yeah, no, he's retaining it.
Hume.
The
He's
new,
absolutely fine.
The new
He's actually
liberal
had a
leader.
to it.
The new liberal leader.
Oh,
kept
that's
his seat.
gross.
Angus, good job, Angus. Good job, Angus.
Can we get we've got a few good job Anguses in the chat.
Can we get some good? Yeah, can we get some good job Angus in the chat, please?
I'm being told that
Can we just get the election? Can we just get Labor winning the 2028 election, and then Angus like taking the stage and congratulating himself on winning?
Oh no, I haven't even had the second shot yet.
Oh no!
I thought I'd already had it by now. But,
Aussies are like, don't get too.
I've only filled it halfway. It's not even a shot glass. It's like a little like for a candle or something, I think. But I don't know. If
we got a bunch of good job Anguses in the chat now. It's great. Angus, I couldn't remember what the line was.
Guys, go have a look at Monash and tell me who's going to make the count. Looks like Russell Broadbent's nowhere near it, by the way. He's running a distant fourth.
He did seem like a bit of a... wait, it's not... yeah. Wasn't he, like, kind of a bit of a racist prick or something? I can't remember. Like, wasn't he dropped for being kind of unlikable?
It would have been COVID stuff and also his age, but yeah. Like he wasn't uncontroversial.
Who was this? Sorry? Okay. Who was this? Sorry.
Russell Broadbent in Monash.
Right, and
Liv was going to get it back.
And it looks like either Deb Leonard or Labor. Really hard to tell who. I think ultimately Labor's actually going to run second there.
I'm going to tune off for a bit because I need to process what's going on. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, no problems. Yep, I understand. Cool. Processing. This is
by the way,
I basically need to talk with some of my family members and see what they're thinking about things at the moment.
Yeah. I already talked to my mum.
A 30% counted in Bradfield, and it's near on 50-50.
Where's Deb Lennon? Oh, Russell Broadbent, 10%. Oh dear.
Yeah, he's way off the pace.
That could be interesting. Labor have a chance though, right? But One Nation, I guess.
One Nation, Broadbent's preferences, probably a bunch of Deb Leonards as well. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought so, man.
Like Labor plus Deb Leonard is like 36%.
That's election day too. Like I feel as if pre-poll and postals will easily get the Liberals at home there.
All right. Okay, so Kooyong, it looks like Monica Ryan's going to be okay, which is funny, very funny.
I had a crack.
Goldstein looks like Zoe Daniel's going to be all right as well.
Interesting how they haven't really moved though at this stage anyway.
Yeah. Wieringa, Wentworth, Independent retain. Bradfield.
I think the Sydney Tills have done that.
What did you say, sorry?
It looks like the Sydney Tills have outperformed the Melbourne ones.
Right. Bradfield, it's looking like the Independent probably will win that one.
It's getting tight. It looked much more probable about 20 minutes ago.
Punters Politics with 560 viewers watching live. Aussies like with 304. Punters has 150k subs. You got 2.3k. W. Yeah, well, no, this is it's a different kind of audience, you know. Like Punters is like you get your I don't know, like your Labor propaganda or Greens propaganda from there. Here you get Labor and Greens propaganda masquerading as election analysis, right?
Precisely.
Melbourne balance of prob has swung back towards Labor.
So ridiculous.
The...
What does this represent then? Is it just a massive endorsement of Labor when they were said to be super unpopular, literally like 2 or 3 months ago?
One on getting closer, but Tehan's still ahead. Yeah, I think you'd be right. Sorry, what did you just say? I apologize. I was reading the chat.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, what does this even represent? I don't know. We'll see. We'll watch for a bit more vote, see how it tosses out ultimately. But like,
All right,
the cross. Yeah, go on.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna stop and have my dinner, and you can talk. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, cool. I'm just like, there's so many narratives that we were pretty sure were gonna happen that just aren't. And for me, the big one is the cross bench. Like, what they're going to gain Bradfield maybe, but that's it. And then the Greens are going to lose a bunch of seats, even though all the polling was sort of suggesting that the primary vote of the two major parties was declining fairly significantly. Really strange for mine.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought too. I really thought that, like, if there was going to be like a really interesting result, it'd be like 1 billion cross bench members, and they are making sort of gains, but they're not winning any seats. As in, they're making like they're entering.
Yeah.
Like right.
Yeah. Looks.
Apparently, Hawke has been called for Labour.
Hawke? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the Greens vote has just sort of just spread around everywhere. It's not actually like
It's almost it's
concentrated.
Is it like the
into
one?
the suburbs.
Is it like the One Nation last time round, where One Nation went up, but they actually went down all the seats they had previously ran in?
Yeah, kind of like that. They're spreading all around the suburbs. The Greens. Are Greens losing seats? Yes, they are in Brisbane, especially. And Adam.
They're going to lose. Yeah,
Adam
they're
Bennett
going to
will lose
lose Brisbane. Yeah, they'll lose Brisbane almost certainly. Griffith looking really bad. They'll probably keep Ryan because the Liberals are just flopping so bad. But they nearly, like, it's going to be a case where they either do or nearly get caught by Labor.
By the way, oh, go on, sorry.
Yeah, go on. Oh, no, you
the
go.
Greens are down 3.3% in Victoria on the Victoria total. On the ABC. I don't know how they're going. Pobler just says Greens. Oh, it says they're up here. Never mind. Okay, ABC must be. I don't know which one to trust more, ABC or Pobler.
Probably Pobler.
Yeah, Bradfield has moved to 50-50.
Labor ahead in Fowler.
That one's been going back and forth all night.
Yeah, Bradfield is basically line ball at this point. Yep. How is that even possible? I don't even understand that. How would the Liberals be
expected?
How the Liberals be hanging on in here, but then losing like in all these random Brisbane sort of suburban seats? Like, how is that?
Sturt is looking so ugly for the coalition as well.
Oh, let me have a look. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm not saying it's broken. The page is broken, but
yeah, it's not working on.
I'm seeing it on here, and I can see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the page is broken.
By the way, I'm not sure if you've mentioned it, but Pobler has got Linkiari on retained for the ALP. That's one marginal seat that looks like it's being crossed off now.
Yep. Okay. So
Solomon still looks quite close though.
Yeah, Solomon's going to be interesting. Again, because like they lost all the seats in this territory election last year.
All right, so Moncrief, coalition fine. McPherson, I want to see how the independent is doing. 16%. Would potentially make it to two-candidate preferred, but probably not. Because the Greens' preference is...
Oh, by the way, did you see that all the Tasmanian seats have been called by poll bludger now?
All of them?
Yeah, they've called Braddon.
Oh, okay, right. Labor's won Braddon. Yep. Damn. Massive wipeout for the coalition in Tasmania.
Bean is still really... Bean is looking really strange right now.
Yeah, it's 50-50. The independent's ahead, but like the probability has the independent.
You think the postals are going to favour Labor, but yeah, that is that'll be the one of the weirdest results in the night if Labor loses a seat in like their heartland where they were not expecting it.
All right, so the guys saying earlier that that Labor would have a majority, like that was like a 65%. Yeah, you guys were right. It's over.
It is. Yeah.
Why has Anthony Green not called the election yet? It's over.
He might just want to wait. He'll probably want to see the first batch of like pre-polls dump and just confirm it.
And maybe also WA results.
But let me see. Flinders.
Deacon has been called.
Like the independent.
Oh my god, I haven't even finished the most recent shot yet. This was a mistake. No, it hasn't been called by Poll Pleasure yet. Anyway.
Liberals are ahead in Flinders at the moment.
Only just though.
That's still for the other one, Bonner or Bowman, or whatever it was.
Green's talking right now. If you want to see why he hasn't called the election.
All right, okay, yeah.
At Bradfield in New South Wales, Labor's ahead in Aston, Deacon, Menzies, Casey and Flinders. In Victoria, Labor's ahead in Bonner, Leichhardt, Dixon, Petrie, Longman, Ford. There's a Mick now. I'm not sure which, and Bowman.
Not McPherson.
I haven't looked.
Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat, yes. Anthony. What can you tell us any more about that? Labor's ahead there still?
Both major parties' primary vote is well down, but the Labor Party is currently ahead on that primary vote. If Labor's ahead on primary votes, there's preferences from the Teal Independent. I'd have to go and have a look at it.
Okay, do either of you have any... You've got some intel on that?
The AEC page for Dixon up, currently showing projected two-candidate preferred at 57% to Labor.
57%.
57%.
Based on how many
All it, Anthony. I don't want to drink anymore.
Looking at this stage a 9.57% swing in that seat, which makes us Canada, if that's what's happening.
Sorry, Laura, did you say there was
43%? 43% of the vote counted in Dixon.
So, James McGrath, are you still
confident
your leader, Peter
He's
Dutton,
gone.
will be in Parliament?
Yes.
I'm sorry. That was embarrassing.
He's in absolute denial, this Liberal guy.
Dixon is always a tight seat. Peter has held it by less than 100 votes after the 2007 election.
That is that is pure denial.
A number of seats, whether ours or Labor's or the Teals, we will not know the results of tonight.
You think the pre-polls will be good enough to...
Sorry for anyone wearing headphones, by the way, for that laugh.
Yes.
Wow.
That's fine.
So.
Has that happened before, ever?
We noticed that pre-poll was particularly good in Queensland for us.
I'm sorry.
Just on that seat of Dixon, you were cautious earlier. What do you think now?
Oh, look, I'm still cautious, but that's a hell of a swing, and it's a big chunk of votes that have been counted. And so Ali France and
he's resisting trying to act extremely smug. Jim Chalmers.
I've got my friends group chat up. Big Greens voters, they're not happy to hear about all the seats Greens are predicted to lose currently.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy if I was a Greens voter. Yeah.
About 36% of the vote.
And I actually have a little bit of concern with the Greens going backwards, which is there's less pressure on Labor to address housing. Which
exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, like it just sort of endorses like the idea that the key is supply, like...
The do-nothing party is the winning party.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Albo strategy. Do nothing, question mark, win. That's his strategy. But yeah, they should call Dixon.
Richmond is increasingly looking like it's going to be a Greens versus Labor.
Right. Greens versus Labor. Oh, well, and then we did look at that hypothetical, and it would mean that the Labor would retain that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember on that video you were like, oh, it's really unlikely. I suggested it and you're like, you poo-pooed it. Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, like let's see if we get, I don't know, on election day it's going to look bad. It's still super close on 3CP.
Look, don't be too hard on Max, because remember I gave Jesse Price no chance in being, and I look like an idiot right now.
Well, if anyone who's seen my predictions, like You could
Yeah,
you could
don't
see
look
how
at my
I look.
predictions ever again. Deleting everything.
I didn't realize. So I'm popular in Tuggeranong. I'm going to have a talk to my my South Canberra friends about like what the heck was going on there.
All right, so McPherson. Let's have a where are we? I'm sorry. I'm slowly getting wasted. I mean, it looks like probably the coalition will hang on, but I mean, like this independent. Are they upholding Labor? No. Like, one would assume like the Greens votes would probably go to like would go to Labor. So yeah. So
I wouldn't really assume that. I wouldn't assume it out of hand.
Wait, did I just hear that Peter Dutton wants to remain leader? What?
Yeah, I think it's still technically leader of the Conservative Council. Like, people are wondering if PPLEF's going to get parachuted.
Yeah, but why? He's getting completely wiped out in his home state. Why?
No talent, that party.
Like, at least Pierre, like, he's made gains, right? Dutton is
he did.
Dutton is
exactly,
losing not only his own seat, but seats like right next to him. Like, you would think that he would at least like I was saying in my predictions, right? I was saying like, oh yeah, now Queensland loves Dutton. Like the rest of the country is like, go on. Sorry, go on.
This is torpedoing the idea that like local power has any power because Dutton. You think Dutton being from Queensland would strengthen the Queensland vote? It's doing the exact opposite.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, yeah, I would have thought that too. I'm really surprised that we're getting these swings in Queensland. Oh yeah. Okay. So Leichhardt has been called for Labor. So yeah, there is sort of an anti-Cooker sort of a sentiment going on here because this guy was a bit of a cooker, the Liberal candidate for Leichhardt, and I know that like Warren Edge retired and stuff like that, but yeah, clearly this is like a 10% swing. So
you might be right. I wouldn't be interested if there's a review in the Liberal candidates. I'm wondering if the Liberals independent like candidates are just really unpopular that even potential Liberal voters have been turned off them. Because I have heard issues with.
Well, they need to start vetting their candidates, but I guess they also need to sort of change their party's image completely as well. Like, I mean, it's really difficult because it's almost like the Labor Party has become like a pseudo like liberal light party. I don't know where sort of they go from here.
So,
like,
for instance,
they've tried to be populist, right?
Yeah.
They've tried to be populist, and that doesn't work for them at all. Like, all right, go on. So, what were you saying?
They might also possibly need to do things like Labor famously, after the Whitlam years, Hawke famously got the caucus together and said, who's right-leaning, who's left-leaning, you go in this faction, you go in that faction,
Yeah.
my caucus is going to be made up 50-50 of different factions. The Liberals have factions but have never acknowledged them and have never like put in policies to define how the cabinet needs to be fitted. And I think it's just what's cooking them. Like I think they've become like they've not, prioritized one side of the and that's the result. They've just I think overloaded on hard right, I think, without acknowledging their moderate wings because there's no mandates to have moderate candidates.
So, the coalition primary vote is
also they did all get wiped out by Teals. Keep in mind.
Yeah, that too. But like they should be putting but they haven't bothered to put new ones in.
The
They're trying. That's what.
The national coalition primary vote is projected to be 30% at the moment. I think it's going to get lower because WA results haven't really come in yet.
No.
So.
But also neither have pre-polls or postals, man.
All right. I would assume that they would have the population would have accounted for this, but fair enough.
I think he has tried, but it's probably best just to wait to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like 55 two-party preferred to Labor at the moment projected. So Morgan has been the most accurate, but all the polls have really underestimated Labor, it seems, because even Morgan was like 53-47 to Labor on the final poll. Yeah.
Yeah, they all came in.
Green's made the call.
Wait, what's going on? Oh, really? Okay, wait.
He's called the option?
I missed it. Yeah, he's called it.
But that would also make it for Anthony Albanese the first Prime Minister to win back-to-back elections.
Congratulations, Albo, on becoming the first Prime Minister since 2004. Fun fact, this is feeling like a 2004 election, isn't it?
Being in this position where he has won either in a minority or a majority government, and that's despite the frustrations of voters over.
I will look at Greens and Cooper while they keep on zooming in on that guy.
Yeah, the Greens have pulled slows, and we've got that quarter of the vote counted. That's going to come down to the wire.
What's going to come down to the wire? Sorry, Cooper.
Wills.
Oh, Wills. Okay, right. So Cooper, it's looking like the Labour Party will hang on there. There's like a tiny bit of a swing, yeah, definitely to the Greens. And as for Wills, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. So, like, the Greens, right? Like, what a weird election for them, because it looks like they might be losing all their seats in Brisbane, right? But then they probably might even lose Melbourne, right? But then they're gaining Wills maybe. So do they keep with the Gaza stuff, or do they go against it? Because it's hurting them in Brisbane, but it looks like it's been alright for them in Wills.
I don't think it's hurting them in Brisbane. I think what happened in Brisbane in 2022 was they filled a void where the Teals filled elsewhere, and then they went nowhere, and Labor has shot up, and the LNP's collapsed.
Okay,
that appears to be what's happened.
So Adam Bandt is still the favourite now in Melbourne, so he might retain after all.
Cooter's on 3.3%.
Wait, what's this? Sorry. Oh,
Anthony Koutafidis, the Carlton player. He's not going to make the.
Who was he? Can you tell me about who this is?
Oh, Anthony Koutafidis. He's an ex Carlton AFL player, champion. And he ran in the Melbourne Lord Mayor race, I think, in the local government elections, and got 12% or something. But that's when businesses have 2 votes or whatever. So he had a crack at running in Melbourne, and there was some people saying oh, he's going to make the count and it's going to be close. He's on 3.3%.
What? Oh, Adam Bandt is. Oh yeah, okay. So I was wondering why Liberals had a swing towards them, but yeah, Adam Bandt's down 6%. So interesting.
Yeah.
Is it some? Is it what's why are people hating on Adam Bandt? What's he done that's so bad in Melbourne? Is it just the demographic change? Is it the demographic?
No. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, it might be the Gaza thing, where there's been concerns that there's been riots and protests in Melbourne about a thing that Australia has very little influence on, and people might be saying that Adam Bandt was responsible for stoking it. He wasn't trying to bring peace and civility to Melbourne. He was kind of stoking people to get angry about a conflict happening on the other side of the globe. That's just one prediction I possibly could say.
I think it was more just that they were seen as blockers of Labor's agenda.
Yeah. That's
Labor was doing stuff on housing.
Yeah.
The Liberals shouldn't have blocked it and should have just passed it, saying we want to do more, but this is something, we'll take it.
I know. Well, they were trying to be heroes, or they were trying to sort of make. They were trying to it was a bluff, right? It was a bluff. It was they thought that eventually maybe Labor would concede on negative gearing and stuff like that. But obviously they weren't going to, so it was sort of a bad strategic move. Dixon pre-roll leaning Labor. Let's go. Yeah. I don't think the pre-polls are going to help the coalition very much.
So, by the way, just remind me, are there any seats Labor's currently looking to be losing at the moment? I'm trying to just double check.
Look, Bendigo's closed.
Okay, Bendigo.
Caldwell, barely anything's been counted, but it looks kind of close.
Yeah.
Apart from that,
Labor looks to be. Oh, it's Solomon, I guess.
And Wills.
And Wills, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like they've called Dixon for Labor.
Yeah, except the ABC website is being so. The ABC website has only called Maranoa and Cunningham, and it's just been on that for ages.
Yeah, the ABC is really always it's really always delayed. I don't know why they need to sort of fix that shit. Yeah. I think I'm probably going to have to do a drink for the ACT thing. I'm just going to quickly look at that. What's going on there? So, Bean, Liberals on... Oh, no, they're on 21%, so they could be okay in... I could be okay. I might not have to drink in for that. But Canberra, they're on 17%, and then in Fenner, they're on 19%. Okay, so that one's close. That one's close. Yep. Huyong, I want to see how the primary votes are sort of going on that one, because that was one I was sort of wondering about. So Labour's up 0.1%, so there's not much happening there. And then the Greens are down 2.8%, so it doesn't look like I'm going to have to drink for that one. So Monique Ryan's actually had a big swing towards her there, 7.9%. Liberals down 4%. Yep. What, Poll Blood just called Hughes?
Whoa.
What?
I just wanted to say something about
Yeah, Labour's been up in Hughes all night from what I've seen.
I should have listened to my gut. I was saying like that this seat is very sort of like it's sort of very sort of parent age, right? And I was seeing in that news poll that there was swings towards Labour on like the age of like parents. So I should have listened to my gut about Hughes because I was thinking like, oh yeah, Labour might have a chance here, but that's amazing. When's the last time that Labour had Hughes? It was a while ago, right? It was like 20 years ago or something.
Oh yeah, it'll be ages. Let me go check. I'll go check on the. I'll go check on the.
It'd be like Hawke Keating.
And it would have been a totally different seat too. It would have been totally different.
Yeah, like when Ford was last held by last held by Labour in '96. They lost it in '96.
Yeah.
All right. So my next.
It's one of them.
My next poll is going to. I'll end this one. Yeah.
The pre-poll figures are still coming in. The seat of Dixon is obviously.
Why is this guy still coping?
Very tight, but I know
What?
these other seats.
Well.
I'm not listening.
Are still coming in.
Yeah.
We just need to still.
Just hit like if you go down to the if you're on YouTube, there should be like a button next to the volume that says live with a grey dot, and if you click it and it goes red, that will bring you to the current point.
Oh, if there's like lag, yeah. Okay, so we'll Liberals.
Okay, I think Anthony's going to have actually hold that thought. He's back. He's got some figures. He's a very happy man. He's back.
Okay, I will turn over Ed to the green.
It's off the backup system we normally use as a test system, and we're now using as the main one. We've got 21, just under 21% of the vote count. We're still projecting Labor 35, the Coalition 31, the Greens 12.
When was the last time Labor outperformed their polling? Like 2016, maybe?
Yeah, I think there's been an overcorrection in polling.
The coalition, the two-party preferred swing is 3.9%.
56. Whoa!
That's a projection. The current figure is 57.6. We're projecting it will come down to 56.
Damn.
Now, if the coalition.
A big swing to One Nation hasn't played out either.
Down to 55. It may get down to 54, but it's not going to get down to 53 or 52 on those numbers. So this is this has all the potential to be a substantial victory for the Labor Party. And what I'll do is I'll draw the champ. Look, it is 20%, so I won't go too far into this, but we're pretty confident that Labor is definitely one. We've got the 176. That was the first time I've looked at it, I must admit, for a while.
That's a majority for those.
I didn't agree to accidentally realise he just called a majority.
I haven't looked at these figures for a while. That's a pretty. I mean,
he was just pulling out the prediction things. I see they all got ways to actually. No, they're at 76. Okay, divide. Yeah, Labour's one majority.
Is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage when the Labour's ahead in 76.
Oh no shit! No shit, they're not winning.
Around 15 seats. That still gets the coalition. To 50, 50, maybe 60, but you know that's a long way behind at this stage. Again, we'll say 22.8. Let's look at that primary vote again at the moment. That's
look. The partisan Labor hack in me is feeling kind of justice for the 2019 election.
Yeah, this is revenge for 2019. It does feel like that.
At this stage, Labor's substantial.
Because like 2020 didn't quite feel like revenge because there's a big third party swings. It felt like Labor kind of just fell to office after like 9 years of trying so hard, and now it's like now they're getting the big payoff.
Do this as well.
This is the mandate, yeah.
Changing. I just had a quick.
1, 2, 3. I see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I haven't looked at the numbers there, but
8-ish seats Labour's picking up potentially. Oh, 9. Oh, there's a lot.
Braddon, Brisbane. There's a whole page there. It's all red.
What the hell?
David Coleman, the Shadow Foreign Minister.
Wait, what's the green game? Hang on, what's the green game? What was the green game? I just saw that.
Wills, I think.
Oh.
Wills, I'm thinking, yeah.
They are struggling to hold on.
They're only just ahead.
It's going to be a bloodbath in the West. Yeah. I think there's a chance Liberals could be completely wiped out in the West.
But we've got early Western Australian results. Wewe've got Canning at 0.4 with Liberal head and Durack at 0.1 with Liberal head. It's
started
really trending.
talking about the
That's weird though, because all the early results,
to the Prime Minister a month
like,
before the
they're
campaign,
big
he put
swings
healthcare
to the
at
Liberals.
centre of the
Those first
campaign
couple of
come. He
booths.
put women at the centre of
To the
campaign
Liberals or
to
against the
come.
Liberals?
How important a decision was
To
that
the
in
Liberals,
this
man.
result?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the cost of living. You know, we decided that to,
That is
to win
weird.
the
Yeah,
election,
that is
we
weird.
would go through that rather than
Super
around
weird.
that, the cost of living. I
Richmond
think the
Grain
biggest
Gain?
reason
What?
for our, what looks like a very good result tonight is Anthony's
Have they called
leadership.
Richmond for the Greens?
Second, is
No,
that
they've.
Yeah.
No, not to my knowledge.
Oh, Paul Blutcher's calling his third again for ALP in South Australia.
I think those two things
Yeah, of
together
course.
are responsible for this outcome tonight.
I'm going to end this poll because I think
not wanting to
probably
dance
the
on
Liberals will win a
anybody's
seat in
political grave,
WA. It
but
looks like they're
clearly,
not doing too badly there, at
the
least in this
leadership
early
They'll win
result.
Durack or
the
something.
one-on-one leadership contest.
They'll win O'Connor too, surely.
A relatively presidential
Because there's nothing. Are there any like regional surprises except for? Well, are there any?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like in the regions?
Yeah, like I mean, Gilmore, there's a big swing against at this stage. But what else?
Well, Richmond. Okay, so Richmond, the poll bludgers predicting Labor's going to win, but I'm just looking at this. Yeah, because the Nationals are going to get probably going to get knocked out of the count, and it's going to be a Labor Greens contest. Yeah. So I don't see the Greens winning in Richmond. I think they're going to be knocked down to Wills and Melbourne at this point.
Wills and Melbourne. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, they should keep Ryan though.
Oh, and maybe Ryan. Yeah, that's right. Maybe Ryan.
I just not sure if people are watching any stuff going on at the moment. Mayo is looking to be an absolute mess of a contest. I don't think we'll be getting a result there for. And the Boppers has got an 89% chance for Rebecca Sharkey, but the Greens votes could push Labor like up into
second place.
Well, they will, yeah, but then the Liberals vote will get
Liberal preferences.
Rebecca Sharkey.
Yeah.
It will become, as we suspected, a TCP between Labor and Sharkey in Mayo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the only one that's kind of. Everything else has been called in South Australia, by the way.
Adelaide, yeah, probably the Liberals will still make the TCP in this one because of these One Nation trumpet preferences.
Yeah.
So Labor just did too well. They just did too well collecting preferences, but like the Greens they're getting close, but it's mostly just because the Liberals are down 8% in Adelaide. Jesus. I want to just look at Grey currently. I want to see how badly Liberals are down 9%, but the Independent.
Anyone have an
probably won't make.
I was gonna say, anyone have an explanation as to why Flynn has swung significantly to the coalition?
Because they
Gladstone area.
they hate renewables. That's why.
That's the only thing I'm thinking.
They're just like these people live in their own world, you know, and they just really hate renewables. So breaking news. Oh, really? Okay.
It is just, I think, the reminder that Greens is called the election.
Pretty glad I cashed out on that independent 15 seats thing.
Well, the story at the moment is the
Congrats.
opposition leader seated of Dixon at this stage.
Peter Dixon. Peter Dixon has lost the seat of Dutton, guys.
Peter Dixon.
Dixon, 31, 32% of the vote counted.
I think McPherson, the independent's going to run third.
Labor's ahead on 34. Peter Dutton's on 30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2%.
Come on, call it.
I took
Call
the
it.
preferences that we've got from those 23 polling places, applied it to the
That is an
larger numbers of
absolute
primaries
collapse
for-
on primaries.
And it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time we get an independent on the
Can we
seat,
just
we
get celebration
preferences.
by watching
But, at this stage,
Celebrate
we're saying
good times
that,
come on.
that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat, and Peter Dutton
Thank
is,
And
set up-
Australia
Oh, he's
took
pulled
a
it. He's
giant
pulled it. All
sigh
right.
of relief.
So I'm going to like all the ones that I won't have to drink. That's been confirmed. I'm gonna put it like a green square around it. So that means that can't happen.
Feels
basically.
in denial.
Let's wait for the figures to
He's
come
still
out.
denying it. I will swear, like 99% of the results will be in. He's like, that 1%'s going to change it.
This is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
Oh, come on, dude.
But this seat's always been.
Give up, surrender.
I think the Liberals need a new internal pollster as well. Freshwater's going to be out on their butt.
Definitely, yeah. It just gives them hopium.
This is your life. This is your career.
Oh dear.
You're a master.
So what do we think of YouGov? Remember those seat polls? 57 to Alex Dyson, but they got Braddon and all those other seats, right?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough.
They call, like, their map called for massive independent gains.
Yeah, that's right.
Jim has pointed this out.
But if anything, they've actually underestimated Labor.
The numbers come in. It will be tough for him to hold it. It'll be tough for us to hold a number of seats and win a number of seats. There are seats like Bradfield, for example, that before everyone was saying is basically gone to
It is interesting looking at Queensland, just how few seats have been called, like, especially on the Liberal side. Like, Labor, every single Labor seat has been called. Current Labor seat has been called, but a lot of the Liberal seats are currently still LNP ahead and not called.
I think the poll blood has gone down.
Your house is on fire.
Oh, has it?
You're
Yeah.
defending Longman.
Nothing's loading.
I can...
Forward.
No, it's all fine for me.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe on my internet or something. Oh, there we go.
And what I'm
Okay, good.
saying
Okay,
is
we're
wait
back.
for
We're
the
back.
pre-
We're back. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm waiting for the pre-poll figures to come in for these seats, and then we can have a frank discussion about where we ended up in Queensland.
I don't think there's enough postals to save Michael Sukkar.
This is starting to sound a bit chemical.
It's not a great night for the party, but what I've
This,
learnt in
as it
politics,
currently stands, the Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania, Melbourne, Adelaide, and we're looking possible that they're going to be wiped out of Perth. Like, this
They're
is
still
going to be a
ahead.
party.
They are still ahead in Casey.
Casey, that's not exactly Melbourne. That's like it's got a bit of
It's in
got a
the
bit
most of the.
of,
Most of the seat is in Lilydale. It's Melbourne.
Is okay. I thought most of the seat was in like the towns to the east of Lilydale. But at the end of the day, it's like, is Lilydale really the reason it's voting Liberal? It feels like it's just Lilydale being pulled into a Liberal seat.
If anything, Lilydale is the reason it votes Liberal. All the little towns are sort of greeny towns.
Okay, I'll trust the Victorian on that.
It's pretty close, but yeah, it looks like the coalition are going to hang on there. Yep.
Hey, check out the first booth has come in for Bullwinkle.
Aston's looking pretty good for Labor as well. Bullwinkle?
Let's see. Nat's running ahead of the Liberals, but it must be a pretty small rural booth.
Yeah.
And there's going to be no booth by booth comparisons here, I'm guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like it's just going to be hard. Although that would there have been a Liberal and a Nats candidate in the overlapping, like, for these booths? Well, is there likely to be Liberal and Nats candidates in whatever seats that it was part of back in 2022?
That's insane. Sorry.
Australia is never going to bring in nuclear power. Like this was the most definitive rejection.
Well, no. They could still remove the ban. It's just that they won't have this massive public investment into nuclear power. That's the difference. So.
I guess the
Solomon
Liberals like
continues to get
this
tighter,
is
by
worse
the
than
way.
the GST in '93. Like Liberals kind of just lost an election in '93. It feels like it's an absolute rejection. Oh, maybe. Like, you never know. The Liberals might get gun-ho and try and go with the nuclear plan, just not running on it.
Right, so I'm just looking at yeah, so wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm looking at Bean and the independents ahead 54 or 53% probability at this point. Liberals still over 20%. Yeah. It is an extinction event. Is this worse than your extinction event?
It's worse, much worse in terms of what they lose to Labor, but definitely not as bad in terms of the crossbench.
Right. Yep.
It's super weird. Yeah.
They're talking about bingo cards.
Primary vote because he had everyone preferencing against him, so he needed something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is
Orwell, 48% chance that independent is going to win that one.
And when you're voting for an
But I
opposition,
don't
How
know
much
what
is counted?
I don't know what independent.
The count is coming in super slow there for some reason.
Yeah, I think I remember
6%.
call being slow last time.
They don't know who the count is going to be between the final count, right?
Oh, how could they have any idea? Yeah.
This one isn't gonna be sorted until like the middle of the week or something. What the hell? Like, you were right. Like, you said something weird is going on in Cornwall, and I sort of, and I remember. Do you remember that? I just sort of like I brushed you off. I said like, no, nothing's happening in Cornwall. But like this.
I mean,
crazy.
to be fair, you wanted to move on to like New South Wales, I guess. But
No, that was right at the
I
end.
did-
That was right at the end of our like an hour and a half recording session. That
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have a look at the Senate. I'll have a look at the Senate because I'm kind of curious. I think it's probably still really early the count there, but I want to see what's going on at the moment. So I just want to turn down this Redbridge guy. So because he's kind of a bit too loud for me. So all right. No, okay. Whatever. I don't know if I even turned him down, but whatever. So New South Wales. What do you think? What do you guys think? I think One Nation's in with a good chance. Yeah.
I'm not seeing a big enough swing.
To what?
Actually, I haven't looked at the
What One
results.
Nation? They're on 0.57 corridor. Legalized cannabis is down on 0.32. Trumpet is on 0.2. Libertarian 0.15. Family First 0.13. So yeah, I think this will all collect and go to One Nation, and it'll be 2 Labor, 2 Liberal. Yeah, Greens are only on 0.84. So.
Sorry. Can I just? We're going to comment that someone asking for updates on Boothby and Sturt. Labor is expected to win both, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Pauline, if these numbers hold, she should win in New South Wales. Victoria, again, over half a quota here. Greens down 5.5%. What? 5.05%, I should say. What the hell? Really? Wait, Labor down.
Vic.
No, this is wrong. This This can't be right. There's no way this is right. No, that's just wrong. I don't know how much is counted, but that can't be right. Yeah. And Queensland seems a little bit more realistic, but I still think Labor's going to be way up than this. I think
It must be the regional Senate count in Vic.
because Rennick is on 7%. What? Okay. Yeah. I mean, on these numbers, I mean, Greens are going to need legalized cannabis preferences, definitely. But yeah, there is a slim chance in the sort of scenario I talked about earlier, like today, that Rennick could get a seat and Hanson. It could happen, but probably unlikely. It's probably unlikely at this point. Especially, I think these are probably these are underestimating Labor's numbers. I feel like Labor's going to do better here, but they are doing particularly better in the city. I don't know about the sort of the regional areas. No, this can't be right. Labor down 8.45% in SA doesn't make any sense. No. So I think it's still too early to sort of look at those and make any sort of conclusions. So I think we need to look back at that in like an hour or two. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
What's the time? Is it 10:50 or 9:50? Oh,
The time. Yeah, sorry, I've got it in my wrong time zone because I'm in a different time zone to you guys.
Are you staying till midnight, Stormon?
Well, I can stay a bit later because I'm in a better time zone this time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're in.
I might need to have another break soon.
Of course.
For a few minutes, but
yeah,
mainly because I'm just like I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. I just want to see more of the results, and they're just like I'm worried that we're going to get stuck at like 50% because all the pre-poll stuff ain't going to get counted until like until Monday. I do think.
The pre-polls will drop tonight. Don't worry about that. It's just a few. It's the late arriving postals. That's the only thing.
I still think the pre-polls and stuff will balancing out a bit. I don't think Labor will be as, but anything that's been called for Labor now is gone, regardless of what the pre-polls say. The ahead ones, I'm not so confident about.
Do you think that those things ended up hurting you in the final?
The Nats going to once again pat themselves on the back that they didn't lose any of their seats, even though they haven't really made any gains anywhere. Like,
Oh, they might make gains in WA. It's not the same party, but maybe they'll like
yeah.
maybe they'll join up with the WA now to say like, hey, these liberals are.
I just feel like they're just
idiots.
bragging that the countryside refuses to go along with the cities, which fine.
Well,
but,
it
like,
does feel like the old meme of like the tail wagging the dog, where like the Nationals have like taken full control of the party, move the party right, and then the Nationals are sort of benefiting off it, but then the coalition are like, or the Liberal Party, sorry, rather, are like getting screwed. So
yeah, well, I'm a little worried I'm a little worried about my relationship with my country relatives. I'm a little worried that are we going to be facing a situation where like farmers just absolutely hate city people and it just gets worse and worse and worse?
Well, yeah, I mean, this regional city divide is really making itself apparent on this. Like it's
going to become like a sort of America situation.
Yeah, really, it does feel like.
Yeah,
it,
I think it's all right now, but I'm just worried. Like, is there going to be sometime in the future where like my extended family won't talk to me because of this sort of stuff, and like break up families and things like that.
Yeah, well, hopefully people remain amicable about the situation. But I mean, okay, so obviously it's too early to sort of talk about this stuff. But what I was thinking about the other day is like the Liberals sort of move to being like all the moderates leave the. I mean, are there any moderates left? Like, there's probably like 2 of them left or something, but they all like leave and make their own party, or they stay the Liberals, and then all of the Conservatives move to the Nationals, and then they just have the Nationals not even be a regional focus party, but just a sort of a Conservative party in general, and then the Liberals be like sort of a moderate faction.
Yeah, like this actually is possibly getting to the point where the Liberals might actually need their first rebrand since World War II.
Oh yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I'd almost think the Liberals need to say
the Liberals are going to have like less seats than the Nationals at this. Well, maybe not, but
do you think the Liberals should fold in with the Nationals and just become the Australian Conservatives Party? Like, actually just admit that
I think the Nationals should rebrand as just a nationwide Conservative Party. The Liberals should rebrand as sort of a nationwide moderate party. They should run against each other, but then they should be in a coalition together to stop the woke Labor. That's how, I don't know. That's just my sort of stupid opinion. Like, but has anyone checked in with Credlin? No, I don't have access to Sky. Well, no, I do have access to Sky
they're on
News.
ABC actually. Do you want to try and see if they're on? Because this would be really funny.
I do have access to Sky News, but it's on my TV. It's not on this computer. So.
Because they had like a YouTube stuff. I was sort of finding it was kind of strange. You could go check it out on YouTube to see if they're like playing the election free on their YouTube channel.
I mean, you could go have a look because yeah, you can go and have a look if you want. All right, so I want to. Someone's talking about Flinders, so I just want to have a look at.
It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
20% in, Liberals are just ahead. Looks like in this case the Till will actually run second. Yeah, the Till. Oh, it's going to be close, but the Till probably runs second.
Yeah.
I've got some bad news, guys. My computer's overheating a bit at the moment, so I'm just gonna possibly disconnect for a bit to let it cool off for a bit.
All right, that's fine.
And then hopefully I'll
see you soon.
All right, so I'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes. All right. Until then, see you later.
So if the Nationals have more seats, yeah, the new opposition leader would be David Littleproud. Yeah. Unless he quits, of course, but he probably won't because the Nationals are doing all right. Barawa is really close right now. It's 51.5 Lib. That's such a bad result for that seat. I agree. Yeah, I was expecting there was going to be a bit of a swing there. I didn't think it'd be that bad though. So, Green's pulling ahead a little more in Melbourne. Yeah, I think probably Adam Bant will retain. Cranler said, not to call the party out, the Nats have not lost sight of who they are and who votes for them and what they stand for. The Liberal Party has gone through contortions. What is that supposed to mean? So, basically she's commending the Nationals but saying the Liberals are a disaster. That's what she's saying, I guess.
Well, can you blame her, because the Nats have held up? Like even in some of the seats that were traditionally marginals back in the day, like have a look at a seat like Page, for example. Slight swing away.
Yeah.
That's it.
I know.
They've gained ground.
I get it, but the only reason they're holding up is because the coalition has moved in step with them, and it's moved sort of to suit their constituents. And it's basically just said to suburbanites, like, you're second fiddle to the regions. So, yeah, you could commend the Nationals, but it's only because of the fact that Dutton is basically bent over backwards for the Nationals that they're doing so well. Yeah, so Page, bit of a swing. Yeah, it's not very much. Yeah. I'll look back at
It's
Calgary
nothing,
actually.
yeah.
Looks like probably the
They
Nationals.
they continue to pull ahead. Although, let me have a look at some of the, like they've got there's a lot of coughs to come in. I'm just saying there's a fair bit of, looks like Port Macquarie is mostly in as well.
It's gonna be
And then
real,
it- and
it's
then
gonna
it
be
just
really
becomes-
close because the Independent is almost in the same primary votes. We've got Greens, we've got Labor, we've got legalized cannabis, all getting at least 5%, and then on the other side we've got One
So-
Nation, but everyone else is kind of middling.
So last election they won the pre-polls and postals by 6%.
The Nats. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's full of retirees.
So Murdoch says the Liberals are too woke. Yeah. Okay. So the national. Okay, they should really just sort of. The National Party should just become the Conservatives Party, and they should run everywhere. And then the Liberals should just be like a moderate party, try to court these teals to join them, and then run everywhere, and then be in a coalition just to stop the Labor Party. But it would be such a disaster because, like, how are they actually going to, like, sort of... I mean, they would just have to run against each other, and then depending on how many seats they get in the election, then they form a coalition, or, It just has to be a different...
But why...
Sorry, go on. Yeah,
why are the Nats doing so well in Bendigo? That's not a place that should be particularly open to, like, the right-wing partner of the coalition.
Is it because of crime? Is it because of crime or what?
Like, maybe a little bit, but it's a Labor city, man. It is a Labor city.
I've been to Bendigo. It does feel very woke,
Exactly, and like the public service and health, all those. It's not much different to Ballarat in that sense. Yeah, that is the absolute shock of the night that they got close in this national environment.
It does.
It's ridiculous.
It does include like a lot of like little towns though. Now the seat of Bendigo, it's like
most of those little towns are like hippie towns.
Oh, you're right. They're
like
going,
the ones that actually
they're voting Labor.
Yeah.
What the hell? Or at least Labor's leading the first preferences. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, you're right. That's weird. So it's which parts are like swing to? Yeah, this Bendigo East is swinging massively to the Nats. Okay.
Which makes then the state election becomes really interesting. This is where Jacinta Allen's from, and I think the Nats were really playing on that.
Oh, okay.
Like for them to be, is that them winning a booth?
They're winning booths on primary votes. The Nats.
Stupid.
Being obsessed with woke is the new woke. What do you think about that? What's your opinion on that? Max.
Yeah, basically. Melbourne still looks pretty tight, but looks like Bad's gonna get up.
Yeah.
What have we got? Still only 14% counted.
I'm gonna go back and look at Ryan. See what I could sort of make out of this, or you could sort of like look at it and make out what you think is going to happen, because the Labor Party are 4% behind the Greens. They're not going to catch up. They're not going to catch up because all of these other people are just right-wing minor parties. They'll probably just go to the Lib Nats. So yeah, the Greens will probably keep Ryan. Yep. Sorry, the Greens. Yeah, the Greens will keep Ryan. Yeah. So the Greens are going to have Melbourne, Wheels, Ryan, and probably not Richmond, but yeah, probably not Richmond. So just they'll have 3 seats. They've lost Max Chandler Mather, their star, and they lost Stephen Bates, which was just some guy who made some Temu Trump joke.
Where are all the Gen Z men?
I put a lot of money on the Greens winning at least 4 seats. This is a shame. This is a shame.
Yeah.
Where's the Gen Z men?
Same.
Oh, you think that they've turned out for Labor?
They've turned out for Labor. What's happened?
I'm
just looking at Bullwinkle.
They like milquetoast politics.
So, yeah, in Bullwinkle, another booth has come in. It looks like the Liberals have pulled ahead on, like, in terms of primary. and they're projected to narrowly win the two-party preferred.
Yeah, unless like the One Nation vote goes to the Nats, it could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Sturt has just been wiped off the map.
So somebody told me that in Wills now the Greens are behind again.
All right, let's have a look.
The ABC saying the Greens are in
Yep.
Richmond, but
Poll Blood just got
yeah,
Labor slightly ahead.
on Wills, yeah, it looks like it's more likely that Labor will retain it now. Yep.
You would think some of the postals and stuff, like the Greens, probably needed to skip ahead on election day, right?
Skip ahead.
It's gonna be
Sorry?
close there. Yeah, like on election day votes, the Greens probably needed to open up a pretty big margin. I would have thought.
Petrie
let's
is
have a look.
the one I'm most surprised about. I didn't expect we'd be seeing Petrie going to. Labor.
Yeah, after that Demos AU poll, which had the LNP primary at like 40% across suburban Brisbane, that did not pan out at all. McNamara, by the way,
Look at the Perth.
looks like
Look at the Perth seat. I'm being told. Okay, I'll do that. Sure.
oh, Indy. Or Greens, is it?
Oh my! What? Hang on. No. This can't be right. This is okay. This is early. This is early. This must be early. Like what? 41% for the Greens? Huh? In Perth? This has to be early. This can't.
Someone yeah, but someone did mention that apparently they must. It's the people of Perth want to rave on Anzac Day. That's just what it is.
So Canning is looking okay for the Libs at the moment. So poo-poo the
not,
idea.
Not much count.
Okay, yeah, okay. We just have to wait for that stuff. Yeah, okay. All right.
So Solomon's going to go down to the wire. That's crazy.
One Nation really didn't do very well in Spence. I thought they would do a lot better than this. The Greens have done okay. Let me see. Nah,
maybe the area's changed a bit.
I think it definitely has. It's like Spence has changed so fucking much. Like house prices have doubled.
Yeah. It's probably gentrified a bit, do you reckon? Yeah.
The Greens won't make the two candidate preferred here. It'll be the Libs, but it'll be like, yeah, pretty bad result for the Libs there. Yeah.
That's a big call, don't you think?
Boothby, wow. That's insane. Sturts. My God. Okay.
It's all over for the Greens in McNamara too, I think. 3% swing against. Josh Burns is probably going to come first on primaries.
Jacinta
again,
Price
like,
is
quite comfortably.
Jacinta Price is looking like in denial as well.
You probably would, wouldn't you? Like, I mean, what were these people thinking going in? Okay, this is really interesting. In Richmond, the latest update has the Greens primary up 2.2, the Labor primary only up 1.2.
Is this on Poll Ledger?
Poll Ledger.
I'm gonna take a look at these polls after this and just see what was anybody right about anything?
We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia's being governed.
What the is she saying? Is she saying that you made it all about Trump? She was the one wearing a MAGA hat. So how can she say that? Why are these people in so much denial? Why don't you just admit that you've lost badly? I don't understand. Like, why they can't admit that they just did terribly. Am I willing to call banks? I'm pretty sure the ABC has already called banks. Yeah.
Poll Ledger's model still hasn't. They're only 30% in.
Oh, really?
But I don't think any of the pre-polls that are dropping are really changing results anyway.
Do you think Labor is going to win? Yeah, I think Labor's definitely going to win one of the 6 Tier 1 seats from 2022.
Wait, what?
I think Labor is definitely going to win one of the two-party preferred one of the 6 Tier 1 seats for 2022.
Which one?
At least one. At least one.
Which?
Like
okay.
Wentworth, Warringah, at least, right?
Yeah, okay, those two are probably a fair shout.
Hey guys, by the way.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hey, how'd you go?
How you feeling?
Good, thanks. Still just trying to process everything. But are you guys watching the Jacinta Neva Price interview at the moment?
Yeah, she's in massive denial at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing she's not having as good a night as she did on The Voice. Not enjoying it.
Why are the Nationals? Oh, they're just stagnant in Richmond, right? I see. Somebody else is down. Somebody didn't run this time, I guess.
I think. Well, the Liberal Democrats got like 7% last time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's probably gone. Some of it's gone legalized cannabis. As much as you think they're completely different voters.
Who knows?
I want to look at McMahon because remember there was that meme with that guy. Let's see. I want to see how he did.
Yeah.
So, how did he do?
I haven't even looked.
11.9%. Womp womp.
Yeah, he's running.
There's no way.
It's actually swing too. Oh, yeah.
He's not even making the two candidate preferred.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Bradfield is still surprisingly close.
Oh,
what does this?
Are you upset that someone ran a disinformation campaign?
I mean, well, I'm not going to get into that.
Just don't even start. Yeah.
When will I get my Doritos? Liberals just can't believe they're losing this badly. Yeah, I mean, they seem to not be taking sort of any responsibility at all. Like, they just seem to be completely in denial. They don't know how to react at this point, I guess. Like, they don't know if they should be sort of, like, proud of the fact that they're sort of retaining these, like, sort of, like, regional seats from these, like, independent challenges, or if they should be, like, you know, being like, oh, yeah, we did the wrong thing, or something like that. I mean, she's a national, so she would be sort of... It would be more likely that she would be smug, you know? So... Right.
And like the Liberals have done really well in the Senate race in the NT. Like they're looking like they're going to win that really easily. Like,
yeah, I'm not surprised about that. Looks like probably the Independent is going to win Bradfield now. So.
I don't know. She's only just ahead with half the count in. Like on election day, I would have thought she'd be further ahead.
Western Australia is looking a bit weird compared to the rest of the results, but it is still early. Yeah, I think it's too early to sort of make sort of judgments about the WA.
In Solomon tonight, this seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend, sliding towards the country.
Yeah, there's some weird things happening, like Pearce swinging to Labor and Canning swinging to the Liberals. That wasn't on my bingo card.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of bingo card, I'm just gonna like green out a couple of things that definitely won't happen now. So, I mean, probably I can get rid of Greens when at least 5 House of Representatives seats. That's probably not happening, but I'm gonna leave that one there just for now, just in case.
WA behind on counting. Wow, who would have thought?
There was one where like Labor go backwards. Oh, here we go. Wait, no, where is it?
By the way, has the Liberals have gone backwards further than the Labor have gone? Well, actually, ABC says both have gone backwards. That can't be right. Let's have a look here.
Oh, they're talking about Dan Tian.
Labor's gone. Okay, so coalition's gone down by more than Labor has gone up. So theoretically, that means the third party has increased overall.
Hasn't resulted in any gains.
They're talking about whether or not Dan Tian might be the next leader, so you might have the new Liberal leader, Max.
Yeah, that means great. The electorate's going to get all the attention that it deserves in that case.
Don't worry, Labor will happily relieve you from it at the next election.
Thank you to the worst person you know for the donation. I really appreciate it. And
well, then he's not the worst person you know anymore, then is he?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to call you. It's just. Am I like?
What's the person you know who gives you money?
Am I like misnaming you or something if I call you something different? If I don't call you the worst person I know? Oh, hello, Western Australia, Western Election Insights, by the way. More than a legend. Wonder what Western Election Insights is. Speaking of election insights, that poll that we were looking that we were looking at like earlier, like where is it? Hang on, do I still have it? Here we go. Look how much of a fail this was. Whoever made this should be ashamed of myself. Like, coalition on 36.1, LNP 50. I mean, I feel like this was a joke. I feel like this website was a joke. It doesn't seem.
Unfortunately, my stream of yours is a bit behind. We haven't got to the point where you've shown this chart.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Are
you sharing your screen on Discord, by the way?
No. The model.
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, here we go.
This one. Look at this. Oh, I'm looking at the US one now, actually. But.
Oh yeah, I see the share now. Wow, that was terrible.
They suppose.
Who did that poll, by the way?
Who did this poll? I don't know, some memer. I don't know. So,
okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if I can really trust that, you know, they actually accurately predicted the US elections or the UK elections.
Do you know what happens when Bob Catter resigns from Parliament? I guess Robbie will probably just swoop in and take the seat, but his son will probably swoop in and take the seat, but.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think will probably happen. Yeah, it will just be his son who takes over in Kennedy. Yeah. Oh, thanks very much to Sean. Thanks for the donation. And yeah, I will be continuing to make content. I know there won't be elections for a while, but I will be continuing making videos over the next couple of months. And yeah, I mean, my prediction was pretty horseshit.
By the way,
but that's okay.
Just want to respond to that. Shav True Blue Aussie says, "What is wild to me that Solomon is likely going to flip to the coalition, but Linkiari likely won't." It's not that crazy, Shay, because if you looked at the territory results, Labor got wiped out of Darwin, but they actually held on to their rural seats. So that's not a surprise to me.
It is following the territory model pretty well. Yeah.
Bronsley Science says, "Will you cover the SA election?" Well, I certainly will cover when that happens, but that's not till next year, so it's ways off.
That's how it always was. Yeah.
Do you think? I think the polling companies are going to have to really change their systems after this. Like they need to.
Is it that far off? Like
it's really far. It's okay. Some of them are really far off. Some of them are just a bit far off. You know, like
yeah.
Like more, like even.
How bad was News Poll? What was News Poll's last?
News Poll was 52.5.
Yeah, back in the day.
Hello.
Sorry, you did break up, Max.
Wait, what are you saying?
I think back in the years, Solomon was a liberal city, right?
Well, Linkiari has never been held by the coalition. Solomon has.
So Greens has actually got a swing towards them slightly, but they're only ahead on 2 seats. Labor are ahead on 87 seats. My God. Coalition ahead on 44 seats. Independent 11, and then others 2. Yeah. What does that add up to? Let me see.
But in the Howard years, Solomon was a seat.
That adds up to 146, so I guess he's not including ones where it's too hard to call or something. So. But it looks like probably the coalition is going to win under 50 seats. I mean, unless the pre-polls do something really different. Yeah. So, would Dan Tien make a good Liberal leader?
That's a question for you, Max.
Max? I think he's
obviously not there.
He's like cutting out or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Raoul Duke says, "I am drunk." I was drunk, but then...
It looks like it, but they're going to keep...
Alcohol is kind of worn off. Has Deacon been called yet? No, it hasn't. It hasn't been called by the poll budget yet. So... Albo is on the way in his car. Is that Albo's car?
Yeah, Albo's heading to the... I'm wondering, he might end up doing a victory speech before Dutton does, because it does in denial at the moment.
Damn Angelo and rest of the burgers of Wannon. Yeah, well, I don't think Anglo is going to tell you who he preferenced first in Wannon, because there might be an angry Ral Duke out to get him. If he does.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. I don't think Dantine is like a star performer though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I know. He does seem a little bit
Like,
sort of
he's
stilted. He seems a bit stilted, a bit boring.
Stilted, bit sort of bit gaff prone.
He's
Nah.
boring. He's just like an old man. Like he doesn't inspire at all. So, and no, Labour are not ahead in Longman. No, Labour are not going to win Longman. It looks like. So. Yeah, as you get further out from Brisbane, Labour Party are not doing as well. They are getting swings towards them, but they're not doing quite as well. So, Fisher, yeah, the swings are reducing the further you get out from Brisbane. So, very similar. Very similar to the state election. Yeah. What were you going to say, Solomon?
Just a sec. Just saying, this is the first time I think in Australian political history a first-term government that was elected to power has increased their majority. So I'm looking through my history.
Right.
Liberal, like the last several governments all lost their share of the vote. Technically, Labor gained seats in 1984, but that's because there was the seat expansion. Even in the 50s, the Liberals lost seats. So the last time a first-term incumbent party went up was Labor during World War II, and that was, but they came in mid-term, and that's also the same with the Liberals or the Nationals during World War I. But both times they came in halfway through the term and then blew out their results. There's never been a time where a party's been elected and then elected again with a higher result. The only other times we've ever seen increases in vote share has come in like a third or fourth election, if that makes sense.
And yes, you're right, Daniel Liu. They did hire a election campaign consultant from Trump's team. They did, and then they tried to sort of deny that they did as well. Do you think
It's funny? It feels like Trump's win was just the anomaly. Like everywhere else in the Western world is like going hell no to this.
I don't think Dutton is going to call it rigged. I don't think he's going to go that low. So wait, hang on.
That's not the kind
Are
of
they
value.
calling Deacon? Is that it? Are they called Deacon? Oh, they've called Deacon! Woo!
Happy days, mate.
He's gone! He's
And
gone!
it looks like Labour's won Aston as well.
Woo! 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 Woo!
I was so sure that Aston was like a free pickup.
Yeah, me too.
And like the parties had given up on it and everything.
So
But like Labour won it back when they were like really popular.
By-election with an outgoing member who was like.
And Labour was at like polling at like plus 40% at the time.
So
yeah, exactly.
Is the only seats that Labour might lose is Bendigo and Solomon?
Hey,
Is that
Labour's Labour's tipped to win Aston with a higher two-party preferred than the by-election. The by-election was 53. They're at 55 at the moment.
Okay, time to pour myself another drink. I'm actually pretty sober now, so I should be right.
Poll Bludger's projected to party preferred is 3.4 for Labour. So that's about what even Stevens based on the by-election result.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, the Liberals have not. The coalition hasn't gone sub 30, but like, darn, they're looking close.
All right. This is. I'm gonna drink this.
It should pick up from here.
Are you ready? Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm drunk at the moment just by like what's going on right now.
My God. I wonder what should I do if I get a lion?
Thank you very much indeed. Just a question
If I get a lion, why
You get what?
If I get a lion, do I have to down the whole bottle?
I don't know.
Like a bingo line.
By the way, are we paying attention to any of the WA results? I know they're early, but apparently Libs are still ahead of Bullwinkle at about 4% of the count.
All right, I'll go have a
So
look.
it's
Yeah,
looking like
they're getting-
actually, what's going on in Bullwinkle at the moment?
Oh.
Like it's looking like
I just want to mention, sorry, before I do that, One Nation probably will make the 2 candidate preferred in Hunter. It looks like as well. So
okay.
fun. Yeah. All right, Bullwinkle. Let's have a look. So Poll Pledge is still saying it's going to be Labour versus Libs. Nationals are a bit behind, but yeah, once again, I think this One Nation will go straight to the Nats, and so will the Christian. Well, some of the Christians will go to the Nats as well. So I do think the Nats are going to leapfrog the Liberals, and it's going to be between Labour and then Labour and the Nats. So yeah, I think it's going to be Labour versus Nats contest, and I don't know who's
in
gonna...
Hunter. Oh, sorry, Bullwinkle. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I would assume that most of the Liberal preferences will go to Nats as well. So yeah, I think maybe Nats could win here.
But
Yeah.
with that case, you probably think it's more likely to be a pickup by the Nats. So
Yeah.
unless we're having success in WA, even if it's pretty small.
Which is crazy. It's just like when you were thinking of like, you know, independence or like, you know, crossbench winning, like we aren't really sort of thinking too much about WA. I want to see how the
Labor. It does definitely look like Labor's having a swing against them in WA, just a small one, which is what we're expecting nationwide, but it's the opposite everywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the polls were sort of saying that Labor's going to get a bit of a swing to them in WA.
Just wait though, because there
Still
could
nothing
be
in more though, unfortunately.
Yeah, nothing more. Tangney, the first results look really good for Labor.
Durack. I'm just looking at Durack, right, and I'm just sort of wondering what's going on here. Like, I think maybe this could end up being a Nationals versus Liberals contest. I mean, legalized cannabis and Greens will go to Labor probably, but then
Big One Nation vote.
Yeah, One Nation will go to mostly to Nationals, so then maybe they'll put them on like 27. It's going to be really close. It could end up being a Liberals versus Nats contest. Yeah.
Looks like Liberals are ahead slightly in Forest as well.
And then Nats could actually win that, actually, if it's a Libs versus Nats contest as well. Forest... Oh, yeah, Labour way down. What the hell? Well, the Independent... Oh, it's doing pretty well, yeah.
Oh, ABC's finally fixed up their website now.
That's good. Have they called a lot of seats now or something?
Yeah, the map's filled out now after being like dead for ages.
So Labour plus Independent, that's 44, plus Greens is 9.1. So if we get like perfect preference flows between these three, right, you would expect that this would go to the Independent. I mean, obviously there wouldn't be perfect preference flows, but and there's also legalized cannabis on 8%. So I think the Independent, like, I know Paul Bludge was saying this garbage, but I think there is a chance for the Independent to win Forest, which would be weird. But but this is still early though. This is 3%. So, and then
I've finally gone over to the the seats and doubts on ABC, so I can actually get a better picture now of what's going on.
Yeah.
So, someone wants to say?
Remember how the coalition thought that they have a great chance of picking up Tangney? Like, what was that about?
Yeah. But Labor seemed to think they were in trouble there. Weird as.
ABC is apparently called Richmond. I guess for the Labour Party, I would assume. So look, Richmond.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Bullwinkle is currently looking to be Labour's only loss. Well, that's not really a loss, is it?
Oh, this looks like.
Well.
Actually, Greens are ahead at Perth right now, but that's probably not going to last.
Yeah. So the
probably no.
It's the Go on. Yep.
The first booth in Curtin is in. Paul Bludge is giving the Liberals a 66% chance of winning.
Wait, what?
Keep an eye on that one. You used to tell me off so much about Curtin.
Oh, what? Wait, what's going on in this doesn't make any sense. This is so different.
It's one booth. It's one booth. Just relax.
Still, like okay. That's insane. Okay. So
looks like Diley's opening up a bit of a lead in Fowler too.
ABC seems to think Bean is an independent gain. The Poll Bludger doesn't, though.
That's crazy. So ABC's giving it to the Independent.
Yeah, at the moment.
That's crazy.
The commenter who came onto my video and tipped me off about that a couple days ago. Well done.
Yeah,
well,
I saw that. I saw that comment, and I was considering putting money on that, and then I'm like, nah, like they're probably not going to win. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know if I should drink because that's also on my bingo card, the independent winning. But
Western election insights. They've called Richmond for Greens. Have they?
no way. No way.
ABC has.
What? Huh?
ABC's being weird. Remember?
That is weird. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm not trusting ABC. That's just weird. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how are they thinking that okay, let me have a look at that. I'm gonna have a look at that. I'm gonna go on the ABC website, and I'm gonna go on to Richmond, and look and see what's going on here. So, yeah, Green's apparently on.
There's some, yeah.
Let's go back to Cos Samaras and Tony Barry and PK. Cos,
There's some differences in results from Poll Bludger
Oh,
to
Doug's
ABC.
expected to speak soon, so heads up for that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. Yeah.
When you look at what we can see so far this evening, how does Labor look in those heartland seats?
They look very good, particularly in Victoria and parts of Western Sydney as well. Any votes they did lose, they lose to independents. Again, it's that trend.
It is interesting. A talk of this election might come out that I wonder how strong Labor's results are here, because it feels like they're winning a lot of these seats on preferences, and what looks like, Labor wins by 60% is actually Labor already won because they won 1% more in the count before picking up some independent votes. And had they had a few votes gone the other way, the independent would have overshot Labor, and the results would have been completely different.
All right, so
I'm wondering how many of these seats are going to be like that.
Have we worked out what's going on in Richmond?
I no idea.
There are some really conflicting reports between ABC and
Poll Bludger.
Poll Bludger. For example, Poll Bludger has Clare as like an easy that win, but ABC's called it for one of the independents.
Really?
By the look of it. Yeah.
What the fuck? Let's see. Oh wow, Andrew G. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think the ABC website might still be a bit broken.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, well, the primary votes put him in an election-winning position, right?
You would think so.
I wonder if the Poll Bludger and ABC are disagreeing on where they think preferences are going.
As long as Andrew G keeps ahead of Kate Hook, which he should, because he's got like more than a 6% lead there. So, yeah, I think probably Andrew G will. I'll go on to the Poll Bludger, and I'll have a look at Clare there.
So I was going to just read out the changing seats from ABC according to them right now. Banks, Labor gain. Bass, Labor gain. Bean, Independent gain, which is a bit weird. Bennelong, ALP win, that doesn't really count. Bonner, ALP gain. Braddon, ALP gain. Brisbane, ALP gain. Calais, another weird one, Independent win. Deakin, ALP gain. Dixon, ALP gain. Griffith, ALP gain, although again that might be kind of out of counts. Hughes, ALP gain. Leichhardt, ALP gain. Petrie, ALP gain. Richmond, again, we don't know what's going on there. ALP gain, and then Sturt, ALP green.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking just at the primary votes now, and I do think Andrew G has a much better chance than 6.9% of winning. Like Nationals plus Shooters, that's like 31, plus Family First, that's like 33, plus Jump with the Patriots, that's like 30, let's say 35, right? And then One Nation, that's like 43. It's like as long as Andrew G makes the final count, I think yeah, he's won the seat. So I don't.
You would think so, right?
Yeah, like this. I think the Poll Bludger is wrong. I think ABC is actually correct on this one. Yeah. Oh, here's Peter Dutton. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting ahead because I'm slightly ahead on my TV that I will.
Of course, so much damage to your party tonight came into being. The nuclear question is one of the key ones.
It's not started talking yet.
I put to you, which is, will nuclear die with Dutton?
I'll be right back. I'm just
there
getting
was an option for your party to choose a future with nuclear that was just okay. Breaking into that, here comes Peter Dutton, moving in through the crowd.
We can't hear that.
Wow, they are really cheering for Dutton despite like everything that went wrong. Like, are the Liberals this delusional? Okay, here comes Dutton's speech. We'll be quiet.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But
Yeah,
we've worked hard
insane.
every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Thank you. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son.
Okay,
Henry,
Dunn's just
which is a
accepted
tragic
defeat in
circumstance
Dixon.
that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best, please. Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years, and I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advance team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen... Please, yeah. Thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they... Please, yeah. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dixon and to our amazing supporters in Dixon. Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. 24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long period of time. And we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that looks like Dutton has finished his speech.
But gracious, he spoke to the Prime Minister.
And that's that.
First ever opposition leader to lose a seat. Let's include Charles Blunt, who is the Nationals leader in the 1990 election, who lost his seat of Richmond to Labor in that election. Although he was technically the leader of the Nationals, not the opposition leader.
Right, so, when's the last time there was an election with like a
56-44 two-party preferred? Let me check. Possibly, what was 2013? Wasn't that extreme?
Offered an apology. No, I don't think he's going to say much more there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats.
96 was was 50. No, it was 53. Wow, it's tiny despite the margin.
I think 1975 was almost that bad.
I think relatively early in the
1975 is the most extreme one. Let's have a look at that one.
And lost the election.
So people have been talking about Melbourne now, where
55.7. So yeah.
So yeah, we're getting to sort of 1975 levels.
That really clears it up and opens it up, the leadership at least of the Liberal Party.
So is he? He's resigned.
1943, Labor got 58.2.
So what was I going to say? So he's resigned as leader, has he?
I believe he has. Well, he's got no choice really. He's lost his seat. You look like an idiot if you kept running on us.
All right. So looking at Melbourne, like it looks like according to Paul Bludger that they're going to be all right.
I'll have a look on ABC.
ABC has Labor ahead. So
yeah, the soldiers who kick the officers out of the room,
and then but then they have
so when he was
green,
up in
Wills. They have Greens ahead.
On Anzac Day, you could see the pictures there. Like Phil Thompson's a great local member there. I think he's had a swing towards him actually.
So possibly the Greens could win 4 seats, which is Ryan, Richmond,
Melbourne,
and Wills.
Being opposition leader is
yeah.
If I was Max Chandler Neighbour, I would be
I'm not surprised that
like
he pointed to his time as defence minister as being
completely devastated
preferred,
right now. Like,
as opposition leader, I think.
Well, I don't know much about Elizabeth Watson Brown and Ryan, but she seems like she must have just not really gotten the nerve and Greens candidates did.
It's just because the Labor primary vote is so low there. That's what saved.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah. Well, the Greens just the Griffith is like a natural sort of Labor seat. Well, Ryan is sort of like
look at the numbers now.
Yeah.
It's a former blue ribbon seat. Yeah.
for the coalition.
So-
Lessons of not
Oh,
leading-
Labor's ahead in Bullwinkle now, apparently.
I just want to go back to,
really?
to what
According to ABC, they are. What are they on?
gracious speech.
Yeah, they're ahead on
I can't see anything on ABC.
oh,
They're ahead on both.
yeah.
Oh, really?
What he
Okay,
said
I
about
see,
the
okay.
Prime Minister, he's sincere.
They're ahead in more as well.
Minister in relation
Yeah.
to the mention of his mother.
Well, at least on the poll bludgeon. I'm not sure what they are on.
About Australian democracy.
They are on.
It was very
That's a good
ugly
I
campaign
can't find.
for the
Let me
last
see if I
5
can find
weeks.
more on the.
The guys lost. We have lost.
Where is more? More ALP are ahead on the ABC. I think ABC and poll bludgeon seem to be lining up now a bit better.
For that. But in terms of your broader point,
Franklin, okay, why is the
What are the
Titanic
primaries?
preferred on
we're
the
going to be
ABC,
looking
not
at
between
everything. But it's
independent and-
important. Having said that, that my party doesn't
I guess
take
'cause
the
they
wrong
think
lessons
the One Nation
out of
primary
this
is
election
gonna
loss,
help
that will
the-
make sure that we
I don't know, that
have
doesn't
a
make any sense. I think
considered
the
view
independent is
and
gonna
take
make
the
the two again
time
and
to
prefer
work
that.
out why we
So-
lost and
but,
what we
they're
need
not
to
gonna
do.
win
And I am
both,
going to
but
go back to
they're
Adrian
gonna
Schrinner in
again.
Brisbane and David
And
Christopherly
then
of making sure that the
Bean,
party
where's
that
Bean?
goes to the next federal election, similar to what I think
This
yeah,
co- this
Peter is
kind of a bit
centre right.
glitchy.
Oh, Bean's no longer a guaranteed independent figure now. It's back into the ahead category.
Okay. So let me
and
just
I
see
speak
like
as a Ronald Reagan
what's
Republican
the
and
most
a George Bush
seats
Republican. It would be very dangerous for my party
an independent can win.
to
So we got
ape
Clark,
some of President
Kuyong.
Trump's positions.
happening
We
with
are a free trade
Goldstein?
party. We're pro-Ukraine.
Goldstein was tipped to be an independent retain.
That centre-right
What does that mean?
It says independent likely according to the ABC.
Saying this at this moment.
Okay,
You
okay.
can't be a
So
Trumpian
1,
party.
2,
I've
3,
heard from some of your colleagues that if it's a
4,
bad night,
5,
the,
6,
the party
7.
will lurch to a more Trumpian party.
Claire,
You're saying
okay, I'll say
we must
8 for
resist
Fowler,
that
9
path.
for
We
Claire.
must resist that path, and we must focus on where middle
Is that it?
Australia is.
Oh,
so
oh, no,
if,
May
if,
doesn't
if
count.
Luke Howarth
Is that it?
is
9 independents?
in trouble in Petrie and you know, I don't wanna
Yeah, I'm
mention
just looking. If we give the independents everything they've won, that's 1,
that
2, 3,
Libs are
4,
apparently
5, 6.
50-50 in Bradfield,
in
so maybe
Petrie
10.
have
Maybe
swung
they win 10.
against us. That we have not got back. You know,
That
the
is-
suburbs in
Yeah, about
Pretty
10.
overwhelming for independents.
If our vote is still
That was
only
like-
Yeah, they're ahead in Fremantle now. Apparently, the first results from Fremantle came in.
that centre
Oh,
right
Kate Hewlett,
vote,
really?
that middle Australia vote.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The ABC did a video on it, thinking that maybe Fremantle might fall.
I saw that
It
little
might be
like
in a
report.
way,
Yeah,
but I
so-
also think it's
She's only 4% behind on primaries in the first 2 booths.
Yeah.
Campaign review that said
That's
it was
wild.
I'm still not. I feel like I'm that silly liberal pollster when it comes to Bean. Oh, Labor's finally ahead in Bean. Okay, Labor's finally taking the lead in Bean. Whether or not they'll hold it, we'll see. But
all over again this time.
Yeah, like
we-
Paul
we-
Blackie thinks they'll
to try
hold it.
to
Oh, thank you,
ameliorate
Ryan
a
Mullins, by the way.
number of those factors.
Oh, I
It's
gotta turn my
something
mic up,
that,
okay,
James
so-
Patterson and Dan.
I'll turn everyone.
no,
off.
I'm not convinced in Bean. Bean is like David Smith is going to be like rushing around Tuggeranong and Woden, like trying to hand out flowers and chocolates to everyone.
Albo has already won. Yeah. Sorry that my mic was so low. I apologize. I haven't been looking at the chat.
Follow the path that you're
Well,
talking
I think
about.
it's something that will be a decision for the federal executive of the
Sorry about that,
region.
guys.
I
Apologize
did a
deeply.
review for the state LNP after 2007.
We won, says Labour on top. 90 seats would be wild. It is possible at this point. It is definitely possible.
Yeah, it is possible. An 80, like how many? They need what 8 more of the ones that I don't know.
I've given my life to the
8, so they need 9 seats. So it's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Actually, I don't know how they're calculating this at the moment.
to come together to understand we've had this.
So
Leader's lost his
Oh, you're right. Labour's ahead in 91 currently, according to the poll bludger.
together to work
that
would be-
crazy.
to get back those.
I want to check. 1996 is, I think, the best election for the Liberals in modern history, especially with the 150 model.
Could I just ask you, I mean,
They got 94, so Labor won't quite achieve Howard 96 level. I don't think they'll achieve Howard 96 levels. That's kind
Wait,
of
how many did Howard get in 96? 93 or something?
94
Oh, okay, I
seats.
see. Yeah.
Haven't only got like 89, I think, in 2013.
big cities. Why
90.
that didn't happen?
I did. Okay.
Let's put
Yep.
the question of votes by women and the big difference
I'm gonna look at
between
Brisbane
votes
again.
from women and men for
Coping.
the coalition that's shown up in polls aside.
I think it's looking good in more. That looks like a good call from you, mate.
Because of the economic message? Was it because
I expected
you were just
the.
trying to tap
It's
into
funny. It's
in
funny
a-
how like the independents have jumped from North Fremantle to South Fremantle in WA.
And it's
Or what about
something.
both?
What do you mean the independents have jumped from South
Well,
Brisbane?
Cernan's kind of like North Fremantle area.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, the independents back ahead again. Like, it's probably she's probably going to retain it.
What, Kernan?
Yeah. So yeah.
Come on. An early scare is always a bit fun. We love it.
ABC currently saying totals are 13 Lib, 14 LNP, 8 Nat. Aren't most of the LNP originally Nats? No, I think there's sort of like an even split, but I think most of the ones that are going to retain their seats are going to be Nats. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Hello, somebody speaking Chinese in chat. Welcome to the chat, Chinese person.
That's Japanese, actually.
Is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, because it's got
katakana.
Yeah.
I'll
and hiragana, right?
I'll translate it if you're curious.
Maybe I should do Japanese politics as well.
It got interesting, actually. The party lost its seats. Well, it says Cheney may have been shaken up the political world. Let's do our best to end Dick Cheney as president of the political world. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, get rid of Dick Cheney. Keep Kate Cheney.
Yeah.
So whose results do we trust? Who's
Poplar has had less crashes.
Yes, trust whoever
He's
has
calling-
the least crashes.
But I just don't get it. Like, he's called Colère for the Nats. Has he just got a bug on that seat?
I think so. There's something. It doesn't seem right to me.
It's not right.
If I had his phone number, I'd text him, but I'm not that close with William Bowe, unfortunately. He doesn't reply to my tweets even. Sad.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm just okay. So I'm just want to look at this again, right? So so I'm not crazy, right? So assuming that Andrew G makes the final count, he's like 7% ahead of Andrew of Kate Hook, right? So he probably will make the final count. So him plus her, assuming that most of her preferences go to him, let's say 13% goes to him, right? So that means he's on 36. And then Labour, let's say, I don't know, 8 goes to him. So that means he's on 44. And then Greens, let's say 3 goes to him. 47. Legalised cannabis, let's say 3 goes to him. 50, yeah. I mean, that's me sort of underestimating, and that's not even counting anyone else's preferences. I think Andrew G's got it. I think he's got it.
Yeah, except I can only assume that Paul Bludger is going off the like the rest of the booths that are coming in. But then if you have a look at his side, he's got the projected 3 candidate preferred with the Nationals back on like 40, but then somehow they get to 57. Like, there's a problem in the calculation.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we think probably Andrew G's got to actually win that one.
I think so. Yeah.
For the first time since the 1960s. Wow. So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at booth.
What's the seat that they lost for the first time since the 1960s? Sturt? Is it?
Yeah, the Sturt has been in the Liberals camp for years.
So
let's bring it up.
So let me count some independents here. So we have Bradfield, Colère, that's 2.
Labour lost Sturt in 1972.
Right, okay. Fowler, that's 3. McKellar, that's 4. Wingard's 5. Wentworth, that's 6. That's 6 just in New South Wales. It's crazy. Colwell, the independents ahead. I don't know if that's going to stay, but...
Yeah, but it's going to be a messy one.
Yeah, I agree.
The Liberals are just ahead on primaries.
So assuming that Flinders doesn't go, right? So that's still 6. 7 is Goldstein. 8 is Indi. 9 is Kooyong. 9 is Kooyong. Nothing in Queensland. That's 9. 10 is Clark. And then, unless Bean, Corwell, 11 is Curtin. So yeah, at least 11. At least 11, I think, at this point.
You know what, Max? I want to rewatch your like Labour Party's like wet dream video you made, the one that like had like because I think Labour's beating it.
It is. They are like comfortably beating it. I think I had something like 84 Labor seats, and I think if you add in, because I think I had them like gaining some green seats too.
I'm glad that I helped you make some money on the betting markets, Mr. Alex. What's your full name? I'm trying to see. Go to your channel, Mr. Alex Storyteller. So thank you.
Labour looks to be pulling ahead on all the seats they were losing previously. Like they're ahead in Wheels, they're ahead in Richmond now, according to Popledger. I don't know if Popledger's got a.
So yes, so just for anyone playing at home, that super chat was $7.45. So thank you for the $7.45. And I'm glad that I helped you make money as well. So yeah. Yeah. So Franklin.
The Liberals directed preferences to the Labor Party, so that will make it tougher for Peter George to close a 15% gap, even if he give them all the Liberal votes, all the Green votes. Sorry, that still puts them behind.
Yeah, all the Green votes. It's not going to happen. Yeah. One Nation is probably not going to go to Peter George, I'd say. Oh, maybe it might actually. Because I don't know.
What's funny is Labour is not going to get anywhere close to this sort of result in the Senate. Like something tells the Senate's going to be very divided. Can we see what's kind of going? I'll see what's happening in the Senate right now.
No, it's actually $7.45. I just checked it up. What 50 Norwegian krona is. What was the betting power for 90 seats? It was like really high. I remember. I think I put like $1 on it or something.
All right. By the way, just gonna give you some. Do you want to see some Senate results? By the way, because currently Labour might be winning 3 seats in New South Wales.
Let's look at that.
Oh, it's huge.
One Nation is ahead. Is picking up the 6th one, Victoria. I'm just looking at this. McElroy's Queen. That's fine. WA nothing.
Is the PM talking? Oh, we got
Penny Wong. Penny Wong's about to talk. All right. Well, but she introduced Albo last time.
Is he gonna pledge to fulfill the Uluru Statement of the Heart in full again? That's what I'm wondering about.
Republic referendum, guys.
He should say we were repealing negative gearing in full.
Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labour. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation. The power in our 26 million people from more than 300 ancestries. And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet. And I acknowledge the traditional owners.
Oh, that's
Friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter So all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be, a leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
My fellow Australians, serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government. the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect. I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially. But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia. This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages for their work, and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally. Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card...
There's the Medicare card. I love how he has to cover it so he doesn't show his actual number.
He's being so smug. Holy crap.
Like, to be honest, who can we blame him? He's just won like the largest majority in modern Labor history.
Yeah. It is green and gold.
I don't think. I'm trying to remember if like Bob Hawke got this many seats.
Wow,
Like,
he's being so smug.
It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy, her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. If you excuse me for singling out one of them who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey Frantz.
Gotta say, if Albo wins 91 seats, which is possible he will, he would have won the biggest majority of percentage of seats since 1946.
Yeah.
That's just puts it in context of just how ridiculously huge this win is.
Mm-hmm.
So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament.
This is bigger than Hawke's
I want to
A3
thank
victory.
the people of Grainler, most of whom
And
are
William
here
72.
tonight.
William 72 is impressive.
I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grainler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago.
It does feel like
I've lived in
Labor's
this
John
community
Howard,
in the inner
doesn't he?
west my whole life.
Like a long-term party
And it's
leader
an incredible
gets
privilege to
elected
serve a
after some people
community
getting defeats
that
by
you love,
running a really
and
moderate
I do love
campaign,
it.
and then really now in a really dominant position. But it comes from nowhere to this.
To the Labor Party's
Really
heart
doing
and
it on the
soul.
back of winning Middle Australia
Our rank and
too.
file members and the mighty
He is
trade
basically
union movement
Labor's
of
John Howard
Australia.
at this point, almost. Obviously, he hasn't won 4 elections yet, but yeah.
The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's
We're two
wages
decks for
and
Homes
conditions.
Accord.
True. Yes, obviously, they defend their candidates.
Everywhere
But
I
yes,
have been
they're
through
not
this
to get
campaign,
Bradfield, right?
Yeah.
your energy,
Probably,
But
maybe.
like, where's the
enthusiasm,
bargaining? Where's the
your
influence? Where's the
dedication
bargaining
to the
power?
cause has lifted me up. You
They-
inspire
and I guess,
all of
yeah,
us
like,
in
we don't know
your
what the Senate
service
stuff
of
look like
working
yet.
people, and we thank you. To
Crazy because
our
Labor hasn't exactly
magnificent
won that much in the
campaign
yeah, they're only
director,
like just
National
they're nowhere
Secretary
close to
Paul
40% of the first preference vote, which is normally where they are when they win. or historically.
Oh, you talk about Labor, right?
Their first preference vote. We're talking about like, how much power they've got in this government with only 34.3% first preference votes.
Paul has run an outstanding.
Well, it's similar in the UK, isn't it? Winning a big majority of
True.
First past the post, yeah. But we have preferential, which makes it even more likely.
Yeah, it's funny how they.
All voters would be Tories. Labor's majority would be like not that big. I don't think they would have lost, but the majority would not be that. They might be minority.
Yeah, they're telling you to fix your mic, someone.
Oh, sorry, I get too far away. Sorry. I thought I can't remember which microphone I'm using. If I'm using the computer one or my headset one.
Do you think Albo's a little bit intoxicated? What do you think?
Personal stuff.
To be honest, I might have even started drinking this and going like, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him. Like he could say whatever he wanted right now, and really, I don't
why
think.
not?
The passion, the commitment that you show.
You can tell he's like way more confident than he was last time round. Like last time around, he was still a bit terrible. Didn't know if it was a minority. And had to be careful. This time, he's just like, we've won. We've won. We like Labor forever.
Yeah, and just quickly, I just want to say, I think 3 years unfixed terms is fine. That's my hot take of tonight. I think it's fine.
What's that?
3 years unfixed terms is fine.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk anymore. Like I've only ticked off like 3 boxes. Yeah, Solomon sounds like he's on the loo. On the loo, yeah.
What, me?
Yeah.
Like right now?
Oh, now you better. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship, and your love.
I feel like he's maybe had a couple.
You make me so happy.
He seems a little bit.
He's gonna do a shoey. That's what like I think Andrew Barr did after winning in the ACT. He did a shoey.
Living our lives together.
Oops. Turn the volume way up.
My fellow Australians have chosen the Australian Labor
Yeah,
Party
Albo's
as
a bit of a
their
cradle
government.
snatcher.
And our government
What
will
just happened to the
choose
feed? I probably
Australian
turned the volume
way
up like massively
because
accidentally.
we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people.
What's so good about
We dedicate
Hasty? Why is he getting
ourselves to
an
your
8% swing?
service. We renew
Because like I met someone from the electorate, and he's like
and the
Hasty is such a
opportunity of
because he said some like controversial stuff. I don't know why he's so popular.
optimism and determination.
Yeah, he's gonna try to be new Liberal leader.
In the fair go.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh,
He's
wow.
clearly randomly
wow.
popular.
We return
He's the only one with a safe seat anymore.
building Australia's
True.
future. Thank you all.
Elect face reveal. I already have pictures. I already have videos of my face on my YouTube channel.
And you can also there's a video with me and him on my channel.
There is too. Yeah.
He's glorious, luscious locks.
Yes. As for a shoey, I don't know about that. I'm like having shots. Like I don't think there's a shoe sort of small enough for that.
Mr. Anthony Albanese, he was enjoying that moment. You could tell the emotion was there, the message of unity.
The poll I want to see you put up, if you have the charts,
Yeah. Sure.
Eli, is does the Liberals need a rebrand? And I'm not talking about a new leader who's going to policy. I mean, like seriously, like
I don't think that's really a poll.
Chase
I don't think that's
Liberals.
really a poll opinion. Oh, by the way, I just want to say thank you to Victor Gomez. I think I'm just going to double check that's what your name was. And he was Victor Gomez. He was talking about election autopsies. I mean, there'll be need to be like polling up to autopsies. Liberal Party autopsies, Simon Holmes a court autopsies, Greens autopsies. After this election, there'll be lots of autopsies on all sides. Sky News autopsies probably as well. Yeah.
By the way, Labor is currently pinning to win 3 seats in SA and New South Wales on like current counts. Meanwhile, One Nation is looking to pick up. Liberals are not winning 3 in any state currently.
Hastie won't be next opposition leader. If you look at his branding, there isn't a Liberal logo in sight, and he doesn't even use the correct colour blue. Yeah, because he was trying to distance himself from Peter Dutton. He did that on purpose. He knew that Peter Dutton was going to lose, so he purposely did that. Yeah, so he's setting up to be next leader. He's setting up to be a completely different guy to Peter Dutton, I guess. So,
Everyone commenting on my Dutton nightmare map, and they're like, "Wow, look at this."
Yeah, well, isn't it worse at the moment than your Dutton nightmare map?
It's so bad.
Will I do one? Yeah, I'll have to do lots of autopsy videos after this. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We'll do our one. We'll do our election review sometime, Eli. Like we did last time.
That too. Yeah. All right. So, okay, Senate. Let's look at the Senate. I will get to Forest. Somebody talked about Forest. I will get to Forest, but I want to quickly look at the Senate because I'm really interested about what's happening there.
Oh,
so
I'll have a quick look at Forest.
And I'm just going to
turn very close.
I'll do the Senate with you, Eli. Here we go. What state? We're doing ABC or?
Yeah. I don't know if there's any. Hang on.
Can we just work our way up from the smaller states to the biggest ones?
Yeah, sure. If you want to do that, yeah. Okay.
Let's start with the AC.
Hang on. We got a question for Anglo. How do you feel about your Peter Dutton nightmare scenario election prediction video coming true?
Talking about that.
Did you know it would happen? Says Finn202.
Well, I didn't go far enough in. It was like it was actually.
Should have painted the whole map red. It would have been closer.
It was crazy. I didn't.
It's worse than the Peter Dutton nightmare.
I was honestly tempted. Like I saw seats, and I'm like, they probably are. I just didn't want it to get silly, like too from where my thinking was. But I should have just made it silly.
All right,
I really should have.
Okay. Let's start with the ACT. All right, have a look at this.
David Pocock is
41.7%. He's getting one and a quarter quotas. That's ridiculous. That's insane.
It's David Pocock town. It's David Pocock town.
The Liberals are getting 16% here. That's crazy. Labor down to 30%. What the hell?
Gallagher will probably most definitely win because the Greens aren't going to preference the coalition or anything. So Labor's going to easily win the second seat.
Yeah. Okay. So
anyway,
Northern Territory.
Next.
Yeah.
Pretty boring. Labor's actually still ahead though, which is interesting. I expected the CLP to.
The Greens are getting a swing towards them now. That's weird. And One Nation obviously up a fair bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that Labor's. I think this is a massive is it rebuking of Jacinta Nama Price. I feel like the idea that she'd be like this conservative darling is just not. It's not playing out.
Well, I would expect that it would have been better. Yeah, I mean, but it's One Nation that's.
Yeah,
that's
I was expecting her to win the CLP.
Maybe she should join the One Nation party. Just bite the bullet.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll do
Tasmania. Yeah. So I think Tasmania is pretty likely going to be a Jackie Lambie in
the
sixth
so
spot.
2.5 for Labor, 1.5 for Coalition. Greens 1.26, Lambie 0.47. Ooh, it's
gone backwards.
I think Lambie's probably, unless Labor somehow gets 3 quotas, they might. I mean, it's either Labor gets 3 quotas or Lambie will be fine. Yeah. Well, you would assume that maybe when Pauline Hanson gets eliminated, her preference will go to. Her preferences. Well, actually, they might go to the Libs. That's the thing. The Libs still need to get elected.
I don't know how One Nation feels about Lambie. I don't think they hate her.
I know, but the thing is, the Libs will still be in the count. So the One Nation preferences will go to the Libs and get the Libs elected on their second seat, and then Lambie might be left in the dark. So Lambie might lose her seat.
That'll be interesting.
We might get 3 Labor, 2 Lib, 1 Green here. Yeah, maybe.
Look at SA next.
Sure. Yeah. SA. So. Okay, so that's 2.5 quotas, almost 2 there, almost 1.
Yep.
Pauline Hanson's 0. Yeah, it's gonna be close between I think probably Labor's got third seat, and Pauline is going to miss out, unfortunately. I'm just looking at some of these other parties here. Like, there's not much left over, so.
Yeah.
Like legalized cannabis more likely will go to Labor, and then some of these will go to the Libs as well. Some of these, oh look how badly Rex Patrick did, 2.6%. Jesus.
Yeah, he's a great guy. It really sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think probably the Labor Party might win 3 seats. Yeah, I think Labor Party could win 3 seats here. Yep.
I feel like too few people know about who Rex Patrick is, despite all the amazing work he did during this term outside of Parliament.
So yeah,
WA now?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so.
Oh, nothing from WA. Never mind.
Yeah, WA. This doesn't seem right. I mean, does this seem right to you?
Well, it looks like the Nationals. Yeah, this is too early. Let's skip WA and go to Queensland.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. That's.
Well, there's less count.
Yeah.
There's less counting.
Okay. Labor. Oh. What am I seeing? What am I seeing here? The coalition on less than Labor? Huh? What? What?
It's not the early.
That is crazy. That is crazy. That is.
How are they going statewide on just a regular state vote? Let me have a look at that. I look at
it's still early. No, like that's crazy. Okay. Anyway.
Liberals are ahead on the lower house vote total for Queensland. So
that's strange. But you also got Jared Rennick in the Senate, right?
Yeah, I guess he must be. That 5.3. Yeah, that's the missing part, I think.
So Labor will win 2, Greens will win 1, and then it'll be probably the coalition will win 2, and then Pauline will win 1. Although she could be chased up by Jared Rennick, potentially by some of these like trumpet.
Yeah, like Patriots or Family First.
It's like they're only 2% behind, so but I would feel like a lot of these people might preference the Libs, and the Libs still need to get 2 quotas. I think probably the Libs will probably increase, and they'll probably get close to the 2 quotas. But I mean, Labor's definitely winning 2, and Greens definitely winning 1 there. So yeah, they don't have to worry about. It's going to be a really good Senate for the left, really.
Victoria then.
Yep, Victoria. 2 for Labor, 2 for the Libs, 1 for Greens, and probably One Nation, I'd say. Well, actually, the Labor there's extra Labor surplus, right? So
Which could elect legalist cannabis.
Yeah, like I mean, there's a lot of right-wing minor parties here. So
the Family First shooters.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a liberal surplus, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be probably it's going to be between One Nation and legalized cannabis for the last seat. I mean, Labor also have a sort of an outside chance because of the legalized cannabis preferences, but
legalized cannibals.
Yeah.
Legalized cannabis. Yeah.
And then New South Wales, Labor's doing really well here as well. Going to be between Pauline and Labor. Legalized cannabis.
If Labor wins, Labor could win like 3 Senate seats in 2 states this time, which is insane.
What's the other state that we're thinking that we've
It's getting to the point
New South
where
Wales and South Australia, was it? Yeah.
Was that the other
New South
one?
Wales and South Australia both currently have Labor in front running for a 6th spot.
That's crazy. That is crazy. They might not need the Greens.
And WA might still give the 3rd one to Labor as well, depending on how their votes go.
They might. No, they probably still will need the Greens because, I think it's getting close to them not needing the Greens, though, the past stuff in the Senate. It's getting really close.
Oh, they won't get a majority. That's too far. But like, what do you mean?
No, I mean, they could use the rest of the crossbench. They won't need the Greens. That's what I mean. They're getting close to that. I don't think they'll quite get there, but they're getting close to it at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, WA. We'll have to check back later for that one because I think this is something doesn't seem right here. But it seems like the Nationals are doing pretty well. But I assume that they're getting like this from like regional moves or something like that.
Because they're the ones that would have reported early. So yeah.
Yeah. So we'll come back to that. So we'll go on to. I'm gonna have a bit of a bathroom break in a second, but we'll go on to Forest. I'll just see if anyone...
Very, very close.
Call it 2 OMP in Senate. I thought this would be the election that the OMP would, that One Nation would really take off in the Senate, but they seem to have... I mean, Labor's just overperformed, that's the thing. Like, that's the main... It's not that One Nation has necessarily underperformed, it's just that Labor's overperformed.
Can I say, though, like, this might be a bit of a wrap-up thing, but Labor, I do not think Labor's position is as strong as this election's making it seem it out to be. I feel like a lot of these seats have been won just by how the nature of the preferences flow. Like, it's a very divided seat, and Labor just had enough of the vote and picking up enough third parties to win.
Dude, they're getting a 56-44 two-party preferred nationally. How is that not a strong result? Oh, it's come down a bit. It's come down a bit, but still, it's still.
I was gonna say it's not quite that, but yeah.
The first preferences are so, like, again, it's all about how the preferences flow. Like, if a few candidates came second or third, I feel like Labor could easily lose like 20 seats at the next election just by a few preferences going, like a few candidates coming second and third, depending on how the elections go.
Let's not even think about like the next election at this point.
Yeah.
Damn.
Let's worry about that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
you are right. They'll have
they
a lot
have
of
built up. I am looking
can build,
with
which can
that
get
in mind.
popularity.
More margins.
What's this? Sorry.
Some big margins as well.
Sorry, you're breaking up a bit.
He said some big margins.
Like, well, they'll have to, but also like there are some formidable margins. Like, it's gonna be so hard to flip enough seats.
Is Annabelle Crabb like? Is she a teal? Like, what's her deal? Is she a teal? Like, who do you think she votes for?
On Fremantle.
No, Annabelle Crabb. Because people in the chat are saying that she looks miserable. Like, who do you think she votes for? She's like a teal or something, or what?
I do feel like the ABC was really banking on a minority government.
I'll get out my program soon, and I'll show what the Senate.
Oh, here you go. Political views. Crab is a regular political commentator at the ABC. She's written former Prime Minister. She has written the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott. A position he was potent, focused, and certainly deadly, and ultimately he succeeded. No, sorry. She's kind of like. Crab does not support reform of the controversial Section 18C. She sounds kind of left-wingish.
Well,
she describes the immigration minister of the current
people are saying that she's miserable. That's what people are saying.
Yeah.
I think she's a teal. I think she's like a sort of like a very moderate, like liberal.
Political opponents on the other side. There is still going to be a large crossbench. He won't be relying on them. Anthony, what can you tell us?
Well, what I'm going to do is wrap up what we're seeing as the results. The Labor Party is.
He's wrapping up already. It's only 10:35. Come on.
So just to point out, that's only 66% of the vote between the two major parties. There's a big vote with other parties. The Greens are on 12.7. I'll come back. I'll just mention. I'll come back to the Greens when I talk about.
I'll turn him up.
Vote for others. If we look at the change in primary vote for the blocks at this election, why is that not working? That's the wrong graph. This is what I'm after. The Labor vote is up 2.3. The Coalition down 4.6. One Nation up a little bit and others up a little bit. And all that's translating at the moment into a swing of just under 4%. Labor will have roughly 56%, which if they finish up above 55, that is a historically high result. Now, it's a bit hard to compare it with election results from 30 years ago when both major parties were getting in the mid-40s and they're now getting in the mid to low 30s. But two-party preferred, that's what it is, but it's not turning into the number of seats that you once would have expected. If we look at the chamber, we currently have a definite number of seats, which is 86. 86, 38 for the Coalition, so under 40. Now, they'll get above 40, but that's still down from the high 50s last time. And, I mean, when you're getting under 50, that's a down adjustment. Now, I've got no Greens there at the moment. I'll explain why in a moment. We've added a few more seats to make it likely, and the Coalition 38. If Labor ends up in the 87 to 90 range, that was the size of the number of seats that Tony Abbott won in 2013. From different sort of first preference votes, but very similar. The reason there's no Greens there at the moment, Melbourne's in doubt. I suspect they'll hold it. Wills, there's a strong chance the Greens could pick that up from Labor. I think at the moment Labor will gain both Brisbane and Griffith. Ryan, I think the Greens might be more likely to win. But so the Greens have lost those 2 seats. I haven't looked at Richmond recently, but I think Richmond is less likely to be a Greens win. It's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult seat to call that. But just looking at some of the state seats around the country, right? A lot of talk of Bruce in the election. There's a 12% swing to the coalition, to Labor, sorry. All those seats in Western Melbourne that were being talked about, McEwen, Hawke, Gorton, there was a swing to Labor. They're potentially picking up Menzies and Deakin in the eastern suburbs. So where was that big wave that was going to sort of sweep the coalition into government? It didn't happen. And in fact, they've gone backwards. They've gone backwards in Queensland. They've gone backwards in New South Wales. I mean, a huge double-digit swing in Tasmania. They've lost Sturt in South Australia at the moment. I haven't seen any big changes in Western Australia, but they've got a terribly low primary vote in Forest, so they'll probably hang on. Just all round, it's just a disastrous result. And it's one of Labor's biggest ever victories.
Anthony, we're going to run through some seats now. We'll start in Sydney's North Shore with the seat of Warringah, held by Zali Steggall.
Oh, she's been easily re-elected. I mean, she had a double-digit margin after the last election. She's increased the margin even further. She holds that seat with a substantial 12% margin. So there's no difficulty there for Zali Steggall.
Yes, because we've been looking at whether this is going to affirm the presence of the Teal independents that arrived 3 years ago. What about the seat of Wentworth, Allegra Spender, up against Roanox?
Oh, she's won easily. I mean, when I say she's increased the vote, the electorate has increased in areas, so that's a big difference. But she's ended up with a 4% swing in her favour. So Allegra Spender has absolutely no difficulty retaining that seat and is back in the parliament.
And then I think we're off to the seat of Mackellar. Just took me a moment there. This is the seat on Chis, held by another Teal independent or community independent, Dr. Sophie Scomps.
Significantly, all these Teals won from second place last time. This time they're winning from first place. And Sophie Scomps will be re-elected in Mackellar. She's got a 2% swing to her and has got a margin over 5%.
James Brown, the candidate there, the son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull.
Former
son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull. Goldstein down. Let's look at the Teal seats down in Melbourne there. Goldstein,
Tim Wilson.
Zoe Daniel.
Bad chance.
Tim Wilson trying to win his old seat back.
Tim's ahead on first preferences, but Zoe Daniel will get a strong fold preference. I'm just looking here. We've got a preference count in 35 of 45 polling places. We're projecting.
You know how there's all those videos about women in Australia talking about how they're much more progressive and have
win
these.
that one.
We're
at the moment we're giving it
kind
away.
of just
I'll have a
brush
bit
those
of
comments
look at those
off
numbers
because
later in the
it never
evening.
seemed to show up
Certainly
electorally.
there's no big
Well,
swing there to the Liberal Party.
it really felt like it showed up
Just
electorally
small.
this time.
Let's have a look at Kooyong, one of the most fiercely contested
I wouldn't be
seats
surprised
in Victoria.
if women under the age of 40
candidates, Amelia
really
and
made their
Ryan,
mark this
equal
election.
on first preferences. And
it really feels like their candidates are
80%
winning.
to Monique Ryan. She will go on to win that seat and with a swing in her favour.
And what about Kate Cheney over in the West in Curtin? It'll be early days in the count there, I know, but how does that one look at the moment?
At this stage, she has increased her vote, and the preference count we've got is suggesting that she'll go on to win that seat as well. Wow. So Curtin looks like it's staying where it is. Just as a little sign there, currently Labor is within a whisker of winning Barara. Fowler, last time I looked, I'd be surprised if they win Barara in the end. The Liberal Party will have a better postal vote campaign. And even as I look now, it looks like the Liberals have firmed up. Fowler is still in doubt last time I looked. No, looks like it's firmed up for Daly, but there's 30, half the vote was pre-poll. So
we've got a couple more Teal contests.
Couple more, yes, we've got.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. We've got Bradfield, Sydney's North Shore, retiring MP Paul Fletcher up against the Teal independent. What happened?
Still more counting to come, but at this stage, Nicolette Buller is very strongly positioned. So she's 10% behind there on primaries, but you've got 25% there with the Greens, and 80% of those will flow to her. Our current model has her ahead on the raw numbers, and we're projecting she'll get to 52. So By the end of the evening, that might come back a bit more into doubt. But again, that's a good result. And if the Liberal Party lose Bradfield, you know, this was once the great bastion of the Liberal Party in northern Sydney.
And what about Monash, Melbourne's, in eastern Victoria there? This is a tricky one. Russell Broadbent was the Liberal, lost pre-selection, running as an independent. You've got Mary Aldred as the Liberal candidate. You've got another independent in the mix there as well, Deb Leonard. How's that look?
No, no idea. I mean, well, just look at those first preferences. I mean, no, Russell, I had no idea. They'll be counting that one for days.
Okay. Annabelle just mentioned Flinders. I don't know if you can scramble anything on that for us, Anthony. What are you seeing there, Annabelle?
The Liberals will retain it.
Yeah, it looked like a strong showing from the independent that seems to have translated back into a narrow...
No, actually.
Retain?
I can actually bring Flinders up here.
Yeah, there's a big swing to the independent there, but interacting oddly with the... Sorry, I don't mean to crab-splain to you, Anthony.
We don't get to do this too many more times, so we want to put you on the spot.
Sorry, it is... No,
Flinders.
grey.
What's going on? Do you think Flinders is in South
Grey
Australia?
was what I thought you were talking about.
Flinders Ranges.
Now,
Yeah, well,
Lauren
Matthew
Ramsey's
Flinders did a lot
retired.
of exploration in
Liberal
South
votes
Australia.
35%, Labor's 23%.
Flinders Uni is
and
here
Indica's
as well.
16. No, I don't think she's going to catch up. Maybe it was Flinders I was looking at on the screen. Let me find it. She's down here somewhere. I'll use this technology one last time. There we are. Ah, yes. Flinders is the state seat within the middle of Grey.
He was getting the state seat of Flinders.
You're thinking of the Rangers. I know where you're going. It's a South Australian thing.
Yes, that's very interesting.
That is.
Zoe McKenzie will have difficulty if those numbers continue, because if Labor, Green preferences will probably favour Ben Smith. That's a disaster if that happens.
So this is a story that's occurring as, you know, the future generation of Liberal leadership, which includes that MP, Zoe McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
If after this election there are people arguing that the problem for coalitions, they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation, it's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election, it's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate 200 backed or community voice backed
Is this the death of
independents
Australian
is
conservatism?
growing.
No.
They're going to take up more seats.
No.
Maybe the new financing
Like,
laws.
it feels like the aftermath of this election is going to be the Liberals fundamentally need to be like a party that promotes climate change and
there was this big
maybe not
question mark as
diversity.
to
Promotes
how
climate
much
change?
effort the Liberals would put in after
I mean,
the last election
like,
3 years ago.
Climate change action. I don't. I'm being stupid. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna have a break.
Maybe you are more drunk than you thought.
I'm not drunk. I just need to have a break. 1 second.
Places like Bradfield, possibly Flinders. This is a bigger problem now.
Well, it's a problem, with respect, identified earlier on in the evening in terms of the challenge we have is we've got Labor on one side and then we have Teals on the other side. So we're being double-fronted as such in terms of the traditional fights between the governing parties, and then we have these, you know, the cashed-up Teal, I'm not going to call them independents, the Teal Party, backed by
But
Climate
clearly
200.
you haven't worked out how to deal with this political reality that's hitting you from both sides.
Well, it's something that the election review can look into, but you know, in terms of Zoe,
It's going to be a hell of a review, this one.
But all reviews need to take a serious look, and I keep talking about this, a considered look into why this has happened. The question you asked.
That. You must have some idea tonight that you can say, we need to do this.
As much as I respect the ABC, I'm not going to probably take counsel from the ABC in relation to the election review of the Liberal Party.
I'm not offering ideas, I'm just asking if you have any.
But what I will do is participate in the review as a senator and someone with some campaign experience. And I think would be a tragedy for the party, to the point that has been raised on this table, that if someone like Zoe McKenzie fails to win, if Keith Wallahan fails to win, if in Bradfield, I do think Giselle will just get there. If Giselle fails to win, you know, these are brilliant young people. They're the future of the party, and it will be a challenge for us to not have them in Parliament.
Is there also just there's an existential issue here, just a logistical one, which is that now, as far as I can see, the Liberal Party or the LNP, whichever, will not have any representation in most of the capital cities of Australia. Hobart, Melbourne, Brisbane, maybe give 1 or 2 seats there, Adelaide. We saw what happened in Western Australia and Perth at the last election, where the coalition was so wiped out that it's, you could say chicken and egg, but the organisation sort of became less functional. And this has got to be a concern, hasn't it? I mean, how do you attract new people?
All right, cool. I'm going to have a little break.
All right, sweet. Yeah. Okay. So what were they saying about Flinders? Were they saying that like probably the independent could I? Let's see. So I mean, like, okay. So the poll blood just giving it pretty much to the coalition, but let me have a look myself. So 37.5. Ben Smith, right? Okay, so right. If it's whether or not the independent will make the count. Maybe? No, this is assuming that the independent will make the count. Okay, so the poll bludger is projecting that the independent will be at a higher primary vote than Labor. Yeah, I know. But the Greens, I mean, I guess okay. So assuming that they do make the count, let's just assume that they will. What, you don't think they will, or what? The 8.8%. I don't know about that. Oh wait, yeah, no, I don't know about that. I think okay, so independent plus Labor is 45 plus Greens is over 50%. So I mean, on a perfect flow it's over, but you're breaking up. Yeah, so I know I'm saying that if the independent makes the two candidate preferred, that they should win, in my opinion. Do you disagree? You're breaking up again. Okay, I see. Oh, I turned everyone down, but they were breaking up anyway. So sorry about that. I turned everybody down. My bad, everyone. So
with Nicolette Buller taking that seat off the retiring Paul Fletcher.
Okay, so while we're here, it's just me, I'm going to show what's happening in the Senate. So this is a likely scenario in the Senate at the moment. Like, Jackie Lambie is looking like she might get pushed out by Labor for a 3rd Senate seat in Tasmania. Legalized cannabis could win that last Senate seat in Victoria. And then WA, I'm not too sure, because I think the results are sort of still too early, but that's the kind of result that we're looking for. That we're looking at, I should say, sorry. Jared Rennick could actually beat out One Nation here. That's possible. That is definitely possible. So Malcolm Roberts could go and Jared Rennick be replaced. But, like, obviously Labor's fine. I'm just seeing, like, how Labor does without Greens, like 31, 32, 30, wait, 30, 31, 33, 37. Yeah, so they don't have a majority without the Greens, unfortunately. But, I mean, obviously it's a really good result for the Labor Party, like, this kind of result. And Fiona Patten has a decent chance of getting that last seat. Why is there 2 rows? The first row is seats from last election. This is last election. So this is the first one, the top one, is ones that have already been elected and they're not up for election this round, right? So over here, this is Fatima Payman, right? She was elected last time as the 3rd Labor and then she defected. Here is Lydia Thorpe, she was elected as the Green in Victoria, and she defected. Here's Tammy Tyrrell, she was elected as the Lambie, and she defected. So this is all stuff that was elected. Pauline Hanson, I was up here. Do you understand? So why does Anthony have a majority? Because I guess he won the centre. I mean, that's my best guess. Is this the biggest loss for the Libs? It's the biggest loss for the Libs in 80 years.
Yeah, Albo won the centre,
yeah,
and the Liberals lost it. That's what's happened.
I think I think the Liberals really struggle to know. By the way, we've got Brina Stubbs. I hope everyone is having a wonderful election night. How did the Victorian Socialists do in the election? My apologies for the odds question. No, it's fine. That's a genuine question. I'll look at the Senate for Victoria and see how they did. So go on to Victoria, and looks like they got about 2%. So yeah, it's not the most amazing result, you know. Like I thought probably at most they'll get like 2.5%, I think, and I think Fiona Patton even kind of underperformed, honestly, but she could still get a seat off of Labor surplus, basically, and maybe some legalized cannabis surplus as well. Sorry, some Victorian Socialist and Animal Justice surplus, yeah. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, it's gonna be between... I mean, or we could get a third Labor. That's the outside chance. We could get a third Labor. That's definitely possible as well in Victoria. Damn, that's incredible. That's actually incredible. So, hypothetically, let's say we did get a third Labor in Victoria, right? 30 seats. More seats than the coalition. Oof, that's bad, that's bad. And this is not going to even be a Lib. This is going to be a WA Nat, so they're going to have even less. It's going to be a 27, right? I'm counting this as a WA Nat. So, yeah. Sky News does that, but Aussies are much smarter than that. It seemed as Dutton would win. Yeah, well, Sky News, you know, had their own opinion about how the election would go, and yeah. So it looks like that poll did sort of predict that, yeah, Labor could definitely get more than 3 Senate seats in more than one state, which is it's an incredible result. I don't know the last time they've done that. Basically, it's the first time, like ever, that an incumbent government has increased majority on a second term.
Nor do I, but like that's...
an election. Back when we used to be the party...
What were you replying to?
And lower government spending, we could compete
yep.
on those values-based narratives.
I think you're like lagging a ton because you're like responding to me like way ages.
Me? Just like I thought perhaps we would.
It was pretty clear that we didn't have policies in the can.
That's what.
And I think any sort of review needs to be honest about the reasons for the loss.
You should maybe restart your router or something. I'm late. How surprised were you? Where are you on Dixon? I was very surprised on Dixon. Very extremely surprised on Dixon. I literally yelled after I saw that. We'll have a look at Dixon and just see how bad it was. So, let's go to Dixon and look at the ABC result. I think it's one of these massive red ones up here. Bonner, Lilly, Petrie, Dixon. Here we go. So 57.6% of the two-party preferred. That is incredible. Did she win the first preferences too? No, she didn't win in first preferences, but she came very, very close. And that's with like an independent and Greens as well down here. So minus 8% swing. Labor only actually went up 1.6, and then the independent is what like gained a lot. Greens actually went down as well. So as for One Nation, I want to see how they did in sort of the more conservative, or let's say right, because I know right is a pretty conservative electorate. We'll see how One Nation did. Oh, they got like a 4% swing. That they got 18%. You know, I guess that's all right. So yeah, I know like a seat like Spence, I thought they would do really well, but they didn't do that. So I feel like the kind of argument that immigration is like the source of all your woes. I'm not saying it won't work for the next election, but it doesn't seem to be sort of working for this election. It hasn't seemed to have really tracked as an amazing strategy. Like, yeah, minus 1.6%. Family First actually did pretty well in Spence, yeah. So that party used to do quite well in South Australia, from what I remember.
So this narrative again that the coalition
I called Liquor Heart ages ago, was saying that personal vote disappearing would be a problem for the Libs. Yep, I was totally wrong on Leichhardt. I just sort of judged on how the state result went, and I sort of just said like, oh, that's probably how it's going to go for this one, and those people will like Dutton, so I was absolutely wrong about that one. Yeah, well, the Labor have very much taken the centre, and it's very difficult I think for the coalition to know exactly where to go when the Labor Party have taken the centre. They moved to the right essentially in a lot of ways, and they've taken the centre, and the Libs sort of just don't know what to do, so they just sort of like go off in like populism and attacking everything Labor do, and have like a hodgepodge list of policies and keep on black flipping and stuff like that. I don't know exactly what the strategy is for the coalition, like where they move to, because they're on the side of like big business, and it seems like Labor's like helping along big business pretty fine. So and maybe I don't know what to do. I don't know what they can do. Immigration is the source of most problems, says Roald Duke. Well, I mean, you might be right, but the Australian people didn't really sort of buy that argument this election. Like, Labor did not have a really like anti-immigration sentiment this election. So yeah, you might be right, but yeah, the Australian people don't sort of feel that way. I want to hear from Sukkar. He's not speaking. He's crying at the moment. Supermajority is never a good thing. Yeah, I know. I don't think it is a good thing either. Like we've seen in the UK, it's made like a very complacent government. So, finally finished counting at our booth. Looks like Labor got a majority of votes. Not surprised. I'm not surprised, James. I know where you live. Polling shows that Labor support was soft. It's definitely one of those full final undecideds. That's very right. I mean, that's what the Redbridge Cope will say. Because Redbridge underestimated Labor in the end. I wouldn't even call the Labor Party centre-left. I've called them very much just centrists at this point. Like they're very the way they're doing things is sort of just subsidizing business to do things they want to do, and I feel like that's a very sort of centrist approach. Like a centre-left approach would have more government-run industries, more sort of intervention in the economy, or in terms of like running things by the government itself. Max Chandler Mather is definitely crying right now. He's definitely upset.
Poor Max.
We haven't heard anything from like the Greens in a while, like for Anna Bant or anything. So
you can't just turn up in Melton, a place you and I know well as ethnics from out of Western.
I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you're better now.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Any new developments? Looks like Labor definitely wins Solomon. Bullwinkle's going to go pretty close. Yeah, Curtin's still pretty close as well. 50% of the count done. Labor seem to have pulled ahead in Freo. Bean still looks super close. Looks like all of the pre-polls and election day booths have come in. Looks really, really close still though. What does that say about Labor that two of their heartland seats, Bean and Fremantle, am I missing one? Or is it just those two? That they've come under like really successful independent challenge too?
Yeah, I know. It's interesting. Yeah, no.
Because the Libs held off Dyson, and it looks like they're going to hold, and Cowper as well.
Yeah.
And the only one they're going to lose, like Bradfield, yeah, which the Teal wave in Sydney was stronger, and then Calais, where it's more of like sort of their own diaspora that is winning the seat in Andrew G. So
yeah.
I'm sort of struggling to read into that one.
So national, okay, so yeah, so Durack I still think could be a Nationals versus Labor contest. I think that's possible. The Nationals do need to jump about 3.5%. They could get some of that from One Nation. Oh, actually, no. Labor will get preferences from Greens and legalize cannabis and stuff. So, no, it'll probably just stay a Liberal versus Labor contest. I'm wrong.
Hey, this is pretty interesting. Lingiari turnout looks like it's up at 77.5 on Poll
That's
Bludger.
really high. What the hell?
It's incredibly high.
That's
Highest that it's been for a while, I would have thought.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. What the hell?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a big swing. There's quite a big swing to Labor too. So One of the Survivor was right about this one. So shout out to One of the Survivor for that. Yeah. Who's being toxic? Luke is better. LNP get owned. Poor Paul Michael. Anyway. What's going on in the chat? There's like drama going on in the chat.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, the other thing that's really interesting is the Greens going backwards in the seats where it matters. But as you say, Labor has claimed the centre. Like they haven't really addressed what Greens voters have been calling for. They haven't really addressed what like the frustrations of Gen Z or younger millennials, but they've claimed a big majority, including some key scalps. Where to next for the Greens? Like what are they? Where are they at? Are they going to remain like a force in the lower house at all? Like, where's their target strategy?
I think they need to, I guess, like not be blockers. That's the first thing.
They need to work with Labor,
Yeah,
so that
definitely,
voting for them means you're still going to get your Labor policy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the first thing. Secondly, like, I don't think things are going to get any better, you know? Like, in terms of, like, you know, like the housing crisis, I don't think that's going to get any better, right? Over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
So there will still be something for the Greens to push on. It might not be Adam Ban, but it'll be someone else for the Greens to push on. So
I do want to point out the Greens have lost a lot of ground in the climate debate because Labor has, for most intents and purposes, done, I'd say, at least enough on the climate front.
Well, I just think the climate is not, at the moment, isn't as much of a salient issue. I think that's more of the thing. Because Labor, you know, they're still doing a lot of, you know, like, you know, coal mines and shit like that, right? And it's questionable whether they have any chance of meeting net zero targets with the amount of sort of stuff that they approve, right? So it's not that the Greens are wrong in that argument or they're losing that argument. It's just that the issue is not a salient. It's about cost of living. And the Greens were known to have blocked a bunch of legislation which was meant to help with cost of living. So I think that's their main issue. And I mean, there's other things too, like Greens siding with the CFMEU. I don't think that ever did them any good job.
What's happened to their national top line vote share though?
What do you mean
the Greens?
National top line vote share?
Yeah.
Greens have gone,
improved.
they gained
They've improved,
0.3 apparently.
Yeah. So they're gaining in the suburbs.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Is it that their voter? Is it that they've actually lost support, or have they just lost it where they needed it and it's dispersed out, and they're no longer a force in the lower house in some of these areas?
It's like, I'm just trying to think about why they would sort of gain the suburbs but lose sort of the, like, unless it's directly due to demographic changes, like renters moving out into the suburbs, like that could be part of it, definitely. But
or failing to move into the city, staying at home with mum and dad.
Exactly. Well, that absolutely doesn't help them. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem with these, you know, single member electorate systems, you know, where
is it a problem that the coalition did so poorly as well? Has that sort of like I think in a couple of cases Labor's primaries just surged on the back of the coalition's collapsing.
Yeah, because in Melbourne there was a swing away from the Greens on the primary vote though. So yeah. 2.5%, but it's not much, right? Like he had a margin higher than 2.5% for this, right? The actual two-party preferred swing is 7.4%. So one would assume that maybe some people were so pissed at Labor, right, that they preferenced Liberal, then they preferenced Greens, and then they preferenced Labor. But this time, they are like, all right, well, Labor's actually all right. You know, I don't need to sort of like put them last. I'm going to put them before the Greens, right? So maybe that's what the difference is really. That Labor has been so inoffensive, which is surprising because I thought Labor were really offensive. I thought lots of people were pissed at them, right? But they've been so inoffensive, I guess, that all these people who used to put them last are now saying, all right, well, I'm happy to put them, you know, over this other party, you know. And of course, you know, their primary voters just surged as well.
She came very close to winning she's got support from Climate 200. She came very close.
Fremantle.
We'll leave it on these numbers for the moment.
Oh, ABC's given it to Labor, but that's on not the right two-candidate preferred, I think. So I don't know.
Oh, they've as on a Liberal Labor contest, they've given it away.
Yeah. So, like,
doing that, it's like they've given Flinders away and Forest.
Oh yeah, I am. I mean, we really should have multi-member constituencies. Like, it just makes sense that we do that we should. I mean, I could go on about spruiking my electoral system all the time. Like, I guess the main issue with that is that like people really do like having like one local member and having them sort of like accountable and stuff like that. I mean, I guess there is that, but yeah. So we still haven't ticked off anything about an independent winning a seat off Labor. They've come close, but
Bean is still very much in doubt.
Speaking
in my opinion, I'm not sure about you guys, but Bean has definitely been like the most. I guess because it's close to heart to me, because it's close. I live near it. I don't know about what your like most craziest seat result has been.
You think that's been the craziest seat result for you, Bean?
Well, I was just never expecting Labor to have to talk about a single seat from Canberra.
My question is why are Canberrans like more inclined to vote for why are they more inclined to vote for an independent than a Green? Is it just like the rest of the country where the Greens?
I don't know what. Maybe it's because we're not Green. We're like blue collar workers, which aren't necessarily the greenest groups. They're usually researchers. But we're public servants. That gives us the Labor spin. But I don't know exactly.
Yeah, the independent is ahead here. I guess they assume maybe like, I don't know, pre-polls would favour Labor or something. Like they do tend to favour against independents, right? Like pre-polls tend to the independents. Like that's what happened to Kate Hewlett in the state election. She lost on pre-polls, so or whatever those.
And then particularly on postals.
Yeah, postals.
Yeah, absentees.
Yeah. But the Liberal Party are still managing over 20%, so I don't have to tick that one off. So, yeah, I thought maybe it might be a bit too much to expect that the Libs would get under 20%. Yeah, all three of them. I can't believe Z Soon has won. David Coleman is lost. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Z Soon, yeah, Z Soon is a member of Parliament.
Thanks. Aston, I'm still like shocked about. What else am I shocked about?
They haven't lost,
the margin in
anything. Has ABC given? Oh, ABC's given Bendigo to Labor. So, and it's on 56.
And Bean is still very much in doubt if an independent will grab it. That's the one I can only see.
Okay, so I just want to go down to Mayo. Have they changed the two-candidate preferred there yet? Because I don't think it's going to be coalition versus thing. What's the name? Centre Alliance.
Oh, do you think they're going to get jumped in the count?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Because just go back onto this again. So Labor are just behind the Libs, 2%, right? Like One Nation. Okay, so let's say all of these go to the Libs, right? So what's 6, 9, 12. Greens are on 14. Okay, it's got to be close. It's going to be really close. Yeah, maybe Labor won't jump, especially when we get like the postals and stuff like that. So maybe the Libs will hang on, but actually it's more like 1.6%. So yeah, it could be close. So.
Well, first of all, I mean, we're very grateful to the people of Australia.
I wonder how the preference flows have gone, like One Nation to Labor. That's something I'm going to be really wondering about, because there were so many people talking about, One Nation is gonna go 99% to the coalition. I bet it's gonna be something like 60%. It's gonna be even less than 2022, I reckon. It's gonna be really, really weak.
Betting markets have had a very busy night this evening.
Yeah.
I'm opening on
Agreed.
a book on who's the first coalition figure who's going to ring up Josh Frydenberg and try and engineer some sort of emergency.
I'm sorry, I'm just listening. I just hear betting market, and my brain sort of just turns to listening. I haven't even checked my bets yet about how much money I'm getting paid out, but I'm gonna wait until we see what happens with the Greens. So Maranoa, the One Nation, it looks like they're ending up in the 2 candidate preferred, which is fun, I guess. I don't know how many seats they're going to end up doing that in. I can see Maranoa. Let's see Hunter. Are they there in Hunter? Yeah, they're there in Hunter. So I need one more. For me to tick off. Oh, no, I know that's what I've already seen Maranoa. So let's see if there's any more where One Nation make the 2 candidate preferred. Let's see.
Have you guys had a look at Fairfax?
I
It's worth a look.
looked at it earlier and I said like, probably Labour aren't going to win that one, but
Look again.
it is quite close. What's going?
Ted O'Brien's down to 37% primary.
What's going on here? Like, why do they have it as a LNP retain when?
Oh, it says LP
Okay.
likely now. If you click on it.
Okay, I'll refresh the page. No, it has still an LNP
No,
retain.
click on the actual electorate.
I have. It still says LNP retain.
Okay, mine says LP likely now for some reason.
ALP likely? Or LNP
Yeah.
likely?
ALP, like it says Labour on 51%.
Is this on Poll Bludger or on the ABC?
ABC.
Okay, well, Poll Bludger's given it to the coalition.
Poll Bludger says LP ahead.
In Fairfax?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
Oh wait, what? No, wait, what the heck is going on? It now says.
I'm so confused.
No, wait, where did it go? It now says LNP retain. What the heck is going on? That was weird.
all right, okay. What was I saying? Okay, so I was looking at if there's any One Nation made the 2 candidate preferred at any other seats.
Grievance is a powerful force in the electorate. And there was a mood for change. On the right track, wrong track. There was an overwhelming wrong track sentiment.
While I'm doing that, you guys can watch this. I'll turn this up. Listen to the Redbridge guys.
Fairfax.
Solution to those grievances.
Fairfax is Palmer's old seat, yes. Zoomer toast.
Critiquing your way to government, and then turn around and sort of say, "We'll give you a bit of."
That will be the end of the nuclear
Voters just
policy
say,
if
"Well,
that
that's not
flips.
real change." And at the end of the day, after the Trump share market crash, we were then inviting voters to take on added risk by a change of government when they sort of weren't convinced that risk was worth it. So I think it's the first point. But the greater problem here for the Liberal Party is they're institutionally almost broken in every state division, with the exception of Queensland and Northern Territory. New South Wales is still a fairly competitive outfit, but in every other state division, they're utterly broken. We've got the Victorian Liberal Party tearing itself apart still about court cases and defamation. In fact, on the day when the election was called, the front page of The Age was about the ongoing defamation case and legal fees and bankrupting the former leader.
Bruce is a pretty big surprise too.
Yeah, they talked about that earlier.
Glenn Hill got it. Got like a 6% swing to him on primaries. All the talk was that the Greens might get a swing.
This is just before pre-polls open, so all those candidates.
So that Gaza issue did not play out particularly, but
going down to the train stations and
obviously the Liberal candidate did really poorly too.
Papers to that message. I mean, that's not a way to win over voters with those sort of narratives. And until those storylines are repaired, that is not going to change. And I think the great problem for the Liberal Party as a whole is to rebuilding such a broken institution now is no easy thing.
It's not an easy thing at all. I want to note that PK's raced off to record a podcast, so you'll be able to catch that as soon as that's
Oh
done.
wow, can't wait for
Later
PK's
tonight or early
podcast.
tomorrow morning when you wake up. Because your final thoughts.
20% of the voters that the
If it's marked in
coalition is
green,
polling
that
with,
means it's not happening. I've already established that.
have state to us that they have a values alignment with
Green means it's
conservative
not
politics
happening.
in this country. 35% of voters that we
Not a single HR. Hang on. I'm wondering if like Chifley might have.
wanted to see a coalition
I'm just looking at your
government of some sort.
your card there, your bingo card.
Yeah.
So Ed Husick is sitting on 54.5% of the vote in Chifley.
Right. So which card is that you're which one are you? Like,
Not a single, not a single HOR seat is won on first preferences.
Oh, he's sitting on 54%, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm ready to sort of mark that one and change it. Yeah. So green means that it's not happening. That's what that means. I mean, I probably should just to do something else with it, but I wanted you guys to see the things that are not happening, I guess.
Anthony Albanese became a leader after the 2019.
Where are we?
I think it's fair to say the party members and the party caucus didn't necessarily embrace him as the one who was going to lead him to the promised land. In the middle of 2020, in the middle of COVID, they had a by-election in Eden Monaro, which Labor only just scraped over the line. The Liberals drew last spot on the ballot paper. The Labor Party had a much better spot. And if you go through the tickets, it was the donkey vote that got Labor over the line. Luck. And 65 years later, he got this. I mean, it's just shows you sometimes right place, right time. And he got through that challenge. And today, he's just got one of the biggest victories in Labor history.
Looks as if in Hunter, the Nationals have actually pulled ahead of One Nation on primaries, but potentially the preferences of the minor parties will push Stuart Bonds into the count.
12.2% for others, 6% for One Nation. It's been slipping. There's more pre-polls and urban figures coming in. The change in vote there, the Labor vote up to the Coalition down 4.5%. Smattering to other parties, translating into a two-party preferred, 55.8 for Labor, 3.7. I do suspect that will come down. I've been looking at some of the pre-poll figures. They are a bit worse for Labor than last time, but nothing that's going to turn around those numbers. Let's have a look at the chamber. Fill in the seats, which were definitely won.
Liberals are back ahead in Menzies, by the way.
The coalition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I noticed
others,
that.
As I said, the Greens haven't
So
confirmed
they've had a good
yet,
pre-poll
but I suspect they will win
dump.
at least one seat and perhaps two. If we look at the seats which are leaning a bit further, we've got a few more leanings.
Keep an eye on Deacon, eh?
The coalition on 39.
I
just want to have a quick look
take that shot.
at not changing the members, defeated members, and it's a sea of blue. David Coleman, some French.
They got actually. They must have had some decent ones.
Peter Dutton, of course, Bert
Kooyong's
Van
back
Manen.
to.
Losing Ford is a disaster.
Like
for the
she's
Liberal
still
Party.
ahead, but she's only ahead by
For the
2%.
first time in 30 years, Labor's won.
Monique Ryan, that is.
Longman, the seat they've been trying to get back. Oh, good grief. Menzies, I'd less certain about that. Well, I've got to go through all the numbers after the election and have a good after tonight and do that. Both Russell Broadbent and Ian Goodenough.
They've called Ford as
Russell
well.
Broadbent, I think he'll be defeated, but Ian Goodenough definitely. Luke Howarth, who's held on in Petrie for years, and James Stevens. And just on the other side, let's see what the other side of this looks like on the new members. It's all red. Ji-soon in Banks. I did practice that, but I can't remember it at 11:30. But she has one button.
So, do we think that
sorry, I've lost the pronunciation.
like the Canada effect has happened and people have?
Yeah, this is
like,
way more definitive than
and Urquhart, who's transferred from the Senate.
But what I mean is like people voted
Win Bradfield again.
Liberal and they defected away from like minor parties to the Liberals there. Do you think the same thing has happened in some competitive Green seats here? People have gone to Labor to try and stop a Dutton government.
So I'm sorry to interrupt Anthony Green, but I just want to look at the WA Senate because I think we're getting actual proper numbers now.
Cool.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm not sure about a lot more counting to come there.
Hello?
Labor's potentially winning Menzies, Tom French in more.
Were you saying something, someone?
Oh no. I was just watching the Anthony Green.
Oh, okay. So Labor on 2.4 quotas, Liberal on 1.74, Greens on 1, Pauline on 0.4, Nationals on 0.34, 0.32. So,
You think localised canvass could get Labor a third Senate seat?
They could, yeah. It's definitely
Yeah, that's definitely on the card.
like they've only got a 0.74% swing against them. Legalized cannabis has actually gone up 1%.
They're doing a Anthony Green
There'll be some
celebration.
There's some leakage with the Nationals as well.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green is to election
Who?
analysis and election results rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Anthony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally room.
Anthony Green is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, in bringing election news and analysis to Australians.
I think we can probably call this election.
Anthony Green is probably the most factual and the most professional person covering elections. He has a total respect for facts and he's very careful about his judgments.
Oh, sorry, I was just distracted there. Oh, just someone making a wild prediction there.
Tell us.
Anthony Green is the democracy sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot imagine an election without him.
Anthony Green is an expert. When you look for expert analysis, well, you look to experts.
ScoMo? Oh, yeah.
He's stood out as, I think, Australia's leading election expert in generations.
There's a 4 in front of us.
That's a good number to have.
Yeah, it's a 5 is better.
Anthony Green is
a legend.
To have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote, nightmare to pick a seat like that.
My best recollection of him was the 1998 election. The early returns showed that we were going to lose some of the miracle gains we'd made in '96. And I was pretty nervous, and we were at Kirribilli House and I wandered out and there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, how's it going, Donald? And he said, Anthony Green's about to say something. So we stopped talking and Anthony Green said,
let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The coalition are on 74, they are in government, and there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats. And the coalition have 77 seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch whisky and was assured and happy for the rest of the night. But that was the sort of effect he had because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is something very special in that moment when Anthony Green calls it. And I distinctly remember that in 2007.
They've got another 8 seats held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in. I'm not seeing any Labor-held seat which the coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff and we had a very simple, crude, primitive whiteboard in our office as we went through seat by seat as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the numbers in each of the seats. Then 2 things happened in rapid sequence. One, Anthony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 53.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Anthony called it. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So thank you, Anthony. And by the way, thank you, John Howard.
But I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done?
Anthony.
Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Oh, yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Anthony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Anthony has brought to election coverage in Australia, and not just the coverage on the night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals. But
Because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting on an election night that has their understanding of the data at the level that Anthony has had.
I've got a lot more figures here than I've got in my computer.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective point of view. People listen to Anthony and they wait for him on election night to declare the winner.
Anthony, I think you're a little bit concerned that it might be giving a false impression at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be a bit of a Don's party effect going out there on people watching.
Anthony, I always say to people, rule 1 is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope whatever you do with the rest of your life, it brings you satisfaction, because you will depart the active political scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift, and that is respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. ABC is a public broadcaster, and in that sense, he's a public servant. And I think he's done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself. After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
I'm sorry to be losing you as the main ABC election analyst. You've probably made the right decision, because it's always best to go when they want you to stay rather than to stay when they want you to go.
Have fun. Enjoy life in the inner west.
I will be absolutely intrigued to hear whether or not on the first election night after he retires, Anthony is glued to the ABC, or whether he's completely recovered and he's just out to dinner with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
There you go. And the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating, says Anthony's made a thoughtful and earnest contribution in deciphering shifts in elements of the Australian polity. Anthony Green has much to be proud of. He says, after an exceptionally long innings, we wish him well, as we all do. Annabelle.
Yeah, well, first I'll take the tie off. I think this should go to the Australian Museum of Democracy. I mean, it must. I think it's about 15 years old, but it's like, undo the button.
Oh, this is so wholesome.
How many buttons are you going to stop at, Anthony?
I've got to work for a few hours yet.
Now, I know you are. The only thing you hate more than when the bloody computer goes wrong is being the centre of attention.
I'm as nervous as a duck in a log.
Oh my gosh, I get that reference. Peter Lewis, South Australian in-joke. But we've heard from the Prime Ministers, and it's time, I think, on behalf of the millions of Australians that have loved watching you, learned so much from you over the years, watched your brain when it's in a state of panic, and there is no more beautiful thing. Tonight we saw that your brain doesn't need anything to call an election. It could do it on papyrus. And we've all benefited from your abilities and skills over the years. There are people tonight wearing anti-green T-shirts and doing anti-green bingo
We get love hearts in the
cards.
chat.
Thank you from all of them and from us, Anthony.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't own a vase. Look, I came here on a 6-month contract in 1989 and to do research book for the 1990 federal election, and Ian Carroll, who hired me, just took a punt, 150 applicants, but there was only one with serious computer skills, and he thought, oh, you can talk to the engineers, which I did. We designed the computer system, somehow ended up on camera. People like Kerry O'Brien, Paul Lynham, Andrew Ollie, all backed me over the years, Quentin Dempster, many other people. There's so many engineers, computer programs I've worked with.
I'm literally crying right
I always
now.
have to be very cautious, and I'm prepared to work
Are you crying?
us programmers
Yeah.
to work ridiculous hours like me. Look, it's been fabulous fun. I enjoyed developing websites. I've enjoyed educating people on how the systems work. I've enjoyed the work I did on reforming the Senate system, and I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this. It's just the biggest bunch of flowers I've ever had in my life, and thank you all. It's been fabulous fun, and yes, see how we go from here.
No, indeed. Look, Anthony, you've got the whole studio crew standing around here watching you, and we all thank you for what you've done. It has been a privilege watching you work and prepare for elections, state elections, federal elections, a referendum as well. It's been an absolute honour to work with you and watch you work. And look, to echo Annabelle's comments too, a big thanks for helping Australians understand how our complex elections work, making it understandable, accessible, and that's been a huge and pioneering the way elections are covered on Australian television. So a big thanks to you.
You fill the building in the lead up to elections with all of your knowledge, beavering around from floor to floor to floor. You've made all of us better. And as David said, and whoever said that in the package, you've taught Australia how to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Ed.
And that is Australia Votes 2025. In addition to Anthony, thanks to all who've joined us here, Jim Chalmers and James McGrath, Annabelle Crabb, Laura Tingle and Bridget Brennan, as well as Costamaris, Tony Barry and Patricia Carvelis.
What a night. Australians have stuck with a 90-year habit of giving a first-term government a second go. So the nation's 31st Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, remains in power for another 3 years with a greatly enlarged Labor caucus behind him.
On the other side, some heavy reckoning lies ahead for the Liberal Party. Leaderless and with 2 crushing defeats in a row, it's a long way back from here for the coalition. ABC News will keep updating results as they come in. You can find those at abc.net.au/news. I'm Sarah Ferguson. Thanks for your company.
And I'm David Spears. Join me and the Insiders team for more news and analysis tomorrow morning. But for now, good night.
Good night.
Damn, David Spears not get much sleep at night, does he? Well, that's the end of the stream. How are you guys all feeling?
I'm going to stay up for another half an hour because I do want to look at some more seats and also just want to discuss the Senate a little bit.
We want to talk about Fairfax because that has flipped to Labor for some reason. That's been a bit weird.
Right, you were talking about Fairfax earlier, so I'm just going to mute this stream now because I think they're just going to go on to generic news. Okay, so
I got to flip over to like the ABC screen or the Poll Bludger screen or something like.
That's what I've already done. That I'm already ahead of you. So
okay, yes,
yeah. So I'm just looking at the Vic Senate count, and yeah, like I feel like Labor's probably more likely to win 3 seats in the legalized cannabis party, just because I think they're just going to draw more preferences. So I think the Labor Party is probably going to win 3 Senate seats there. And I have a sort of a hot take about Tasmania. There is an outside chance that the Libs will only win 1 Senate seat here. It depends how these preferences go. Like, the Greens don't need any more to get elected. They got 2-4 of a quota. Obviously, the Labor Party needs more to get 3 seats. So I'd say a fair bit of Greens preferences will go to Labor, and that will help to get elected. And probably so will Legalised Cannabis Party help them get elected. But I'm just not sure if, like, One Nation is going to really go that hard to the Libs, or if it might actually go to Lambie. I'm not sure if there's really that much love from a lot of these other candidates for the Liberal Party enough to put them as one of their preferences. I mean, probably pre-polls stuff will probably help, or whatever. What are they called? Postal.
I think a fair bit of the vote from Tassie's come in though.
Right. So I mean, there's the Libs are on 22%. That's shocking. I don't think they've ever been that bad there.
The swing against, it's just insane, isn't it? And you were saying too, like this could have implications at the state level that they might call a call a no confidence motion.
Yeah. So I'm just doing sort of some revisions for the I think that's the ABC. Some revisions for the Senate here, and I'm suggesting that this could possibly be what we get. Actually, no, WA. I need to change that as well. So, what did we say when we looked at WA? That I think it was that Labor was on track to get 3 Senate seats there as well. So,
that'd be doubling up. What 22?
Let me just quickly go back to that. So yeah, I think we said that like there's such a small swing against them here. They're on 0.4 of a quota. Like Liberals will obviously get 2, Greens, and then legalized cannabis, and I think probably some of these Nationals and One Nation preferences will kind of they won't go like 100% to the Libs. I mean, there's a lot of right wing minor parties here, but I just think it's Pauline Hanson sort of chasing down the Labor Party. I mean, it's possible. Like, yeah.
Depending on what else is low, yeah.
But it's just, I mean, obviously, there's Labor's been pretty favourable here. Like, they've only had a slight swing against them. the One Nation vote isn't that remarkable, really, you know. And the Liberal vote is like way down. Like, oh, here's the thing: the Libs need votes themselves, right? They're missing a third. So I think the Labour Party will win three there, and then the Libs will probably the Libs will win 2. So we have, guys. This is big. This is big. All right. I mean, okay, I don't know how big this is, but this is pretty big, right? We have a situation here, right? I'm just checking that I'm right here. We have
Sorry if I can read one's ears.
Okay. I think that Labor's going to get that third that seat in Victoria as well. But we have a situation here, guys. 31, 33, 34, 35, 39. Labor do not need the Greens to pass legislation. They don't need the Greens. They needed the Greens all like since 2007, right? They needed the Greens. If this is right, this happens in Tasmania, if this happens everywhere elsewhere, and like we haven't even talked about Queensland, but I assume that probably Labor's not going to win 3 seats there, even though the Liberal vote is absolutely shocking there. But yeah, it's got to be Pauline or Rennick, right?
They would need the vote of former Greens. What's her name?
Lydia Thorpe. They will need Lydia Thorpe. Yes. But the point is, they don't need the Greens, right? Like I know, like you know, it's a pretty big deal to pass legislation without the Greens, but
with One Nation, yeah,
and with One Nation, but they have another option here. And yeah, I mean, it probably won't happen, but it's still really big. It's still really big that they have 5 more senators than the coalition here. It's huge. It's huge. I want to go back to Queensland again. I just want to double check this, right? So, and we'll go into Fairfax.
Yeah, and then that'll probably be the end of me because I'll need to.
Yeah, that's no problems. And we've had a few more viewers, because of the ABC's live stream ended. So welcome everybody to the aftermath. We're just kind of looking at some more seats.
What the hell just happened?
Fix the volume. What have I got wrong with the volume? I don't understand. So. Yeah. What the hell just happened? That will be like the title of my video in the morning. Yeah. So okay. So Fairfax. Let's go on to that. So have a look. Fairfax. I'll look at the poll ledger actually. So. It still has it as LNP retain on the poll ledger. On the
he has it as like a 4.5% swing against.
On the I'm trying to find it here on where is it? There we go, Fairfax. All right, they have it. Yeah. So what were you guys talking about? That like there was some startling result.
It keeps flipping in from being like a it keeps flipping in from being like a ALP ahead to Liberal retain. Like it just keeps flipping.
Right. Okay. All right. Good. The volumes are fine now. Okay.
Yes, it's weird because like if you were here like about a minute ago, it would have said ALP ahead. It's been weird.
So they were saying stuff like I'll take a look at the seats that they haven't been called yet, and I'll just sort of make some observations. So Green is still ahead. I just don't see how the Greens can win Richmond when it's going to be a Labor versus Greens contest, right? And how the hell are they going to get preferences from, like, sure, they're ahead by what, like 5%, but how are they going to get preferences from the Nationals in One Nation? You would just, maybe legalize cannabis a bit, but all these right-wing minor parties, you would assume they'd be putting like the Greens last, right? I don't see the Greens winning this one. They are ahead in preferences, but it doesn't actually matter in my opinion. And then Ryan, we already know it's because the Labor primary vote is really low. Claire has gone back to being, I would assume it's because they're not sure about the order of elimination, but it looks like, I think Andrew G's would be pretty fine there. Like, I don't think he's going to get chased up by Kate Hook, in my opinion. I just don't think that's possible, yeah. So I don't know why they've uncalled that one.
You have it called on the ABC. That's weird.
Right. Wills is just close. I think that's what's going on there. Melbourne really close. Bullwinkle Labor slightly ahead there. They've called all the rest of the WA seats, it looks like. But
There's a sea of red.
except Fremantle is they've got the wrong 2 candidate preferred there as well. And yeah, Canning, Andrew Hastie did really well. So I do pick Andrew Hastie as the presumptive new Liberal leader. I think he's the one.
That's not from WA, no. When was the last time a Liberal leader would live from WA? Have they ever had a WA leader?
You tell me. You tell me.
I don't think they've ever had. Because like the only 2 WA leaders I can think of are Kim Beazley and John Curtin, who are both Labours.
How did that independent do in Grey? Did they not make the 2?
Not well. Grey and Barker were quite boring from what I saw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably like they would have had to rely on Green's preferences to get it ahead, and no, they'd probably just go to Labor. So yeah,
Barker had a 3.5 swing to Labor, which didn't do much.
11%
and
swing.
Grey had a 4.4.
11% swing
No,
against the
3.
Libs, though. That's amazing, and the Labor Party still had a swing towards them. That's crazy. That's really crazy. I can't say I'm overly surprised though. And Franklin still isn't called. Yep. What are we gonna say? Max.
What are we thinking of Forrest? In terms of
Franklin's
who's actually gonna...
likely.
Okay, so the craziest win tonight. Sorry, somebody asked that, and I will go on to Forrest because we have been talking about that. So the craziest win tonight for me is gotta be Petrie. That's not a seat I would have expected at all to go to Labor. Would have you expected, Max? Was it Petrie to go to Labor tonight?
Petrie and Ford are both massive shocks.
Yeah, well, Petrie more so, because at least Ford, I remember there was that one MRP which had like Labor in striking distance. I'm like, oh, okay. But Petrie is there's been never any talk of that seat. Like Longman, Dixon, sure, but like Petrie...
Labor did hold it before 2013.
I know, but it was probably on completely different boundaries, I'd say, because, you know, things have shifted, so... And of course, like, you know, it's different now in Queensland, so... I just didn't expect
Banks
Queensland to change at all.
I've said it multiple times.
Too,
yeah, the result that shocked me the most is still been if it does end up going to an independent.
Okay, so with Forrest, it really depends if Green's preferences go to the independent. Which I think legalized cannabis is more likely to go to independents, but Greens, I don't know how that's going to split. And she needs to make up like 3% to get into 2. If
I would take Labor.
And then if they do make the 2 candidate preferred, I mean, they would have a better chance of winning it than Labor would, but I wouldn't necessarily think that the independent would win on the 2 candidate preferred. So, and then Fremantle was the other one. I want to see how that's doing. They've got the wrong 2 candidate preferred there, I think. So, yeah, I don't know.
Hughes was a pretty big too.
Hughes, yeah. Hughes, but Hughes and Banks were ones that at least, like, I remember I was discussing Hughes, and then Banks, that MRP gave it to the coalition. So that happening is like, oh, okay, that MRP was kind of right, huh? So
yeah, crazy. The only thing it got wrong was overcooking some of the independents.
That's true. But you know, look. I think YouGov would be pretty happy with their MRP, honestly.
They were closer than anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is a win for them. I think I mean, sure, it's not perfect, but it's a win.
They're taking the W for sure.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of curious about some of the... Okay, so Petrie. Let's see what Petrie would do, right? So they did think there'd be a swing to Labor, but they didn't think that Labor would win that, right? But Hughes, I'm pretty sure they actually thought there'd be a bit of a... like on the actual proper margins, there's actually a swing to the coalition. So yeah, it was far from perfect. You know, we didn't get fucking like this one result. Definitely far from perfect. I don't know how they got this. How did they get this? 46% for an independent. But Yeah. Generally, a lot of people looked at this MRP and they sort of scoffed at it. I scoffed at it. I thought this was ridiculous.
I certainly did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, all the internal people, like the insiders, scoffed at it too.
So, this one predicted that Labour would have 84 seats. What have they got now? Like 86 or something? And they're probably going to get
They're probably going to get 90 at this rate.
Yeah.
At least.
So, this came really...
Double dummy, did we expect Braddon? I didn't expect it at all.
Braddon? I thought there was a chance in Braddon. So,
were you expecting the 15% swing though?
Oh no, absolutely not. No, I thought maybe they would just win it. Maybe Labour would just pull out a victory there. Yeah, YouGov was somehow possibly more conservative than the actual outcome. But I will say though that they came awfully close. Like, it looks like independents will probably get about, I don't know, 10 to 11 or something. Greens will probably get about 2 or 3. Coalition will probably get somewhere in the low to mid 40s, and then Labour will get somewhere in the high 80s. So yeah, they came really close. I think this is absolute victory for YouGov, and they'll probably need to readjust their modelling a little bit, obviously, because they did underestimate Labour, but yeah, close enough, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this will be where I'll have to say goodbye to everybody because it's very late and I need to get some sleep tonight. So I'll be sure to see you guys later. We'll obviously have a election rundown with you. Do you think we'll do the same thing last time, where you do a review of the seats and I'll do a review of the history?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see you back for next stats when we do that, probably in a week or two, and look forward to that. Until next time, I look forward to joining you on the next election panel, which I think will be I think we might be SA next year, actually.
Yeah,
unless Tasmania goes to the polls early
it's
again.
Like March 2026, right?
Yeah, because I think we're done with elections this year.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless, again, if Tasmania goes to the polls early, but
I think Tasmania is going to be this year. Yeah, I think
they're going to have to really get fixed terms soon, because this is going to be ridiculous. This is going to be like
no, I think it works. It works.
It's like their third or fourth early election in a row.
Well, if it needs to happen, it needs to happen. I don't think Tasmanians mind voting. I think they love doing the Robson rotation.
Yeah, if you say so. Anyway, all right, it's time for me to get going now. So
bye bye. See ya. Yeah, the live stream will be archived. Yeah. That's. I'm not going to private it or something like that. I'm actually going to enjoy tomorrow or whenever. I'm going to enjoy going back and watching archives of Channel 7's or Sky News election.
I think a lot of people are going to enjoy that.
Yeah, their coverage, because obviously I've just been following the ABC. So this is Longman, which actually is getting really close. So Labour are actually barely ahead. Labour coalition on the exact same primaries, but there is a lot of right-wing minor parties. Greens are slightly above Nation though. So hard to tell where this one's going to go. But yeah, that one, it's amazing that this seat is really close. Yeah.
That's the preference counts coming in, which I think shows that the One Nation preferences weren't super tight to the LNP.
They were super tight, or they weren't?
They weren't.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like
so. It's bullshit. It was bullshit, guys. All of you people in the chat who thought that One Nation would go bloody 90% to the LNP. Ha ha ha. Okay, because that didn't happen. It did not eventuate. So the Murdochracy is in shambles. Almost all the Murdoch papers endorsed the coalition, by the way, and they still massively lost. So I think Murdoch has lost a lot of his power, from what I can tell after this.
Newspapers in general, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a lot of left-wing minor parties here. I'm just going to do some sort of basic maths on the side, so you could just talk while I do this. I don't know.
Oh, still looks relatively close in Blacksland.
legit?
By the way, Poll Bludger he's projecting the two candidate. Oh, that doesn't look right because he's projecting Labor on 49% CP, but then only 52.9 at the 2CP. I don't think that's right. I don't think Ahmed Oof will get that much in terms of preferences. Do you have any idea what's going to happen in
Richmond? It just depends if Greens somehow get like a great preference vote from Nationals. I don't expect that to happen.
Because the Nationals are... I'm not exactly sure what's happening though. It's because Poll Bludger only has 35% of the vote coming in. It must have had like a massive pre-poll uptake or something.
Right, so I'm just doing some really shoddy preference calculations.
Socialist Alliance is Vic, so not quite. They've split.
Yeah. No, I calculated them wrong. I was thinking that like the Greens were the Labour Party, then sorry, the Labour Party were the Liberal Party. That's wrong. So let me do it again. So Libs, they get like Socialist Alliance. How much of Socialist Alliance do you think the Greens would get? Like half, or out of the Greens or Labour? You know,
I would have thought. Well, you don't really have to guess because look, they've got 45% or 45 out of 46 counts with a preference count.
what do you mean by that?
Well, like you can try and guess how many preferences they're getting, but you get a sort of indication from it from the ABC's estimate because the preference counts have already come through.
Oh, okay. So they're using actual like preference counts from like this seat or some other seat or what?
No, it'd be this seat.
Oh, really? So they've already counted the preferences. So, oh, so what you're saying is that they're waiting on like postals and stuff like that before they call this.
I would imagine, yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, all right, I see. All right, well, I'll just do my own rudimentary calculations anyway. So before we move on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming probably that the Greens will get more preferences than they will from some of these people. So, yeah. I'm just coping here. Everyone in the chat. I'm just coping at the moment.
Preference count based on if the preference count is based on historical data, do they recount it and do a full preference count later, or are they not? Because I thought they would count the votes, report that, and then go back and count the preferences.
So are you saying that the ABC might be using historical data for their preference flows?
Well, when they're doing their projections, I would have thought so. But if the boobs are actually reporting a preference count, I would have thought then they just have the actual preference count. Teaspoon, yep, it's going to be worse. It's going to be even worse.
What's going to be worse?
Oh
yeah.
The
extinction event. Yeah.
It's going to be yeah.
Voters can't exhaust their preferences in the lower house, but they can in the upper house.
Yeah, doesn't it become an informal ballot?
Yeah, it does. If you don't
exactly
number every box as informal in the lower house. Yeah, Labour could win 90 seats, yeah. It's looking possible. Like, let's just go back to the ABC. I'm starting to fall asleep too, so we're gonna wrap this up in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Looks like the Greens made the two candidate preferred in Fraser as well.
Interesting. That's the first, right?
Quite comfortably too, by the way.
Yeah. How about Jellybrand? Did you check Jellybrand?
I'll check it now.
Is it Gellybrand or Jellybrand? I can never tell.
I don't actually know.
So, okay, so Labour's been called 86 seats, and they're ahead in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, yeah, they could get 93 seats, yep. So won't quite outdo Howard, but come pretty close. Because we said that Howard got 94 seats, right? 96? Yeah. So, yeah, but there's a chance they will probably won't win some of these. But yeah, 90 is quite likely at this point. So
strange result in Blair too. Pretty much status quo.
Were you expecting a swing to Labor there?
Well, why wouldn't there be if there was, massive swings all across suburban Brisbane, like what's happened locally in Blair?
One Nation didn't even get a swing towards them there. What happened? Legalized cannabis got 5.2%, and People First got 4%, and Trumpet got Family First. There was a lot of people running in this seat. Maybe people like. I know. Yeah, it is weird because the MRP's got this right, but they got the other seats not quite. Maybe I don't know. Like, well, it's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to know.
Paisley Irvine says, oh no, so P9 says, I'm surprised WA didn't really change much. Well, it changed enough, like it's changed like enough, I think, like Labor looks like they're going to pick up Bullwinkle, possibly.
And they're pretty much certain to gain more as well.
Yeah, more. They've won more. Tangney, they've easily retained that. Forest and Independent could still win that one. So, and then there's Durack up there, but so I think I think it's a pretty good result for the Labor Party in WA. Like they stood their ground. Like they won a lot of seats last election. Don't forget. So they've made gains on last election, which is pretty extraordinary. So yeah, so ABC's called Flinders now for the Libs. I don't know why they've made that decision.
Her primary's up to 39%, and I think a couple of pre-polls have come in. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay.
And Ben Smith is very likely to run second.
Depends. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it depends on like what the Greens' preference, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry, go on.
Okay. Go on.
No, you.
I was just going to say Labor pulled just ahead in Menzies as well, so that one's going to go down to the wire.
So this is like a best case result, I think, for Labor. This Tasmania result is a little bit sketchy. I'm not sure about that, but it's looking like Labor could win 3 seats in Victoria, New South Wales, WA, and South Australia. One Nation is sort of giving them a sort of a run for their money, I think, in some of these places, but I think Labor's more likely at this point. But I'll sort of go into more when my brain's working properly in the morning, I think, on this. But yeah, I mean, that's I think extraordinary result. Just looking at the Senate, you just know that this election was a landslide. It's just we've never seen this in our lifetime. This is way more extreme than 2007. This is way bigger than 2007. Yeah.
Well, Senate-wise, it's sort of more like 2004, isn't it? Which was the last time.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because the Liberals actually had a majority. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because they had 2 good elections in a row. Like the.
Yeah, and there was still GTV, which kind of mucked up some of the results too. Like Family First got seats that they wouldn't have got, stuff like
that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's not really close to a majority, but the fact that, as I said, the Labor Party can pass stuff without the Greens is pretty crazy. So, yeah, but they still need, what's her name? Not Fatima Pan, the other one, Lydia Ford. Both of them, they need both of them. Okay, so, unless there's any more questions by anyone in the chat, I'll take I'll just take some questions. Oh, welcome back, Max. I actually stopped drinking because I'll go into my bingo card here. I'm just gonna see if anything was fulfilled since I last checked. But Jared Rennick re-elected to Queenslander. Patrick. So Patrick's not getting elected in SA. Rennick has a chance, but that's far from confirmed at this point. Liberals get 20 in ACT Senate and not in TCP in any House of Rep ACT seat. Right. So Fenner. What's actually? Yeah, actually no. I thought it was 20% in each ACT seat, but it's actually the TCP. So I think they're pretty. I think they're in the TCP in Fenner though. I'm pretty damn sure. So we'll just double check that. Okay, so what do you think will happen in Cornwall? I think that probably there'll be a lot of leakage with those independents, and the Labor Party will hang on to that seat. So
Labor will almost certainly win that seat.
Yeah. Let's see. So
although,
well, what are you gonna say?
I don't know. It's just such a ridiculously crowded field.
So yeah. So the Libs will make the two candidate preferred on this one because family first, its preferences are going to go to the Libs. So yeah, it's not gonna. The Greens aren't gonna make the two candidate preferred there. So I can cross that one off as not a possible bingo. That's not happening. Nationals make TCP and Bendigo, and Labor makes TCP and Mayo. That one's definitely possible, but there is a chance that the Labor won't make the TCP and Mayo, like as I showed earlier. Labor loses seat to coalition with over a 5% 2022 TPP margin in Victoria. Nope.
Oh.
Australia's Voice outpolls Libertarians at National Senate vote. Let's have a look at that quickly. So,
I haven't looked at how the Libertarians have done at all tonight. I think it's all been pretty bad.
I have a question. What did you think was the ceiling for Labor in Queensland was going into tonight? I thought they'd maybe pick up like Brisbane, and then like some like sort of the outside chances were like Leichhardt, Dixon, Bonner. Is it Bonner? Yeah, and
Bonner,
and do we get like actual like
that was those ones are about it, as far as I was going to give away.
Yeah. Do I not get like full results from the Senate? Like, do I have to like national results from the Senate? Like, can I not get that? I mean, I can make guesses based on like the Libertarians run in they're with Hart here, so so Libertarians, Australia's Voice didn't even run in ACT. In New South Wales, let's see how we did. Libertarians got 2.1%. Australia's Voice, 0.8%. Victoria, I think Australia's Voice did okay here. They got 1.1%. Libertarian got 0.7%. So, yeah. Libertarians, how do they do in Queensland? Australia's Voice got 0.8%. Libertarian got 0.5%. How the hell did Australia's Voice beat Libertarians in Queensland? What the hell? WA, this is the home state. Australia's Voice 0.8, Libertarian 0.7. So that they beat them slightly there. In SA, Libertarian 1, Australia's Voice 0.8. So that's actually really surprisingly close. I'm actually surprised it's this close. Libertarian. There's no Australia's Voice in Taz, I think. Yeah. So 0.5%. I'm not. Yeah, I mean it's not conclusive. Really, I think that New South Wales result. Well, I mean, it's
not willing to drink.
Was it? Is this? Can you really count this as Libertarian when they're all in with Hart and Jared Rennick? Can you really count that? I suppose you can. So it's they were top of the ticket. So, all right. So yeah, I'm not willing to drink on that one. I think I'm going to call that as a no.
Yeah.
Why would the average voter ever choose Australia's Voice over the Greens or even Labor? Because I don't know. Because they're based. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so an independent wins a seat from Labor. We don't know if that could happen, but it hasn't been concluded yet at all. One Nation enters
I think it's pretty unlikely.
One Nation enters the TCP in at least 3 seats, including one inside of Queensland. So it looks like they're going to enter the TCP. They've entered the TCP in Maranoa and Hunter, but nowhere else. So that one isn't marked, unfortunately. It came close, but Trump would only make deposits back in 3 or less House of Representative seats. I'd have to check every single seat. I'm not willing to do that, but I honestly think this one probably is marked off. I think they did that bad. So
yeah,
I probably should drink on that one. So I'll just see how many drinks. Independent win at least 14 seats. That's not happening. So like, how many are they on now? Party total.
They're ahead in 11. According to Poll Bludger, but that would include like them randomly being ahead in Bean by a couple votes or whatever.
So wait, so others 9, and that's including Sharky and Kata. So what they
I think Sharky and Kata is other.
Yeah, I know. So that's only 7 independents. So yeah, I don't think that's happening. I don't think 14 independents is happening. Yeah. So
no way.
Oops. Oh, bingo. Yeah. Yep. Nationals or One Nation enters TCP in a seat in SA or WA. That hasn't really happened. Nationals came close in like Bullwinkle or something, but yeah. Coalition failed to win 3 Senate seats in any state. Oh. Yeah, that's happened. Yeah, that one's happened. Legalized cannabis wins Senate seat. It could happen, but it hasn't sort of eventuated yet. It's not obvious. Labor wins TTP of one of the 6 Tier 1 seats. We don't know if this has happened yet, unfortunately. Combined major party.
I've got a feeling.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, I think it's probably happened.
Unfortunately, it might, but we won't know until they do the full distribution.
I think probably they have. Combined major party under 65 in HRR and under 60% in Senate. We don't have the Senate numbers, but in the HOR, just going back to this, it looks like the major parties will get just over 35% together. Like they'll get 35.8, so almost 66. So yeah, that one is not on the table, but came close. But this is the first time the major parties are collectively under 2/3. So fun. Everyone else is over 1/3 of voters. So one of them seems to be tightening. Chance for Dyson? No. It's over.
Let me have a look. He's got a flip 3%.
Yeah, Greens were in the TCP and Perth, but that changed. Yep. So that's a shame. Oh, I haven't even saved this area. So it's been corrected. So yeah, we won't know this one tonight. This one's a no. Greens a no. And we won't know this one. And Nationals make TCP in Bendigo, and we don't know that, and we don't know this. So the one that I have to... Okay, there's 2 I have to drink for. It's the trumpet and this one here. So I got to make 2 shots, guys, before I go to bed. So... Any final thoughts?
From me?
Yeah.
Just surprise. Keep an eye on these counts tomorrow morning, like some of the closer seats, particularly where Labor's ahead, just to see how postals and all that turn out. There could still be 1 or 2 twists, but yeah, it's just been an absolute domination beyond anything I thought was possible, clearly.
Oh, how close was this to my predictions? I was way off. I thought Labor...
And I was further off.
Yeah, I thought Labor would have a minority. No, we both thought Labor would have 74, but you thought Coalition would have a bit more seats. That's all. That's the difference. And I overestimated the Greens as well.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see about the Greens, but We were right about McNamara more broadly.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Check Bowman. I can check Bowman.
70% Libs ahead by nearly 3%. I don't know. Looks like they'll win that.
Why am I getting asked to check all these seats that are like have already been called and have like no chance of changing? Let's see. Libertine.
Yeah, I had Labour on 74 or 2.
Yep.
Is there a risk pre-poll swing hard enough to Liberals to affect the results? Most of pre-poll has fully reported, so it's just postals and absentees and late returned postals. Not all of those tend to favour the coalition anyway.
Oh, so yeah, actually, so Bullwinkle is the only possible seat at the moment that the coalition could win off Labour. It seems. Is that right? Because everything else is a third. It's a third party, I think.
Well, Menzies is very close.
Oh well, that's a notional Labour seat. Like, doesn't count.
Yeah.
Bullwinkle at least didn't have a member, so yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Solomon's going to top out. The coalition came close, but no.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what
it is getting kind of close. Like they're just not going away fully in these Victorian Till seats. It's within 2% in both of them.
It looks like
interestingly, and it's kind of.
It looks like Longman. Excuse me. It looks like Longman is going to be the closest seat in the country. Who would have expected that?
Longman or Menzies? Yeah, they're going to be really close.
Right. What was I gonna? Oh yeah. Okay. So I have to have one more shot, but I will. Oh, thank you for joining, by the way, Daniel Liu. Thank you everybody for joining us on this stream. It's been very fun. It's been a very good night, and it's probably my favorite election, honestly, that I've done. Like that I've been part of. Last election, I was in a so yeah. This is story time. Last election, I was in a Labour party, like a Labour victory party, I guess. And I didn't really know anyone there because I just sort of volunteered for Labour for a couple of days, but I went to it for like the free food and because I wanted to be at a Labour victory party, and yeah, it was alright. It was fun. I was at Sally Situ's campaign's party. Am I vomiting? I'm fine. Wills still can't be called. No, Wills hasn't been called yet. And then the time before that, 2019, I was also at a Labour party, but obviously they were really, really depressed on that one. So this is like night and day. It would be really interesting to be at a Labour party tonight. They would be going crazy, I would assume. Yeah. I worked for the ASC last election delivering ballots.
They would be going absolutely insane.
Indeed. Yeah, I wish I could have worked for the AEC. I mean, it would have meant that I couldn't do the stream, but they do pay pretty good money, and I could have at least done the job that finishes at 6, I guess, and then come home and done the stream. Am I detecting bias? Well, I didn't campaign for anyone this election at all. I was lazy as fuck. I stayed home and just did videos. So yeah, I wasn't campaigning for anyone. So any results from Singapore? Is there a Singaporean election today? Can confirm Trans Hall in Melbourne was mental. That's where I was. Yeah. That's where I was in 2019 when they were depressed as fuck. Anyway, what were you saying? Sorry. Was there a Singaporean election today?
Yeah, I think they're having a general. Unless you mean the results from the Singapore Australian Embassy.
I didn't even know that they voted there. I thought that they just banned elections there, but that's how much I know about Singapore. So, oh wait, has it already happened? No, it's the 4th of May. It's 4th of May today, so it's happening like later today. Are you gonna cover this one? They do English is an official language in Singapore, Anglo or Max, I should say. It is an official language, so you should cover this. You should cover this one.
I'm not covering. Yeah, I won't be covering it. Is Daly going to Gladys Gerachiklian? Is Daly going to win Fowler? Yeah, looks like it. A lot of votes in. Yeah. Bob just nearly called it for her. It'd have to be like a late surge on the postals for Labor.
Singapore, bit of a crazy place, lol. Smoking marijuana gets you this decade in jail and physical punishment. Yep. That's how it should be. What do you think, Max?
Yeah. Really.
Look at these opinion polls. Not a single one was 54, 46.
Like the final ones.
Yeah. Not a single. Well, yeah, I know that there was the Morgan, but trust Morgan. Everyone should put their trust in Morgan. All right, I'm having my final shot. I'll answer any more questions. Is Longman Fall, is that the most shocking result? I think
really
Petrie is more shocking than Longman, in my opinion, because Longman was back in the sort of Labor's hands in sort of within the last 10 years, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah.
Bye Bridget. Yeah, Bridget Archer, Queen of the Moderates, gone. Roy Morgan and YouGov were the best polls. Yeah, Freshwater needs to go stick their head in not freshwater. Or in freshwater, I guess.
Yeah, the coalition are going to be doing a lot of reviews. A lot of them will be getting a new internal pollster. Wow.
All right, see you later, Symphonizing Brilliance. Thank you. Oh, you're giving me some of the money back that I've lost on betting the Greens will win at least 4 seats. So thank you very much, Lost Ma. I lost my money betting on the Greens. So, but I have made some money on other random things that I bet on this election. So, after Bridget Archer appreciated her politics, Melbourne has to be the most shocking result. Oh yeah, that is a shock. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, when you think not like what you know now in terms of what's happened nationally, what is the most like out there result?
Wait,
what is the weirdest result?
Was that a question?
So now that you know, yeah, like now that you know the what's happened, nationally, what's out as the weirdest?
Okay, well, Canning comes to mind because
hard to beat Bendigo. Very strange.
Oh yeah, okay, Bendigo is weird, but Canning also comes to mind because obviously there's swings sort of everywhere, and but you know, Canning kind of just swung the other way, you know. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's like Solomon. I'm not too surprised because of what happened in the Northern Territory election, and
yeah, we all sort of picked that, didn't we?
Yeah. So yeah, knowing what I know now, is there anything that went against the grain? I guess that's the question. Canning is one of them, obviously.
It can depend, like Bonin and Kappa kind of stick out.
Yeah, they do, but I think that it sort of makes sense with like sort of the regional city divide. I should have stuck with sort of my gut feeling like earlier on, where I thought like, you know, the coalition not gonna lose seats in sort of the regions.
How do we interpret this? Were the Liberals rejected? Were Labor endorsed?
Labor were definitely endorsed. Yeah.
Right, because that would. But then, why are independents so competitive in some of their seats? Like, there's just some weird shit going on.
Yeah, if my brain was working on higher capacity, I think I'd answer that question a lot better.
Yeah, I think probably take tomorrow off and then like Monday, Tuesday start like really poring over this stuff and just try to form some sort of cohesive narrative about what's happened. Melbourne is definitely a surprise. It wasn't on many people's radar.
Oh, thank you, Apokrytha. So, yeah, thanks for the super chat, and it's your first super chat on a live stream as well, apparently. So, welcome to the world of super chats, I guess. 2CP in Richmond has swapped to Labor versus Nationals. Oh, okay, interesting.
That's pretty shocking.
I'll just quickly check that. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, the Greens have lost the first preferences. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Womp womp. So yeah, Greens have increased their vote, but not enough, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, the bigger population centres were always going to be a bit of an issue. Because I think a lot of the like little eco villages were reporting. So it's about what happens in Ballina and Tweed.
Who was trolling? Somebody was trolling? Labour 60-40 Nats in Richmond, probably. Can you check how Rennick is doing in Queensland? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll take another 7 minutes worth of requests, and then I'm going to bed. Let's have a look. Senate, Queensland. Right, 5%. Which is pretty decent. Yeah, I think it's not going to be. It's Labor's going to get 2, obviously. Coalition is probably going to get 2 as well. Greens will get 1. There's a chance, yeah, that Rennick can leapfrog Malcolm Roberts. There's always a chance, but he has to make up 2.1%, and I'm not sure. Some of these people like Trumpeter Patriots, Family First, Libertarian. I think there's a chance that they might put Rennick over One Nation, but I don't know if it can make up like 2%. So that is the question. And then obviously some of these people preferences will go to the coalition. It's like this weird sort of game where Jared Rennick has to collect preferences that would go to him and not the coalition or One Nation. It's too hard to explain right now. So, what did Fon get nationally? I can only check the results of the lower house because they don't have the national Senate results, unfortunately, for some reason. So I'll just check the full results. One Nation got 6.2%, only only an increase of 1.2%. That's pathetic. We thought they would do a lot better than that. Greens actually stay status quo. Oh, they're actually putting Trumpeter Patriots, comparing it to their what's it called, result, 2022 result.
The UAP.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So there was a question of whether there would be a rise of right-wing minor parties or like the quote-unquote far right this election. I can't see that we've really seen that. Like this others vote, I'm sure some of it might be like Jan Rennick and Family First and shit, but hang on, do I have like, can I see all parties? All right, let's see here. All right, okay, so some of it is the Nationals, that's included in the coalition. Okay, so Family First is part of it, I guess. Libertarian, no, they went down. People First, 0.4%. Had stayed the same. There was no significant rise of the far, like this Liberal Party swing against them. It went to like Independence. Look, Liberal National down, Liberal Party down. It went to Independence and Labor. It didn't go to the right wing, far right minor parties. Like that was just bullshit. All those people on Twitter, they're a loud minority. They're an absolute loud minority. they if you go on Twitter, you think that those are just like regular old people, but no, they're not. They're not. Like if I really did expect that there would be a rise of this right wing minor party, because we've seen it sort of internationally, but it just hasn't happened here. So.
Oh, sorry, Lost Mer. Yeah. I saw that. Sorry, mate. You're all right. Good idea. Was it you? I think he was telling me something about how the campaign on the ground there was bad.
Right. Okay. Yep. He was your source in that video that we discussed. Mm-hmm.
I think so. Spot on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if there's one thing I got wrong this election, it's how well the Greens would do. They did really bad. Well, they didn't do bad on the actual like first preference vote, but they did bad on the on concentrating on the seats where it mattered. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Lost Ma. I think we're reacting to Trump. Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a rejection of that kind of politics. Australia's sort of looked at that and said like, no, we don't want that. Clearly, very much. I mean, I don't know if the right wing will sort of learn off that, or they'll just ignore that. But I think that's pretty clear.
And just Dutton personally.
And Dutton.
A rejection of
But again, you would have thought that some of it would go to like these right wing minor parties, and it didn't. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty much it, everyone. Thanks very much for coming to the stream. It was great. A great time. It didn't really feel its length. How long have we been going for now? So like 6.5 hours.
6.5 hours.
Yeah.
Madness.
For me, it didn't feel that length, I guess, but. So yeah, good times were had by all, and I will see you. I'll make some videos very soon about the aftermath.
Likewise.
Yeah, there'll be lots of looking into all different kinds of things. Oh my god, someone's asking me to look at Freo real quick. All right, fine. I'll look at Freo and then we'll end this. Oh, okay. Well, they've uncalled it, but I don't expect it to happen. Like these late counts.
Nah, it'll just bleed out in the late count. Yeah, I agreed.
Yep.